Good morning, everyone, and welcome back again to the public hearings of the TRRC. Imam, you have the floor if you can offer some prayers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. الله الذي جعل لكم الأرض قرارا والسماء بناء وصوركم فأحسنوا صوركم ورزقكم من طيبات ذلكم الله ربكم فتبارك الله رب العالمين هو الحي لا إله إلا هو فادعوه مخلصين له الدين الحمد لله رب العالمين. بحرمة اللهم فصل وسلم وبارك على هذا النبي الكريم سيد سند العظيم ذو القلب الرحيم سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين الحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Amen. Shukran, Imam Jallo. Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Lord God of power and might, the King of kings, the Lord of lords, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. We call upon your graciousness for you to look kindly upon our broken world. May your Holy Spirit descend mightily and fashion each and every one. Break us, melt us, mold us. Grant each and every one the fear, the love of God to be embedded and saturated in the hearts of every humankind. And grant that all human beings will learn to obey your law, your precepts, and your commands. We continue to bring the witness of today before you. And we pray that your Holy Spirit will be with the witness. Grant the witness the grace to speak the truth. Grant the commission, the discerning spirit to discern between truth and falsehood. And we continue to pray for the population of this nation, the diaspora, and the international community. The Lord grants them the extraordinary patience to allow the due process to take its proper course. And at the end of it all, you shall grant each and every one their reward accordingly. This we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, indeed, Bishop Odiko. Council, I think we are continuing with our focus on the justice sector institutions. If you're ready with this morning's witness, you may please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You're completely right, and good morning to everyone. Good morning to members of the audience. We are ready to begin with witness this morning. Mr. Usher, can you kindly get the witness?
Thank you.
I, Ami Bensouda,
I, Ami Bensouda,
do swear that
do swear that
I'll speak the truth,
I'll speak the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mrs. Bensouda.
Good morning.
Sama Mrs. Bensouda.
Sorry, I just
If I sama.
my glasses.
No problem. Please take your time and make yourself comfortable. Also, feel free to adjust the mic to the height at which you want it so that we can hear you properly.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. We want to thank you for coming and testifying today on your experience.
Lafte tentula ke jaibi purila nala jang purugela sedan to di jang ko la mi alon ko yola long.
You're a well-known, seasoned senior lawyer in this country.
Wala muide mi alon ko ilonta bakela lo ala karola me mu lawyer yati banko kan.
And a lot of people might also recognize you as counsel at the Jane Commission.
Do asikeno jama rahmano mo jama be sutela ko inana keta nun council ti de Jane Commission oto.
As you know,
Thank you very much for having me, and good morning, members of the Commission. I can't say I'm happy to be here, but nevertheless, I value the work you're doing. I appreciate it, and I'm happy to contribute.
Alnimbara bake nse wota kana jambi bitun albedo ko men kekan albedo ko kende bale kekan aketa nyaboti bitun tafangona ngo nyinketa tafang ye sewote ndun sewota pour kana jambi pour mfananga mabe jang kanan nak makanglufu.
We also thank you, and we appreciate the fact that you came willingly to be part of this truth-seeking experience at the TRRC.
Dolfana aketanye sewo to ila son kan puriye fambo puriye na TRRC jang yenande man na kuma kan oto me alon ko mbe wala nyini kan tume mutu onyati na indu ko kono o wen dolfana sewo.
And as you know, my name is Sagar, and I will be guiding you today during your testimony.
Kome yalo nyame to mu Sagar le tentele be kala moti membe tambile nyato ila seda ndo wicho nyin kono bi jang.
I would like to also warn you that you have a duty to tell the truth.
No hanin kabi be nyimbe diala nyi purunge yamar nyin nako nyimbe nyimu kan dunolti puriye kuma yeto nyafo.
And that it is a criminal offense to lie before the TRRC.
Ndu nyimu luati nyalde puruka kuma soto balo fo TRRC nyati ngola jang.
Okay.
Kindly be aware that there are interpretations into the Mandinka language.
Ndu be kala mutani nyin nako siyo kono jang kanna soro be kirin kangoto memo Mandinka kangoti.
As well as other local languages.
Anin kanko tangolu banko kanjang.
Therefore, just make your statements briefly.
Oto hanin kabi mbe dani la ila kuma kangol nyi isi sutiandi domanding.
And kindly allow me to ask my questions first before you respond to avoid any overlap.
Andu hanin kabi mbe dani la fanang sinso watu la domanding ni nga nyini ngaro janni be jabiro kele isaje na kuma kangol ikana sele nyokam.
I would also like to give you a brief overview about the different topics that we will be dealing with today in your testimony.
Anin kabi mbela fla fanam purunga fo bi nyinsi yoto jang mbela fannal men kachala purunge boye nyoto.
We would like to deal with your educational and professional background very briefly.
Follow mbela fla ka follow men wala munyi ndi mbela fla ka lo itelam jumati anu ila londu karawni ya damu ta mindo la nu fo ya kumfa damendo.
Before we delve into your role as the acting Attorney General,
Anu janni mbida wato men eketa wato men karfaro be bulu memo Attorney Generality.
immediately after the military takeover,
Tariyari nge birin sojaro le bankota.
following the arrest and dismissal of the previous Minister of Justice, Hassan Jallow.
Biring Minister membe nunje kafme Hassan Jallow biri ya muta ya bondi.
We would like to look at the crucial role that you played during that time.
Mbele fla kalo ite kuma men bula ko nyin kono edo ko men ka ko nyin kono.
Your role in the promulgation of APRC decrees passed during that time.
Andu itela we bulo men soto wato men na sojaro lo luanye kafme decree wato men na ba dundila ite bulo men soto ko kono mbele fla ko kacha.
We would like you to give us some feedback on tools that Jammeh perhaps used to entrench himself into power.
Belafla ya fanya fanang ya Jammeh ay muna fanun joran jumal la pour ka ta ka fam sembe ka fam tutu semboto.
Including those decrees.
We would
like you to comment on decrees that were passed even after your tenure as acting Attorney General.
And wato mena yenyi decree dol me alongo ye dundi keke lualti hani wato mena yete bondi keke Attorney General wato mena Minister Attorney General be karfalima.
And subsequently, Solicitor General after Fafa Imbai took over that position.
And bring Solicitor General from bring Afafa Mbai from na Palaso Nyinta.
We would like your take on the dismissal, arrest, and detention. As well as the torture of some of the PPP ministers. Dismissal and arrest of directors. And permanent secretaries. And in any cases in which they were also arrested and detained. If you know of other human rights violations they suffered, such as torture, we would like you to tell us. After your brief stint as acting Attorney General and also Solicitor General after the new government took over, you went into private legal practice and started your own chambers. If you could kindly tell us about experiences you had within the justice sector, such as judiciary interferences in cases.
Ninga tra londisro na kiti bundal do me alon ko dabulo menga keje menga bo mansa kundala karola membe nu jang ni embela fra yo fanam fonye.
And other human rights violations that happened within the police, the prisons, even the NIA, if you know.
Aning hadama de nyanti tinyal me alon ko e dolu mi alon ko iketana tanko bunda no membe ko kaso bunda to police kunda to sojar kunda to aning bunda kota ngol memu tanko bunda de ning atra yalon imbela fra yo fanam fonye.
Any personal cases that you dealt with?
Ning atra kiti be jame alon ko tefon kunno bulo dunta kono ni ye londo men sota ko nyin kono waranta e kolea men sota jembela fra yo fanam fonye.
Your own personal victimization. And evidence of human rights violations that you may have gathered from the Jammeh Commission.
And Jammeh Commission ning adra yese den resoro jemi alon ko habade hanamadi nyanti tinyal le yewol le kafunyo mambela fla yo fanam fonye ni yo tala.
This is a guide for your testimony, but if by all means there are other areas which you would like to tell us about that is relevant to our work here, we would like to know.
Nyulam fanal de me alon ko mbelafla niyo le kacha bari haninga bi ning ayatra edula dol fanan so re ko dol fanan lo me alon ko hadama di nyanta tinyal lang ite fon kunni yo londo so je mbelafla yende ma woto pour ngala fanna do ko no isaje ay do ko ning as somebody.
I hope that you understand and that you're ready to proceed with your testimony.
Njikita nyinela ko ya fahamu nga membe fo nyandu be parere ne pour que la sedandro nyinka damura.
Thank you very much. Certainly I'm ready to answer your questions. I'll do my best to answer them as comprehensively as possible.
Paretele pour que la kuma kangulu jabi adum belna kato dango be kelale ila nyinin karolu mbe jabi la nyama men yalon ko anin silo tata nyola ko ilafta la nyamin.
We would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Kindly tell us what your full names are.
My full name is Amin Dungu Drame Bensouda.
Ntomo Amin Dungu Drame Bensouda leti.
When and where were you born?
I was born on the 9th July 1957 in Basse.
Nguluta July karotili kononto 1957 Basse sate okono.
What is your address?
I live in Kololi.
In Kololi.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a lawyer and I'm managing partner of my law firm, Ami Bensouda and Co.
Mu loyalty adun tafanam nin dolle bedendin na lawyer bunda marola Ami Bensouda and Co.
It's a firm of 11 lawyers.
Lawyer mo tanding clean bedu kolaji.
Kindly tell us what areas of the law that you focus on.
A fonya bang luala karola ite le nyati linda kita fanna jumalti me alongo ite ka suji bake wala.
We are with limited partnership,
ngade nyoma ya kanyandingole soto
and we are corporate lawyers.
andunte la lawyer do ko nka
Provide, apart from legal practice, we provide corporate services.
mbe nyindo ko bunda balu nkalo wolle hana manke lawyer do ko dammanti wo do ko bunda balu fana la do ko kenyanke
Our main area of focus is corporate law, banking,
wala kata do ko bunda la loi kenya
human
kata
rights,
bank do ko kata hadama ya nyanto
litigation,
anin kitiolu tamando
arbitration,
anin fanan ka kulbo nyoto
land.
anin banku kenolu.
We also have intellectual property practice.
ñim fananda bijele lonnalu la do ko e ka menno safero lombay la do ko bang pour fanalu nyantala la nyamin.
And we have offices in Sierra Leone and Liberia.
Na ofisolu soto Sierra Leone and in Liberia.
Where we practice trademarks, intellectual properties.
Damen kadu kulu tamandi je na taman serolu bije pour lonnalu la do ko fengolu la safer fengolu wol fanalu mbe tankandi la nyamin.
We also are consultants.
Andum fanan kadu ko ke me ya lonko ni me nyininkar ku soto jakale ku do ko la karola isina ye nyininka nga boye nyoto.
And we have done quite significant consultancy work relating to the design of sector strategy.
Andu ngado ku saharin ke fanan do ko la londo tamando la karola men keta sartolu nyati sartolu la nyati bunda ku malu fanan la karola.
And key legislation.
Anim fanan mararo Kenya fanan na karola akumaya.
Usually sponsored by international community.
O jama bankunim bankutema bunda le kaw depends.
For instance, we did the local government acts in 2002.
Ko misalo momenti 2002 man sakundari ngulu ila loi sarto ngaoke.
We also did the Companies Act series of legislation.
Na company wala mdo ku bundalu company wala fanala sartolu ngawo fanan do ko kele ka kulu bulandi nyono ma anyanta la nyamin.
And recently I was the consultant for the legal sector strategy.
Alo amamme bake nketa moti me ya lonko e se futamma ka nyininka me ya lonko wala mu luwa la nyati fanan fanal la karola menketa bundalu ringulti.
Briefly, these are our areas of practice.
I must admit that's a wide area of practice.
Thank
you very much. Can you kindly give us your educational background?
I went to primary school from Yundum and Bakau, really.
Na primary karambu ke Yundum le anim Bakau.
Our family home is in Bakau.
Na dimbaya bala na kabila korda be Bakau le.
I went to Gambia High School.
Ntata Gambia High School.
If you can remember the dates.
1969. Sorry, dates.
Sorry, yes, please.
All right. I started my primary school in Yundum in 1963.
Na follow 1963 Yundum primary karambuto.
Up to primary 5.
For primary 5.
Then we came back to our family home in Bakau and I continued and completed in Bakau school.
Na taw saynam Bakau na kabila sokono tumole bitungana karango primary karango bam Bakau le.
I went to Gambia High School from 1969 to 1976.
Data Gambia High School kapa 1969 kata 1976.
After my sixth form, then I got a scholarship to go to Nigeria.
Bring a sixth form ke wala mna sanji woro njakarango nga scholarship soto kata Nigeria.
University of Lagos.
Wala kata Lagos la University oti.
For my LLB.
Nana LLB ke wala to Bachelor of Laws.
I subsequently went to the Nigeria Law School.
Natanta la Nigeria banko la luwa karambumbato.
My Bachelor of Laws.
Nana Bachelor of Laws kijele.
In 1983, when I was sent to the Kenya School of Law to study a course in legislative drafting.
1983 ntata Kenya karambunto pro fana lua kunya lulanya
1982 to 1983.
kabo 1982 kata 1983 kanon tata o Kenya karambunto menketa lua kunya lulanya safenyati.
So I'm a legislative draftsperson by training.
Yo woto ntemu safer lalti lua fana aning sartolu bonyoto nya ngakaranne.
I did an advanced training at the Royal Institute of Public Administration in UK.
United Kingdom Banko kang ila nyin lua karambumba membije menketa jama lua karambungo to fana ngakarango kije
On legislative drafting.
menketa lua lulanya ana safenyati.
That was, I think, in 1984.
Ngamira 1984 sangole konoti.
Then I also studied in the International Development Law Institute in Rome.
International Development Law karambumba membe Rome ngoto fana karanta jele.
On public enterprise reform.
Menketa jamadu ku bundalu fanalu senka lanyati.
And the International Law Institute in Washington, D.C.
Anim banku tema lua karambumba membe Washington, D.C. nkaranta je fanang.
On the privatization of public enterprises.
Wele keta jamadu ku bundalu lallo nyaka lo ifaye.
Quite a number of short-term courses, really.
Nga wati sutun karan jamal le fangluke.
Whilst I was in the public service.
Utumombe jamadu ku bundala.
After public service, I'm also a trained mediator by the Chartered Institutes of Arbitrators in London.
London la karambu me ya lonko keta karan na luti meneka kolu bonyoto luala karola karanta auto fanang.
Basically, I think this is what is important in my training.
Ngamira dal nyin lom kukum maluti na karangola karola.
Thank you very much for summarizing. I know that you have a lot more accomplishments under your sleeve.
ino barabake ila o londu karango nyete menge ya min sutiyan ni nyenen karu ngalo na ko jamal be jemelan ko be koma bari aberiata.
Kindly guide us through your employment record or history.
Silang hanin kabi fo sa fono nye ila du ko nying ya damu rad nyame mfana ngo atari ko nying sa fono nye ba.
I started work very quite early, really. From Form 5, I did holiday work. And I worked in many areas.
Gada muta juna le kato kabirin Form 5 ngadu ko da muta du ngadu ko nyinke fanna jamal leto.
Worked in agriculture in labs, analyzing aflatoxin content of groundnuts.
Ngadu ko ke seno do ko bundala ila lab ka kotoboro ke damin menketa nyim fengolu ni tolita kotia tolingo iba jube la nyamin kabo nyoto.
Also worked in the social welfare department on census of the handicap.
Ngadu ko ke
1970, I think it must have been in 1974.
Ngamira sike 1974 samoti ngadu ko ke hadama ya nyinyandi do ko bundala 19 damin ka fuje social welfare pour la njurtol fana la ko yiriko.
In 1970, I think it's 76, when I finished at Gambia High School, I had to wait for a year to get a scholarship.
Ngamira biringa karango bang Gambia High School ngasanji mume ole batu pour ka scholarship sotong.
So I worked as a teacher at the Juf Junior Secondary School. I think it's this proper name. I think it's St. Augustine's Junior Technical Secondary School, something like that. I was a French teacher.
Na France kango karandi pa Juf la karambunto olem karambume ka kumandi o karambungula between Junior Secondary karambungule mjeti bari nga France kango karandi je fanang.
After 3 months, I was appointed at Gambia High School to teach English.
Biringa karisaba ke France karanduro la woto ena tanta Gambia High School ngata purngata angale kango karandi woto.
I think I was there for about 6 months, and I moved to the National Library.
Naskari woro ke woto fanang nata buje.
I think during the vacation.
Kata bankola kitab mabo bunda bala ile kafadame National Library bari oketa dahawa to le konoti.
From that was from where I really went to study.
Birimbata otole muntata kata karangola.
When I came back after my LLB, I was employed at the Ministry of Justice.
Birimburuta na ngana LLB ketumo menna yenta do ko la minister bunda la men marta kitol nintilingula.
I came back in 1981 after my BL and was appointed as State Counsel.
birin nata 1981 nganna karang bang yenta ka keman sakunda la loi bunda do kulati.
During that time, sorry, Mrs. Bensouda, who was the Attorney General?
Jumala munu minister me marle lual nin kitin rekunyala.
Lamin Saho.
Tumo Lamin Saho le marta jela. Atelem Attorney General tinu tumo.
Thank you for that.
When I was appointed State Counsel, I actually came back the month of the Kukwai Sambasanyang coup d'etat.
Nata kuwato mem
1981.
1981 benta Kukwai Sambasanyang na coup d'etat bayri ngole fe wato men nata.
So the tribunals, review tribunals were set up to review the detention of hundreds of persons, really.
Inata bitum bundalu londi men bekela sankan juber la bundalu ti kato tumo wo kudeta bayri ngula kokono mo jamalu muta men yalon ko be mutokono pour ka wala kolu jube ntartawto.
This is under the emergency provisions in the Constitution.
Wo keta terem masarto letinu wo tembo menu benna constitution okono.
This requires that persons in detention should have their detention reviewed by a tribunal presided by a High Court judge.
Adu wo nyine kanin ko molu menu be mutokono wutumo nyantale ye la kolu senkan jube adu woni membe okela anyanta kala na kiti bunda santon kolti High Court membe kiti ndiro la je wala nyanta kolu senkan jibela.
Was the country in a state of emergency, public emergency at the time?
Oh, jamano wato banko nying abe luale ko memu hataji do luade ba.
Yes, it was. A state of emergency had been declared as soon as President Jawara came back
into the country. Katu ya terem maluale dundi drong birim President Jawara muruta nan kadum banko kang asita drong ya terem malua dundi.
Okay, kindly proceed.
I was supporting lawyer, my senior, that was Hassan Harding, the senior state counsel at the Ministry of Justice.
Hassan Harding atemu lawyer kebaleti wotumo doku bunda me marta lual nin kitolla.
The tribunal sat at the Bakau depot at first, and then we moved to Farafenye.
Kitir bunda nyim follow isitanum Bakau depot leto bitunu inata boto kata Farafenye.
I think after I spent quite a bit of time there, I think about 7 months.
What was
the outcome of the detention review tribunal?
Under the Constitution, the review tribunal would its jurisdiction is to review the detention of every person.
Bankola constitution okoto wala mnyinti ko muto molu men bebe muto kono ila muto nyante la kolu senkan jube lale men kita kiti bunda la do koti wala mo jube roti ye men wulindi o muta molu kama
review the evidence against them
anim fananka kolu jube men kita sede kolu ti ye nyim molu tumi kolu menula
and to determine whether they should be released or they should be charged.
Aninka jube fotonya tonya ni ela sede kolu jube foi nyante bulalale bang wala ye loi itumi kakule kang.
So if there is prima facie evidence against them, then they would be charged and transferred to the normal conventional process of standing trial.
Ni misali kama sede koina atasoto memmen na kuoto kai kuja wole kai nyin kukari leke utumole kaumari la kuota ka saundi bunda dola bunda me ya lonko ibala kulu bola nyoto jele kana londi kito nyati lingula.
And what were these charges in relation to? Was it in relation to involvement in the coup at the time?
Yes, it
was.
Yes, it was either involvement in the coup or in the destruction of property in the violence that occurred.
Kufulale mwolem imari idabula ta kudeta nyim fangole kono wala kudeta nyim fitino be kerin tumo menna ye wandi fangol letinyaka wandi na flolu kasara.
Kindly proceed, Mrs. Benton. Thank you for that.
So it was after my stint in the tribunal, and I went back to the office for some time, that I was sent on training as a legislative draftsperson.
Ringa wo kitindiri wo jisenkan jube kitolu ke fok am ngambandi lemu natamuru office na wo muru office lem kotake inatanki karan la kotake pour kata kuolu men kata sartolu lanya safenya londoti pour ngata o fanan karan.
When I came back, I was assigned to the drafting department.
Birin seytana utumole yen samba bunda la menu ka kulu landi ke safe.
And I worked with an expert from the Commonwealth Secretariat, Commonwealth Fund for Technical Cooperation, actually,
Utumo
Mr. Leverage Hesse, who really trained me as a draftsperson.
Ka fo me utumo Mr. Hesse ni ole do ko ke me yalon ko Commonwealth ka fole yala do ko sababu na Gambia jang bitun wole enta karandi wo do ko nyim fananna bitun ni ole do ko ke wa en karandi wo do ko fanan la nyala.
In 1987, I took over from him.
Between 1987, wo me yen karandi wonya wala wato bantantena ta do ko nyin ta wole bulu.
As the legal draftsperson.
Between tele mumoti mem marta wo official la men keta sarto lu la nyanding asafenyati.
In 1989.
Can you kindly just tell us about your role as Parliamentary Counsel and the work of the Legislative Drafting Department at the Attorney General's Chambers?
Parliamentary Council and Legislative Council.
Okay, the drafting department is the department responsible for drafting laws.
Doku bunda e kafadame drafting department wolle marata luwa lu Kenya la nyaning asarto lu safenyala.
Laws are usually promoted by different departments depending on the sector.
Luwa lu doku bunda lu leke kidimandi ke wulindi atuta doku bunda fason jumale mu bari teleka wul wulindi.
Department receives instructions.
Andu wo doku bunda lu fanalu kay yamarol le soto.
Through the Attorney General.
Me ya lonka kabu Attorney General le la karola.
To draft, and then when laws are drafted, they are sent back to the departments and to review. And when a final draft is produced,
Betun niwo ya maro dita utumo le siwoka ke kawoluwa nyin landika safeka adada anyanta safela nyaming. Niwo botala isa murundi kotake doku bunda nyinto ya sayinka njube hanifo ning ipareta inata londi kek akangola bitu utumo isina asambanang bunda nyinto.
And the sponsoring department would then, after cabinet approval, submit it to the parliament.
Bitu utumo le menuka depense. Ning akwota ta hanifo cabinet sontala cabinet wole mbankola kullo marabunda ni olu sontala utumole isa murundi nang kana futandi luado ko bundala.
So basically between 1987 up to 1989 I drafted most of the laws on the statute book.
Between 1987 kata 1989 wo luwa jamalu sotonta men ya lon ko keta safetalti be bukolu kono ndele keta moti men keta wolu safer lalti.
I think in 1989 I was promoted as Parliamentary Counsel.
1989 utumole yen na palaso lafa kake député bumla sartol la kantioti.
Responsible for drafting of legislation.
Men ya lon kon telebe marla wo luwalu memmembe lola ka safe ado ko bentele la karola.
This effectively made me number 2 in the ministry after the Solicitor General.
Bitun wo palaso wole nying makamo dinna amuntantelo mo fulanjangoti ni Solicitor General kola katu wole mkunton kote amuntante simbe wole kang.
So in 1989 the government decided to establish the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies.
Between 1989 sangokono man sakunda na tanyi sarto londi utumole pour kabunda londi kafdame African Center for Democracy and Human Rights wole mo findula bunda loringo menu marata democracy ni hadama ya nyantolu no masatola.
I started acting as Solicitor General when Mr. Raymond Sock, who was the substantive holder of the position, became involved in the setting up of the African Center.
Bitun tenata ke palasi tioti Raymond Sock me ya lonka telebo palaso to numbriwo dana tabula do koto menketa wo dinkira kuto londoti kafda me African Center for Human for Democracy and Human Rights biringa tela do kota ata woto wotumo lon tessaita tela palaso to menketa Solicitor General makamoti.
In August 1990 he was effectively appointed as the Executive Director of the African Center.
Between August karo kono 1990 ya tembon kake kunton koti wodoku bunda like afdame African Center for Democracy and Human Rights.
I was appointed acting Solicitor General.
Between ntetombo Solicitor General makamo ya karafama utumole.
I acted for almost 1 year
ngawo makamo wo karafari makamo ngamara fok sanji kiling
before I was confirmed in the position.
jalning iba londi la ko silam palaso ni ya dinnale.
And Mrs. Bensouda, sorry to interrupt you. What was the full title?
The Solicitor General and Legal Secretary.
Palaso nyin tomu walatinu Solicitor General and Legal Secretary.
Tell us briefly about your role.
As Solicitor General, you are we are responsible for the department, the Ministry of Justice, the legal advising government.
Nibe Solicitor General makamoto itele kake moti menka fana mansa kunda ya mari kolula menu keta lua sambanya alanya aninga tamandi nyati banko kan ite ke nyati limansa kunda la kake ya marlati wa karola.
In effect, you advise government on all civil matters.
Bitung amunta itele ka mansa kunda ya mari kolu bela menketa wa kolu tamandi nyati.
You are also permanent secretary of the ministry.
Andu itele fana kake permanent secretary atenyi minister bundala.
You also act when the Attorney General is not in office.
Aduni Attorney General fanantije apalaso nyinka karafa itele bulo kono otumo.
The prosecution is headed by a director of public prosecutions.
Men kitindiro nye menka nyaton kaya wala keta director ti mem marta kitolu la nyala.
And he reports directly to the Attorney General,
Ando
not the
telefona
Solicitor General.
ateka kibaro di menna wala keta director general manke ko ateka kumo futandi Solicitor General made ateka kumo futandi alfaale ma men keta director general ti.
And when the Attorney General is not around and you're acting in that capacity, does the Director of Criminal Litigation then report to you?
Nim misali kama director nyentije fodum ning akumo dia molu wulta silandu ikana futa itele mabang.
Yes.
Ha.
Kindly proceed.
So I became Solicitor General in 1991.
Nketa Solicitor General in 1991 sango kono.
I think it was in May.
Ngamira me karo kono lem.
And I remained Solicitor General until 20th March 1995.
Nduta opala sol to hanifo March karo tilimu ango 1995 sango kono.
When I was prematurely retired.
Bitung inatanda handi bar bitu dahandiro fanang ayatara le nadaha wato fongo mansi.
Then when it was realized that I hadn't reached retirement age, it was converted to a termination.
Bitung biritel fongo nataje ko ntela daha wato ngulo tilo mansi ama follow. Bitung inatake siloti me yalonka munta yenda handi.
After that, I set up office.
Biro botala lom ngam fansung office londi.
In sole practice.
Bitung menketa doko sambanyati nte fangola karola.
But after a while, I took on associates and we became Ami Bensouda and Co.
Biring wati ndimbotala lom nata doluta ka fum fangoma ka doko nyin samba utumolong nga dinkira nyin tola Ami Bensouda and Co. Walem Ami Bensouda na doko nyolo.
And in 2012, we became a limited partnership.
In 2012, sangokono natake denyo ma bunda kanyandinguti.
My partner is my son, Abdulaziz Bensouda.
Now denyo ma mfango dingola moti ka fombe Abdulaziz Bensouda.
I have lectured at the University of the Gambia, land law.
Nga karandiro ke Gambia la University oto menketa banku keno la lua Kenyati.
I'm currently a lecturer at the law school, Gambia Law School.
Adung hanimbe bi mento nka karandiro ke la Gambia la lua karambungoto.
I have been president of the bar.
Adun nata ke president of Gambia la lua kafonyento ka fomeye bar.
From 2006 to 2010.
Kabo 2006 kata 2010 sangokono.
I also chaired the African Center for Human Rights and Democratic Studies.
Nata ke sirantioti fanang doku bunda la kafudame African Studies wala mo findula karambunda memata democracy ani hadama ya nyanta kunyala.
From 2006 to 2012.
Kabo 2006 kata hani for 2012.
I'm also a member of the expert group on land, tough luck, and the African region for the World Bank.
Na tatara makamo to menketal dinkiralu lanyate anin kenolu me yalon ko atarta mo findula karola bari World Bank la bundalem jeti.
Briefly, this is my work career. I hold various directorships, but I don't think it's relevant here.
Ñene mun na do ko la ñate nga director makamo lu façon jamal le mara bari bitu malala akuma yata pour kawlu be itandi jang.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bensouda. I'm sure if we were to go through all of your positions, we would be here till tomorrow. But thank you so much for providing that brief overview. You seem to have been placed in very strategic positions in the former government, as well as this previous government, the Jawara government and the Jame government.
Amulun talam fele ko eketa ye makama kuma balle makamol me alongo makama fere landili makamol lem nunto mansa kunda me Jawara mansa kunda ani yaya Jame mansa kunda.
Your involvement in the detention review tribunal after the 1981 coup.
Ila dabulo ye kafo melondi puru ni muta molla ko me alongo 1981 coup d'etat ni menu dabulata kono kela kol jube.
And later as acting Attorney General when the military dictatorship took over.
During Sojarol ye bankota inarneke karafar Attorney General di meme alango olbe marle lual ni kidin kunyala.
Can you just give us a picture or a description of what the Jawara government was like just immediately before the military takeover?
Poisa fono nyama kumala sutia kanyi Jawara la mansa kundanu abenu nyadi la maralo benu nyadi la janning wati sutungo la janning Sojarol be bankota la.
Thank you, Council.
Inumbara Council.
It's a much maligned government.
Amunta mansa kundala me alonko ye kolu ye kanyan black kolu lale.
The reality is, in 1994,
July,
when this coup happened,
member Kerin Willem 1994 nyin kudeta la kewato.
The country was in very good shape.
Bankobe nu lanya nyima bala nu wotumo.
The economy had almost collapsed in 1984.
Katu 1984 son kono bankola fanko tatale hanfo aboita.
But with the assistance from IMF and World Bank,
IMF and World Bank
and other well-meaning international partners, the country put in place a structural adjustment program.
Bankonata bunda lundi me ya lonko wala keta kolu tembendi bunda luti do ku bunda la karola anim fanko do ko la karola.
And it did work for the Gambia.
And wonata ke kukendeti me Gambia nafa.
The program was successful.
A programu nyenata ke kuti me yirwata.
Although it was hard.
Akoleata nunde.
Because almost 2,000 civil servants were retrenched.
Katu atata la hanfo mansakunda do kula lumembita fo mo wuli fula nyong yeda handi do kola.
And the dalasi was floated.
And winata dalaso sembo tala amunta ya feyandi.
And it lost its value from $5 to the pound to almost $300 to the pound.
Andu ngabe makamo mento nun dalasi lulo woning Angleterre la pound le kanyantanu. Bari ya sembo jindi nyaming a sembo jital hanfo dalasi keme saba wala nim pound on nyin nata kanyang.
The structural adjustment was successful and we moved on to an economic recovery program.
Bitu ye bunda lu la nya kuto menketeng ofana nata yirwa bitu tembolem nata tenteng hanfo kana lung kukuta kono menketa fanko sain kan yirwandi bundati ka fomeye economic recovery program.
That also was very successful.
Ofana nata ke kuti me yirwa ta bankoye.
The dalasi was stabilized.
Bitu dalaso nata lodu la bambandi musoto utumole.
And went back to almost $5 to the pound.
And otuma muruta hanfo dalasi lulo nim pauno bina kanyana.
That although I think it finally stabilized at around $10 or $11 to the pound.
Tuangatano lodula labang menta olem dalasi tang wala dalasi standing killing wala nim pound killing kanyanta nungo tumo.
When we successfully completed the economic recovery program, the Program for Sustained Development, PSD, was launched.
In ata program kuta londi kafame PSD, Program for Sustained Development, walem programo me ya londi purus yirwa sarto lukama bring fanko yirwa ndi doko bante kafame economic recovery program biro bantalom wo program kuto nata damuta.
A great deal of reform really took place.
falindiri jamal le ketanungo tembo.
The country adopted a privatization program to rationalize the public enterprises, many of which were failing.
Bankona tana
had been failing, yes.
Bankona tana lodula mutakasarto tamandi me ya lonko. Do ku bunda lu men ya lonko lebe fay manebe lebe bansakunda la karola pour que lodula kela nyin kamala ko wodo ku bunda jama bije utumo sembo be boy kande.
The World Bank was very happy with us.
Bitu onata ke kuti World Bank inata sewo baso to Gambia la karola.
They were about to, we were about to launch the program for accelerated growth.
Hanimbi tata hanfo ibina programu damutala membe yirwa sembentu ya la ka tariandi banko kan.
Gambia was well respected.
Gambia e bunya baso to nungotu mo bantala banko kan.
Because you could call us really the capital of human rights in Africa.
Kato tumo ka fujane hadamaya nyanto korda ba mo findu tundo mume obekan.
Our president made it clear he would not compromise on human rights.
Kato president wa nyi seneyandi le ko ate sulufu bulala dalila wo dalila kampurka hadamaya nyantatinya londi nyimbanko
Which
ka.
president was that?
President Jawara.
President Jawarati.
We were home to the African Commission.
Andu janne nata ke mo findula o alpha kafo bundati kafo me African Commission.
And on the economic side, the privatization was quite successful.
Adum fankola karola kado ku bundalu falin ke bo mansala karola ke londi faye kafo me privatization o fananata ke kuirwari mbati banko kan.
Gamtel was reputed to be one of the most successful telecommunications companies in Africa, only second to South Africa.
Katu Gamtel nata ke bundati meya lonko mo findumu me obe na manke South Africa ti Gamtel le sembo warta la yirwa sembo warta mo findu banko lubela chokinyola bundalti na manke South Africa ti.
GPMB had been privatized and alimented. The largest groundnut company in the world was one of the shareholders.
GPMB fanang
partnership with government.
Ina tawlu fanalu ke ifayelo bundati bitu dunia bela doku kafuba me ka fay alimenta wala ni GPMB nata deng ye doku tamandi nyola men nata ke yirwa bati banko kan.
The government had introduced performance contracts for all parastatals.
Bitu doku bundalu men bebe tamakan ifaye man sakunda nata fero men londi wala mnyintiko. Ila do ko yiriko aning do ko nyim fongola yirwa ibekari wole kotobola me ya lonko ila do ko Kenya e be wole fana no masata la kajibe ka kotobo.
Parastatal managements were given performance targets.
Bitungo do ko bundal membe loring ifaye ye yiriko le londiye ila do ko la barako nyanta futala tembe dalu menuto.
And if they met that target, then they were rewarded.
Ni futata wo maka moto drong etenyanta futala daming bitung ike sara wo tumole ka munta ka bunda nyima yelete do ko bunda nyiye.
There were two major institutions that were problematic. One was the Commercial and Development Bank.
Bunda fula sotonta nak kolea sotonta menu la karola kilindo wolem the Gambia Commercial and Development Bank.
And it was agreed with World Bank that it must be privatized.
Bitung nyin kambe unata soto Gambia ni World Bank tema ko bunda nyi ya londi yake afaye bundati.
So it had given a lot of bad loans.
Andu inata dontorolu menu ke dontorolu jamale ke men ya lon koy manna jo.
Many of which were government guaranteed.
Adu ngol dum fanan jama ke ta muneti man sakunda fangol yolu sankaya.
So these were hived off. The bad loans were hived off.
Bitung wo julu jawolu men ya lon koy manjo no ina tawlu nyorindi karala.
That was how AMRC, the Assets Management and Recovery Company, was set up, and the bad loans were transferred to AMRC.
Otumole nata AMRC londi, Assets Management and Recovery Corporation, wala keta man sakunda la julu kanim bundati, wo julolu be menu la imajo no yela ko sawundi wo bundale la polisi la julolu jo wo bundato.
The company that remained was converted into a public limited liability company.
Tun bunda men tutaje nu ina taw ke jama do ko bundati me ya lonko ko lebe den dingi la me ya lonko ba no ma sata le kaju be face bono nyoto.
And it became the Meridian BAO.
Ina ta wa fo bundale Meridian BAO.
Partially owned by Social Security and Meridian. I think Meridian International, Social Security and Housing Finance Corporation.
Bitung bunda fulale nata je mara Social Security and Housing Corporation aning Meridian la bunda ba me ya lonko mo bantala banku kafuleti ni bunda fulole nata dingala.
It became the trust bank as
Bitung
we know it now.
wole nata yelema atamata hanfo silangela kolu yiruata sai ni labangola ikafujele trust bank.
Mrs. Bensouda, the economy basically was in good shape at this point.
The economy was in
na
good shape.
fanko o jamano la nung abe tarambulu nyimale konon
Ha na fanko be temberi no abe betari no wotumo.
The administration of government was also going very smoothly. The civil service was in good shape.
It wasn't perfect.
masakunda dogu ulal fana
I
ni
don't want to
masakunda
give the impression that it was.
wato fana ibebe laren kulano.
But you were able to overcome some of the challenges that you had and work towards the future.
Ntafo no la kwa tatale hanufo ala bete ala natamita barbitung katakendo lu ketale hanufo yiriwa sotonta.
There were good development programs in place and the country was progressing
Yiriwa
well.
fele randi ni jamal le sotana mi alon ko ibe laren.
I'd just like to add, at the time we had what we call the Singapore Dream.
Mbela flanyin la fala je wotumo e kafome Singapore Dream ko tumo e kafoko Gambia be kelele ko banko me ka fa Singapore ka to keta bankuleti menu la yirwa e dunia be nyafa.
President Jawara believed we could become like Singapore.
President Jawara
Within 10 years.
President Jawara na talanyin na ko sanji tangu cheo kono ninkolu tata nyama Gambia sina kele ko Singapore banko be no nyaming.
I'd also further like to add that the government had taken the radical decision to convert Gambia into an offshore center.
Andu man sakunda yenyi sarta kolengo tale nung purka Gambia ke bundati kafdame offshore center wolem nyinti safaro lu bunga ba bebe tarla janne nim bantala banko lu tem.
And what did that mean?
Koto munete.
It means Gambia would become a tax haven.
Wolem nyinti Gambia bina kala bundale timme ya lonko namujo atekela kuti me ya lonko isa aduno la bundalu kamen keta safar bundalu ti.
Like Mauritius.
Mauritius banko benu nyame.
Like Barbados.
Nim Barbados.
I was going to say like some of the exotic islands around the world.
Indeed. And we were small. We didn't have natural. We were perfect for it. This is because we did not have any natural. We don't have any natural resources to speak of.
Gambia mang fensoto me ya lonko safo banko jidi fengol lemwoluti Gambia si balu menna wala na nyil londi ko na mo de silang mbe kala kuleti mbe men sarto londi la pray bambang.
We could become an international service center.
Bari nseke banku ni banku te masafar do ku bundati.
And so we could house banks of convenience, offshore banks.
Woton si banku bungulu londino le jang men ya lonko wolu kala o sarta banku bungol leti.
Offshore shipping, flags of convenience.
Anim fanang ni marchandise kulumbalu ni manduar kulungulu menu ka marchandise lu yoronna wulu fanalla e korda basi tarano jang.
And also have an offshore companies register.
Andum fanang compino lu fanali si sotonno le menu betalla o nyakilingu nyama banko kanjang.
And this would obviously build the economy further.
Yes, and if you look at the laws of the Gambia, all these acts were actually enacted with support from US aid.
Adun ñine ya jube ay ñim bundalu menu be fotengolu be luwalu sotontale men ya lonko ye londile nun adun wo fanan wotumo bunda meyo sembentu ya kama koyro di e ka fole US aid wo mu bundalti menkata America la ma koyro bundati nun.
And unlike now, both the World Bank and IMF were supportive of the idea.
Andun kani sa im fatata World Bank anin wo bunda kotengolu be ya ko fa sale nun.
You've painted a very glorious picture of the Gambia then.
As I said, it wasn't all rosy. Poverty was quite high.
Abe manke kudima bati de katu fenta ya finansi mbobe waralina wotumo.
Agriculture was one of the major, challenges.
Seno bunda wala bunda tinu meya lonko ila kulu koleani jiko bebe wala bunda lanu.
But we had a handle on things and a strategy for addressing.
Bari nga katale hanfo nga kulu mara nyama meya lonko nga lodula kela meya lonko aninsar tol tata nyola.
And comparatively, looking at the history of Gambia, we were in a good place, I would assume.
Aduniaji be Gambia la sarto nin tariko la karola mbe lorin lo nya nyimma la nuotumo.
We were in a good place.
Mbe nun dinkira kende bale tunu.
Let me also add the health sector.
Batungani la faje jata kende abunda.
A great deal of work had been done on the health sector.
Do ku kende balle fanalu ketanung jata kende abunda kidimando la karola.
Child and maternity health.
Dindingulu ning dimbalu la jata kende abunda ye fansumbunda sotonung.
Particularly in the rural areas.
Sako santo to ya sembentu ya otobake.
We are very successful.
Andu fanana take kuti me yiruata bake.
We had one of the best child and mortality health systems then.
Otumo mo findula nyin tundo kan Gambia jang na dimbalu nin dindingulu la jata kende abunda sartolu nyontangule muati nung mo findula nyin tiliji banko la jang.
And considering our meager resources as a very small country,
and how we were
able to manage that. How did you feel being a Gambian? I mean, you've traveled to various countries for conferences, meetings. How did you feel being part of this small nation?
Gambia had very good standing in the international world.
Gambia ilo nyanyi mabale soto nungu tumo bankuni bankute mabundalula.
And one was proud to be a Gambian.
Andu momo ndinkang na nyanyi na leka fonte mu Gambia dingulti.
And this was the scene in which the military dictatorship took over, or the military government.
Munda sojaroli bankota o alhalo le nyamanu bankota la waro men.
Indeed.
And where were you on the 22nd day of July 1994?
1994 July karo tilimu ngani mfula ite benu mindole.
Around the 20th of July, we went on a mission to the World Bank.
July karo tilimu ntata tamo la kata World Bank la bundala.
The mission was led by the Secretary General, Mr. Sare Jangha.
Meye kafo anin telu nyatonka ya kata otamasilo la wole Secretary General ti membe o palaso tunu ikafai Sare Jangha.
Earlier, around February 1994,
Tumo June nung February karoma fangola 1994 sangokono.
the Africa region of the World Bank.
Mofindula tundo World Bank la bunda membe mofindula tundo la.
Sorry, their department, the Africa department.
Mofindula bunda
responsible for West Africa.
Wala bunda membe lori mofindu tiliji bankoli.
Had actually arranged the retreat in Gambia.
Wala ya parendi num purkana karala benke Gambia jang.
It was a retreat for all ministers of state.
Bandu benne me alonko bankola minister lu be nyanta mabela je.
Led by the Minister of Finance, Bakari Bunja Dabo.
Me yo nyaton kayano wala keta minister tinu memmarta bankona flola Bakari Bunja Dabo.
Which was attended by all ministers and permanent secretaries.
Me
at the
alon
Kairaba Beach Hotel.
Wobe ngo keta Kairaba Beach Hotel minister lu nim permanent secretary lu be mabeta je.
To design the strategy for accelerated growth.
Puruka sarto parendi me yalon ko wala be yirwa sembentu yala ka tariyandi.
And on the 20th of July, we went to World Bank to negotiate.
Between July karo tilimuango o dalilo le ya sabun tata World Bank purkata o kuokacha anyanta lala nyaming.
And where was the World Bank located?
In
World
Washington,
Bank
D.C.
Otumo World Bank la bundabe Washington DC, America Banko kang.
From there, we were supposed to go to Mauritius on a study tour to see how they established and managed their offshore center.
Nimbotanu woto nyanta la Mauritius le kata jube wolu ila offshore walem ila sartolu ni la safaro sambanya nteli nyanta tala wole Kenya jube la jenu purunsi londi sotoje.
So on the 22nd of July, around mid-morning in Washington,
July karo tilimuani mfulo somanda tema mafangola utumombe Washington.
Mr. Sare Jangha was called away, and it was just said that it was an emergency.
Between Mr. Sare Jangha kumandi utumole kabundi molukono katu iko yenyine muko tere makole sotonta.
He did not come back to the meeting.
Ama murunna mbengoto.
After about an hour, the meeting was suspended.
Biringa tata han fo montoro wati killing inata bengo nyin deng ya londi follow.
We were informed that there was an attempted coup in Gambia.
Bitu ye nyin kibaro fonye utumole ko ferole keta de purka kudeta ke Gambia banko kan.
We dispersed.
Njanjanta.
And of course, each of us tried to reach home and could not because, communication was different in those days.
Katun telekiliwa kili ya katapurka ila sukunonkolu kumandi bari ma akbendino. Katu utumo chokinyolo Benjamin amansono ya bake utumo.
And even before you actually left from the US to the Gambia, I believe there was an announcement that was made.
US banko kana Gambia kankularo soro ndala menkfora menkeda.
In regard to who was to take charge of various ministries in the Gambia.
Me yalonko abe sujula momo yalonko wolbe marla ministry bundala me yalonko wolbe Gambia banko.
By evening, a family member called and read to me, sort of relayed what was being announced over the radio. Lieutenant Jame had come on the air to declare that there was a coup and the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council had taken over power.
Lieutenant Jame na takadiamu radio to ko utumo bitum sojar kafomeng iba fala bunda me Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council wole bankota.
And they gave their reasons over the air.
La dali lolu fo radio to.
That I think the constitution was suspended.
Utumole ye bankola constitutional deng wala sarta bukubati luwa buko menka banko samba.
Ministers should report to the nearest police station.
Minister luyete fansai police bundalu to menu katatela.
And minister and permanent secretary should take over their ministries.
Ekobitum permanent secretary Lucila minister bundalu mara.
So I remained in the US. I couldn't get a flight until the following Thursday.
Ntuta America jele katu mankulunti la soto membernat la hanfo arami salungu.
And therefore, Mrs. Bensouda, as the Solicitor General, which was equivalent to a permanent secretary at the Ministry of Justice, you were de facto Attorney General at that point.
Solicitor General Attorney General. Solicitor General, wato men na ibenu nje wo fana ni ajube aning Attorney General la makamole.
Aning permanent
secretary la makamole be kanyani.
Yes. The legal secretary part is the equivalent to permanent secretary. Yes, so it meant de facto I was supposed to be in charge of my ministry.
Legal secretary la makamo wotembo wala mnyinti telebe permanent secretary palasoto so woto ni ajube wotembo woto ntele permanent secretary tunu memmarta menyanta mara la jela.
What happened when you returned back to the Gambia?
Silang munana na ke brise da nansu.
I returned on the following day, Friday the 29th, I believe. I reported to work.
Birimruta nang mfutata jang aramiso bita somo keta jumote bitum fanan tatan dankudo kudula.
I had asked my staff, and to the best of their knowledge, everybody, all the ministers, including my minister, Mr. Hassan Bijalo, at the time, was also in detention.
Minister Lube katabula ntefanga doku bunda la minister utumo wolubebe mutokono.
And you're talking about Hassan Bijalo, the Honorable Chief Justice of the Gambia
current
right
Chief
now.
Justice, yes.
Wala Chief Justice Sinyimbanko Kambi.
So we all report as permanent secretary or Solicitor General, Legal Secretary, at least as permanent secretary, we report to the Secretary General.
Legal Secretary ko Solicitor General bitu wairi wala ni permanent secretary makamo be kering mbeta tandanku kunga tandanku Secretary General la.
So I called the Secretary General. He was Mr. Larry Sise. He had already been appointed Secretary General. I think he was from UNDP.
Utumo nga men kumandi yemen tombo ka ke Secretary General ti utumo ka fole Larry Sise nga mira bata UNDP le bitu nga kumandi.
Secretary General of the Office of the President.
Secretary General, Office of the President.
Or was it chairman at that point?
Well,
Secretary General tino.
At that time, he was the self-declared chairman of the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council.
Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council.
I was also going to ask about the fact you said they had suspended the constitution. Can you tell us at that point by what means they used to suspend the constitution?
It was just done by announcement, by his statement over the air. The measures that they were putting in place, I think part of them was the suspension of the constitution.
Ibe sartolu menu kankula kanu radio to otumo. Nyimfanan data tawolle kono ko bankola marali loi bukuba me ka fa constitutional o fanan ka den ka bondi kol kono fanan tata kankula role kono.
So that was one of the first executive directives, I assume, to suspend her.
Munda wala tamandri bulusi sila follow de me alon ka bota nyaton ko la karola mem executive kake.
I wouldn't call it an executive directive, it was a proclamation.
Nta fala ko kuntronka kuma kangolem executive directive bara munta kankular kallori ngolo itelie memfo.
Very well, Mrs. Bensouda. Carry on.
Tenteng, Mrs. Bensouda.
I called Mr. Larry Sise and reported that I was back.
Nga Larry Sise kumandi nga fayen ko sai murutana ne den setana ne mbijang.
And about an hour later,
Bitu montoro wata killing a kola.
He called and said I had been summoned to meet the chairman.
Ayin kumandi ayin fanyanko yen kumandi lede prunin chairman yeta nyoji.
So I went over to State House.
Tumolen Tata State House.
I was escorted to the residence.
Between yen dandan ne kansamba hanfo bungunyinto.
And I found Yaya AJJ Jame in an office, smallish office.
Utumolen Tata Yaya
Of the living room of, I think, State House.
Ya utumolen Tata yen samba office ndin kanya ngokono. Bari nga mera utumo office leti meya alon ka tetalta wolto nga Yaya AJJ Jamme tara woleto.
And at this point, how had they formed a government? You know, because he was supposed to be a chairman of what?
Sina wato ka fo wato la yela masakunda ni yela kul ni ya landi nyadi le katu ya kankula ko atela bim kiyama wala msiranti yote.
What I understood, because I wasn't here, but what I understood from the proclamation that was made.
Ntija nunde bari yo kankular kangulu menufono ngame mfahamu okono.
That they had formed the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council.
Ko ya kafulondile e kafo bunda me Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council wala msojaro la banku marabunda.
And he was the chairman.
And atelemo kafo sirantioti chairman.
Lieutenant Sanasabali was the vice chairman.
Lieutenant Sanasabali wale simbate kan wale chairman nolankoti.
The other members, as I understand it, that were announced was Lieutenant Sadibu Haidara.
Dolu fanalu menu tolu fejo do bije kafo me Lieutenant Sadibu Haidara.
Lieutenant Edward Singate.
Lieutenant Edward Singate.
And that they had taken over the country.
Ko ye banko tale.
And they were in charge.
Amunte telebe mararim banko la utumo.
Basically, that's what I understood was contained in the proclamation, although I have never quite listened to it.
And that
the constitution was suspended.
And bankola constitutional sarta loi buko mem nyanta banko sambala yewo denne wotumo amunta yo tonne.
Okay, thank you very much. Please proceed.
He was alone when I met him.
Adamale bije birim futatama.
And he looked quite ordinary, really.
Otembo ni ajube mo kanya mndrom amunta la kuolo aya fang kanya ne wotumo.
I had never met him before. And he didn't know me, of course. So he asked questions about the Ministry of Justice
Minister Bundala menu marta tilimu ni nkito lula.
And my role as Solicitor General.
Anintelodula kakeselo sito general ti aninadoko.
He took it upon himself to mention the reasons why they could. They carried out a coup.
Ateyinta ka ke fanna kuma kangoti ka sartolu fanye dalilu lume yake ndiye kudeta ke.
The government was corrupt.
Kafo man sakunda membi jangolu munna kari domola leti.
Ministers were corrupt.
Minister lube munna kari la leti.
Condemned the privatization program.
Andu yodo kubunda lumenu take londi faye kabo man sakunda kota yodoya.
Basically, he talked about the country in a way that I didn't recognize.
Ay bankola kuolu kacha nyamen wotembo ntedal na jero mawota.
They obviously had an agenda.
Amunta iteludal ye fansung dalilo le soto.
He said they had come to restore accountability, probity, and transparency.
Akoytel natale pour ka konto sahandi ka kuolu lankenema anin ka tilimu tamandi e doku bundal.
And they were also called soldiers with a difference.
And that they, yes. He was very proud that there was no bloodshed, that they had taken over the country without bloodshed.
Ay nyinke nganya rawti koytel yakudeta kele bankota hani yelo mambong.
He even asked me about my impressions.
Ay ndafang nyininka na jero munetin wo kuoluto.
I was quite cautious.
I
said to him I was relieved that there was no bloodshed because the Kukoi Samba Sanyang attempted coup was quite traumatic.
Nganyim fayen ko nyinketa nyaboti ko kudi yele mambong katu kudko Samba Sanyang wala kudeta bayro aketa kijate oleti moli e banko kang.
And when he was condemning the ministers, I had said to him, I did not believe my minister, Hassan Bijalo, was corrupt.
Biringa be minister lu doya kang kumo kono de nganyim fayna de ko ha ntede malla nyina ko ndela minister Hassan Bijalo wobe molu kono men yalon ko ketamo mo jenkerengol di wala ketan nakar lalti.
Because I would have known about it.
Katu na amuo mo fasongol tinu ntebe bola kalamale.
He agreed that Hassan Bijalo may not be corrupt because they had nothing against him.
Ay afananson tanyina ko aseke Hassan manke moti me yalon ko asina karo wala tapale tamandi katu imam kuja usoto akamma.
They apart from having an agenda, they seem to have a blueprint.
Hana manke nyindi ko ni fansum fero lenata bari bitu nyim fanan keta kutinga men korosiko itel kuolu ba sambala nyame yo parendi le foka pare.
He asked me about decrees.
Ay nyininka wo sartolu le ka fo me decrees.
Because he knew that in coups in Nigeria and Ghana, the decrees were what the military used to rule the countries.
Kato ay nyilon ko Nigeria, Ghana, nimbantala banko kotangolu ni sojarolu ye bankota ikatama ning ifansun sartolu menu la wolem decree olti.
I responded that these were in the nature of laws and we had a department and he wanted to know how decrees could be made.
Ay nyininka ko nyimukulete ngafa ko wolude wolfanalu e ka wolleta ke londe pour be tamala wolle la kolluwalu be nyamin andu ya bunda sotonde abito ay nyininka woldum fanan mo siwolu tamandino nyamin.
I told him that there was a department in the ministry that drafted law.
Ngafa ko do ko bunda be keri minister bunda ko to menu kalwalu safe.
So by the time our meeting came to a close, he wanted the ministry to draft a decree that reflected the situation.
Bitumbe mbandi la kachala tumo mena yenyi tandina kwa laftale oduku bunda manika safiroke yelua dada yelua safi me ya lonko lebe kulu lanya itandi la banko kan.
And I assume, sorry Mrs. Bensouda, I assume that would include legitimizing in a way or bringing into force some of the oral proclamations that they had made earlier.
And nunjikira nyinna wala nyinti abetarra nyingo wala nyinti ko kankularo dol mi alon ko yeken ko manto dol betarra a konore.
In terms of suspending the constitution and also establishing the AFPRC council.
Wala nyinti abetarra nyingo wala luwa buku ba nyinka wota ka tonka jenkendi karala anin ka AFPRC tefananta ka sabatindi.
Nothing can legitimize a coup d'etat.
Kuta kering mensi coup d'etat keno ku kendo tika beteyandi.
A coup d'etat is an overthrow of legitimacy.
Coup d'etat mu fenneti me yalonka ka ku kendo le boyindi.
What a decree would do is to really put in place some sort of framework for the de facto situation that existed.
Amunta decree mu fenneti me yalonko. Ikalondi nyina kanko itelu be mekuwa membe kering wo tembo ye fero soto be membe kelela tarambuloti.
So I said yes, we could send him a draft.
Ngaya ha bitun sikolu safeno le ngao safero kiyena.
Mrs. Bensouda, I don't believe you answered my question.
Mrs. Bensouda mambra nanyini karo nyinde ya jabi.
Or perhaps you may have answered it in part. You had mentioned that there were some proclamations that were made orally. which included the formation of the APRC
abe kono wala
or
minti
AFPRC
wala nyindi
council,
ko ka
then,
AFPRC council nyin ka londi
as well as suspension of the constitution.
anna luwa buku ba nyin ka fananta ka jenkendi karal wala nyi ka tonf.
And I do understand, I'm sure you'll get to it later in your testimony, that there were subsequently decrees that were passed that brought that into force. It was actually laid down in the decree, which was the law at the time. And that's what I'm asking you to confirm.
Yes, the decree which reflected the situation was a decree which
decree me kolu lanya itandi decree lo me alonko
a decree which establish
me alonko le be kolondila
the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council as announced.
Wole be sojaro la maral bunda ni londi la ka fota nyame ka fo bunda me Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council.
What decree was that?
Suspend the executive.
Wala mu decree jumadi.
We subsequently drafted a decree which we sent and which became decree number 1.
Do tumolem fanal nata o decree safe nga menki wole nata ke decree follow nyinti decree number 1.
But before I went back,
janimbe murula
seizing on what he had said about my minister not being known to be corrupt.
ngam nyimuta kay mem fon fangola ministre la koto ko mo mawo nin kruyalong.
I asked him whether he would release my minister.
Ngani nin ka fa benna ministre bulalale.
First I asked him whether he could release the ministers.
Folo ngani nin ka nyina la fasi ministre lu bulano bang.
And he said no, he couldn't release them for security reasons.
Ako hane atewlu bulano la kanto nin tanko dalilo kan.
And that some of them were running away when they were arrested.
Ako dolu bije fango be borisilo le kanu wato me yemuta.
I asked him whether he could make an exception for my minister and release him.
Nanyim faye ngotumole ko fasi sulufu bulano ntela minister ye kawobula.
He agreed.
Asonta.
Well, I said if he could release him, he could be put under house arrest because they were in charge of the country, and he could make sure that he didn't run away, as he put it.
Ngayem fayen ko ni abula isa sindi no ala bungo kono le e ka fo me house arrest satara te bola la bungo kono ko ye mem fo ko silanta ko ni wolu bula be borla le banko bula.
He agreed and gave instructions, and I was given an escort.
Asonta ay kuma kango nyindi bito tembolo ina tante fana molu na tasota menu kumandi endandang.
As I was leaving, I think he was Captain Lamin Kababajo was announced.
Birimbe bo kanjelo mutumole ye mola ko kankula menna taje ka fo me Captain Lamin Kababajo.
And I met him briefly.
Na nyoje wati sutundrong.
I later learned that he had come back from Dakar and had left the President Jawara in Dakar.
Bito ko la nata nyim famu ko abotanan Dakar le wutumo andu wutumo ay President Jawara to Dakar.
I went back to the office and called the meeting of all council.
Ntata na office oto bito ngabe ngo kumandi bundalu council bundal ngebe kumandi bengola.
I kind of debriefed. I told them about my meeting with the chairman.
Bitonga kulu boy nyoto tumole nin chairman la bengo Kenya ngabe say foye kulu menu tamata jenga mensata.
I tried to reassure them.
Na kata purka nyimbambandike hakilo lutenkundi.
That these people were effectively in charge.
Ka foye nyimmolu de silangete lebe mararin kuwalla de.
At the time there was no resistance.
From
the public. Unlike the attempted coup of Kukwe Samba Sanyang. Kukwe Samba Sanyang partly did not succeed because there was resistance.
Kukwe Samba Sanyang ni aje amanganye kasembota ni meyo sabu walem molle sotontamenu keta balanalti akonyin kono.
The resistance was led by Alaji Abdullah Mbub, the Inspector General of Police.
Andu balana lumeye nyatonka ya olem Alhaji Abdullah Mbub ti me yalonka telom police wala kunton koti nung Inspector General.
He armed the police in Banjul.
Ay jorangulu di police wala Banjul.
And with the help of some war veterans.
andum fana makoyro nata soto molu bulu men ya lon ko ene keta kele la koto lutinu.
The most famous of whom was Alaji Usman Jallo of Bakau. I think Usman is his name.
Nga mera wotumo mo sotonte kono men to botanum bake ka fay Alhaji Usman Jallo men benum Bakau.
They held Banjul until the Senegalese arrived.
Wolle Banjul muta hani fo Senegalais wolu futata dun tanyim banko kan.
In 1994, July,
1994 sama kono July karo kono.
the senior officers in the army,
Menu mu nyaton kolti sojar bundala.
as far as we could see at the time,
Ndelila jero to nungo tumo.
did not seem to have played any part or were nowhere to be found.
Amba amuntal dali telman ko kundin tamandije adum mo meje mo malon nu benun damen fam.
Inspector General had left the country.
Inspector General ko ay banko bulale.
This we heard with Sir Dawda, the president.
Nganyana moy ko ani Sadawda tata nyolale president.
On that day, on Friday,
Bitu olungo la ojumalungo.
I realized that we were on our own.
Na korosi wotumo le ngalon ko woto mbem fanne bulu silang.
There was no government as we know it to speak of.
Man sakunda te lori wotumo nse afono nse menna kumo fono.
I saw my duty
Nganna do ko je ko.
to safeguard what was the public interest.
Makata jama mulu le solo ning hammo momenti pro kawo bambandi.
A great number of people had already been arrested and detained.
Kato tumo ye mo jama muta men ya lonko ye be samba katay sindi dula kiling.
And I thought the best thing I could do
Manyem mira kon simen keno.
as Solicitor General and Legal Secretary
Mteme mo Solicitor General and Legal Secretary.
was to help restore stability and sanity.
Bole nyanta makoyro kala pour tenkungo aning hakiliru wa sabati.
So after the staff meeting, I met with my senior team.
Bringa o doku lalla o bengoke ninna doku la nyaton kolu fanal nata bengoke.
Mrs. Bensouda, before you move on further, I just want to ask you a few questions before we end for the break.
Jandi be tenten na nyaro do mande mbela flake nyininka danta na jandi bida fonyon dingola nyisomandala.
You described a situation where no resistance was offered by members of the public or members of the armed forces. Did that legitimize the coup, in your view?
Ya fo jango ko nyin kureta nyin memu ya jamelo kureta nyin ya foko ko nyin balambaya mansoro memu bota jamala kalora fo wo dalilo la sabu ko woto kureta nyin musa ta ko kureta nyin musa anyinyandi no laban.
As I said, nothing can legitimize the overthrow of a democratically elected government.
Kunga men fonu kuta kering me ya lonko wala sinyi nyinyandi ka betandi men keta kudeta te ka mansakunda kudeta me ya lonko wala mansakunda lori muti moli ya melondi.
Thank you for reiterating that. So you were aware that the democratic dispensation, as you knew it, was gone at that point?
Inumbara baka ora munda yin kala mutala ko democratic membe lori nunjang mkule me alongo atata mfota wala o watola.
I realized that the democracy had been overthrown.
Ngakorosi ko demokrasi le boy ndi wanya.
There was not going to be any rescue from Senegal this time.
Runyi silo nte mako irisoto na Senegal la karola.
We in the Gambia were on our own.
Ntel membe Gambia janga munta mbe mfambul.
There were statements from the international community condemning the coup. But nobody was going to come and rescue us.
And you had to manage that situation and navigate around that, as well as working with your new boss, Yaya Jammeh.
I did not consider Yaya Jammeh as my boss. Yaya Jammeh found me in government. I was the Solicitor General and Legal Secretary of my country. I serve no man, I serve my country. So he was not my boss. When you take the oath of office, and And I did take the oath of office as Solicitor General,
Andu ngao kali okele Solicitor General makamo dila natumo.
administered by President Jawara.
Ya lonko President Jawara fangale yo kali ndiroke.
The oath is to serve my country according to the Constitution.
Andu kalio nye momenti wolem ya kata purunga doko kenna bankoye.
And I hope I have never deviated from that.
Andu ngamira nenema wasilo bula.
So as Solicitor General, just to say this, that as Solicitor General, Acting Attorney General,
Ka bitun ka foko Solicitor General me ya long Attorney General ya fanambe bulo kono karafaring.
the only consideration I had,
Ukilingo men hakilo belori men kanu wotumo.
what I could do that was in the best interest of my country at that time.
Nse men keno men sike ku kendo di na bankoye wotumo.
And Mrs. Bensouda, just before you continue, I just wanted to know under what circumstances you reported to the chairman, Yaya Jammeh, after you had returned from your trip.
mbela fla ka long ile ite kete dan ku kiaman jamela itata idan ku amon al hala jumala ko to biri bor nan tambala mane mem bota ila men kete law tamodi bor nan menna
Because as acting Attorney General at that time,
ka dum tumala menna Attorney General be karfarima
you were a government minister working with the executive.
ebe munu masakunda la minister te ndu ni executive le wala nyaton ko lino lebe do ko la.
My understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, that you reported directly to the president.
Ndela fahamro mende wala mnyindi ko ninga tra mfilita ntilinde bang wala mnyindi ko iteke danku menna wala mnyindi president wike danku wala ma.
Who was the chairman at the time?
Ando watu atela mkiamanti.
The chairman was not president.
Chairman manke president otiko.
The chairman was the person who usurped the authority of president.
Chairman mumoleti meye president la sembo diaku yata.
But he was de facto in charge.
Bitu mutembo atele maralinkulu.
And that's what authoritarian military governments do. They take over and by the dint of their arms, they take charge of a country. So he was in charge.
Amunta etelka kulu Kenya me utumo kawole ke ku sembo dia kuyata president obulu bitu atafana yo fere kilo le tamandi bitu ngole na ata itandiko atelebe mararin kuola ko beto le bulu tembo.
Before he took charge, there was a president sitting in his seat, so to speak.
Atebe sembo tala ka kul maranda famala watu mole be sirinje memu president otikodi.
And when he took charge, he replaced President Jawara.
Bitumbirate etaro ka ate nata fanke president Jawara la palaso.
And as acting Attorney General, my question was whether you did not report to him.
Kamenyini kawala mnyindi niketa Attorney General me be karfari menna fo ibuke danku atela mabata kiaman.
But if by reporting I take instructions from him, yes, I did take instructions from him.
Ning ayatara puru nyanta kolu banke la nyame puru ka kango tabulu ha omuto nyalde ngakuma kango lu tabulu le.
Were you also answerable to him?
Nduke danku atela fanam.
Yes, I was answerable to him. He made me answerable to him.
Omuto nyaleti amunta kuma kango lu fongame nuta mfananta mata wollela.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Bensouda. When we come back from the break, we will go into the different decrees that were passed during your tenure as acting Attorney General.
Barabaka nim bida fanyo ni murunda na bina ni decree ol dol jubel me aranko ye dundile keke luwalti wato mena ibe Attorney General ya be karfarima.
Mr. Chairman, I hand over the witness to you for the break.
Thank you very much, Council, and thank you, Madam Bensouda.
Numbara Council, numbara Madam Bensouda.
Before I let you go, decree number 1 was then effectively drafted in the drafting unit in your ministry. Is that correct?
Yanimbe bula yeta decree number 1. Wamukuleti meya lonko fo ya safela do ku bundalela amunta dadata wale tumo bang.
Yes, it was drafted by the drafting department, and I also vetted it.
Ya bunda me marta luwa safela wale ya safe bitu ina tafuta ndindema utumole mfananga kango dila.
We sent it through the Secretary General to the chairman of the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council.
Nga ki bari nga tambindini Secretary General la ofisole la puru safutandi sojar marali bundama ikafo bundama Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council.
And I think they requested an amendment, and we amended it.
Ngamira otembo ina tanyini karoke puru falin sikeno dinkirato je andu nga o falin okele.
The decree, therefore, was essentially your decree, drafted in your unit.
Amunta decree ninkumu ila decree long yamenda da ila duku bundala no wotumo.
No, the decree is not my decree. The
And
decree is a decree of the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council.
Hani the decree ni mankende tati the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council la decree.
It's just like saying the acts that we draft are our acts. No, the acts when they are adopted by Parliament.
Yeah, I understand that
Yes.
process. What I meant was that if they did not substantially amend your draft, saying that it came from your unit then, almost exclusively.
Wala mnyinti ko watembo wetelio sartulu menu dada nyongwanya. Amunta bini dada amunta akatambini itela duku bundala wairi itela be mararin kola watembe da ani wolo dulato nungotumo.
I really cannot recollect whether they sent any amendments. What I do recollect is that they called, I think, the Secretary General. Anyway, I think they wanted us to suspend all political activities.
Yeah.
And that was the amendment that was added.
Ngakilo ta mutanola membe dokuta numbari menu kinante la ofisoto ule mnyinti ye falingo kaning amendment wo sartola wo decree nyinto me ya lonko wala keta nyinti ko politique bundalu beye da politique kanake.
Decree number 1, if you look at it, what it did was to reflect the status quo.
Yeah.
Decree number 1 ne ajube wala mko membe caring amunta yole itandi.
That is the overthrow of the executive.
Wala mka banko nyatonko kasembo busi ala kaboindi.
Since there was no executive, the provisions in the constitution relating to the executive were suspended.
Bayre utumo kunton katije. Bitu sartolu membebe dendi kunton kayala. Utumo yo sartolu be denne.
Since the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council were essentially now the lawmakers,
Where is
provisions relating to Parliament were also suspended.
Where otembo AFPRC ninkumu itelemu fansu luada dalalti. Bitun kol membebe dendi ndibite bungu fanana utumo yo fanalu denne.
Mr. Chernojalo QC was the parliamentary draftsman at the time.
Mr. Chernojalo QC atelom dibite bungu la wo sartolu safer la nyaton koti.
And in fact, he and the DPP, Director of Public Prosecutions, he was on technical assistance, Mr. Onadeko, a Nigerian.
Tumo ekafome Mr. Onadeko Nigeria dingo lemote ateniwo ninkumu wole mu DPP tinun Director of Public Prosecutions wole moti mem marta jama kitindi kunyalula amunta etelle ba ko nyinkunna.
They had done some research and they had pulled out the establishment decrees, as they call them, from Nigeria and Ghana. These are standard. When military governments take over, they promulgate these decrees.
Amunta etelle kisikisiro kele. Nigeria ni Ghana la sojar kudeta lu bitum birite liyo kisikisiroke ye sartolu dolu fintindina me ya lonko nin kudeta keta daoda ikatama nyame ka sartolu menu lundi ka fansun ko lu menu tamandi lu ala karola munta telefonali yole ko ke onya.
But when we discussed it, we met, as I said, we discussed it and we decided that those decrees were too extreme.
Birin akonyi mfindita ntelu sita nga akonyi nkacha ni nata nyoje bari nata nyina fonyo nko itelaw sartolu amunta ilafta kala la sartolu ti ilafta kolu tambindi lale.
And that we should not suspend fundamental human rights.
Adum manyana hadamaya nyanto sartolu denna.
So we did what, as far as we are concerned, was the minimum. And when we sent it, as I said, the draft, I think the only amendment that they wanted was to suspend political activity.
Ka sartolo ndi me yalon ko mu itele la sembentu yaran sartoti yewle londi.
And certainly one did not anticipate that there was going to be any political activity under a military dispensation.
Adungo tumo mo manjiki nyina ko so politique kusina tamandi nole sojaro la mararo bundako.
So I think the decree was then promulgated, meaning it was signed by the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council, I think the chairman. And it was then announced, published. It was announced and published.
Alu tumo le menata nyin decree londi. Biri ya londi bitung yake kuti me ya lonko yake kusotoringoti andu chairman le onele nata chairman ole nyantra sign même o sojar kundon ko o sojar kafo la nya isiran tioti wala nata sign braya sign ya kankula ya londi.
In fact, the decree, as I said, reflected the status quo. It did not add anything to the situation on the ground.
Nga funu nyami wo sarto kolu be lari nyami wo tembo ayole itandi alui manna femfel lafaje wo tembo folo.
What it did was to put that situation within a framework.
Wolem kolu be lari nyami pour ka londi ka ke bunda sahari ngoti me ya lonko wole be itel fasa la itel lawo lodu latu.
Thank you very much indeed for that background, very helpful. We will take a short break and come back at 12:15. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned. Council, if you're ready to continue, you may please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Usher, kindly get the witness. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Bensouda.
Mrs. Bensouda,
Good afternoon, Council.
Young Council,
I hope you had a good break.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Inumbara.
Unfortunately, because of the Ramadan, we are not able to offer you TRRC hospitality.
Sungarola al halo kamala wala tinna man TRRC la bunya fengo masorono.
Thank you for offering it in any event.
Numbara, puru yangani omen soto kadi, nyawnyandi nyaba.
Mrs. Bensouda, just before the break,
Mrs. Bensouda, janem bida fonyondi wala.
the chairman preempted me by going into decree number 1.
Yaman yeng nyimfo nyeko puru ngata ngamuru koma do mandi wala decree follow nyindi.
Sorry about that, Council.
That's all right.
That's what chairmen do.
Indeed. And this was the first decree that was passed
Degree follow in the men findindida.
under your tenure as Attorney General, Acting Attorney General.
Andung findindida waro men waro itele munung karfari Attorney General di.
And I believe there were 5 more that were passed
Andung jikita lulu fanam beje me alon ko wole fanam findindida ka findindi.
under that capacity.
Itele maralo koto.
Perhaps we can, before we go into the decrees,
Jannem bita o decree to.
just give us a background into what was happening in the country then at that point.
Banko kan kul al halo be nu nya lare nu nyaadi le wo wato la lafta yo fany.
After you had met the chairman,
Berite kiyamano ni ya tarandi.
and he had indicated his desire to rule by decree.
Andung aya la lafo itandi la ko alafta maralo kala anu alafta maralo kala ni nyame no wala decree maraloti.
And gave you instructions for the drafting of decrees.
No anana kango dila puru yeta aliya ma ko ali ni decree safe.
In terms of the human rights situation in the Gambia, then what was the situation?
Nung adama dingo nyantol ko la nya be nu banko kan nyaadi la be nu nyaadi la wato la.
As far as I could ascertain, and they really depended on a lot on rumors.
Ntesi kulu itandiro nyaming wotembo ku jama be dendi munela men keta ngunu kumoliti moyla moy kumolu men kafo.
As I said, all ministers had been detained.
Ko afuno nyami minister be mutale nun kay sindi dulakiling.
I believe all senior military officers above the rank of lieutenant were also detained, barring the only person I know who was above the rank of lieutenant, I believe, was Lamin Kababajo that I met, who was not detained.
Andu tembo sojar bunda la menul fanal la makamo be lieutenant ye santo wolo jamabe kono ye mutale ke sindi dulakiling fase ke mo kelinti de Lamin Kababajo ni may nyoje men mantara mutamolu kono otumo.
All senior police officers were also detained.
Police kun nyaton ko lu fanalu be ye be fanan sindi dula killing.
There was a great deal of tension in the atmosphere.
Tumo sobinyolo sembo be warari mbake fonyo kono.
Most of the vehicles you would see on the road were military vehicles driving at top speed to and fro.
Wotembo eka moto jamaje siloka be kake sojar moto leti inimbori balu bitakan tanin na bitala bina.
And as far as you were concerned, the detentions of the minister, as well as the others you've mentioned, were they lawful or not?
Kila londo ni minister ni kemura ke sindi dula kiling ani mansa kunda do kula nyato ka kota ke mura ke sindi dula kiling ani tanko bunda kota mo ke mura ke sindi dula kiling itala londo fo oni luata talama.
Of course, they were not. Nothing that the military could do would be lawful. Did or could do would be lawful.
Amanke luate. Katu tembo sojaro liye kundinke watakeno la luwa la siloti ya membeta mandani luwa manta.
A military government is not lawful.
Sojar man sakunda fauni luwa le manta.
And at that point, I agree that it wasn't lawful. Do you remember, or do you know any other human rights violations that occurred during that time, apart from unlawful detentions? Because we have received a lot of testimony about how some of the ministers were also tortured during this time.
Ninga bota ni mula ni minister ni tanko bunda nyaro nga kota ngomol ke muta ke sindi dula ke kaila o nyantu tinya fo yala na fo hada ma nyanti tinya dol ketal ban katu nga seda ndul jamal der soto janko minister dol beje mi alon ko ye dol ye muta gabri ye sindi dula ke ye dol beje ye tajire yale ngo seda ndul soto jan fo ye dol lon na ba men alon ko ila ta ni mul kamba.
At the time, we could not know that.
O tembo de mtewolo nola.
What we would hear rumors of people being whipped.
Kama wala la kumol di koe kamolu mutale ke busa.
Basically, people being detained in Mile 2, not only in police stations and so on, but in prisons.
Andu ye molu mutamene ya lonko. Ye samba banko kaso bunda abala kate soronje. Hana manke police station olu damantide. Bari ye samba kate sorong Mile 2 kasola.
For a lawyer, that is horrendous because, as we all know, the only institution that can put anybody in a prison is the court.
Odun lawyer la karola wo mukijate ku baleti katu ndel langa ngamel lon dalta melna wala mnyinti ko kiti bunda leo sembo soto kamo kiti ndini lua ya muta ya sorong.
But later, through decree number 3, Mrs. Bensouda, the council was given that power to detain people.
Bare sedo nyato do mande decree sabanja on nginata na sembo di council do kula lale nyato ko lale puru isi mo mo murande no ya samba kaso ka sindi dula kilin.
And they assumed this sort of semi-judicial function as well as other legislative functions.
Andung degree ni narana sembo di la kole comme loi bundaro kiti bundale sembo membe bulo no du sembela kilingo ni narana kurundu kanao ka fute to council nyaton kolma kamo samba kasoto ke sindije.
No decree gave the military any power.
Decree ti jeme ye sembo di sojarol.
The soldiers were already detaining people in Mile 2.
Sojarol ya mutale drone kamolu mutakate soron Mile 2.
Decree number 3 did not give the soldiers power to detain anyone.
Decree sabanja man sembe wo sembe di sojarol la pour kamolu mutake soron.
What decree number 3 did was try to put in place a framework within which if you were detained, you would be dealt with.
Decree sabanja e sarto men nati men wala mnyinti ko ni teliye muta hanfo ye sindi dula killing bitung itel lamira roto men nyanta kelela isiokela.
Received evidence that apart from the fact that this decree gave them the authority to detain, but when they actually went to court, when they were arraigned in court for offenses, that the magistrates' hands were tied, for example. They had no discretion to grant bail because of that particular decree, because it did give the council that power to detain, and that power was no longer in the court. They could no longer remand prisoners.
Nga sedandro men soda nyin decree samanya wala nyin ko nyin decree samanya ay sembo di nyin council members wala council mo lale kadum hanni ngatra mo mura ya samba kiti ya samba kasoro magistrate même kiti la nyindi aka même fo wala nyindi ko hanni bel ko nata aka fo ko mbulol be sitrine ka mbulol be sitrine u katu digiri nyi sembo tala di nyi council nyaton kolla wala ya sabu kiti la nyi aka fo ko mbulol be teddere ne nte bel dino la nyi mari la même be muto
Just to put things in context,
I
was very concerned when I came at the extensive detention not only of ministers, but of so many people.
Birina tanga de unku basoto wakata muneti hana manke minister ludam manna mutoti utumo ya tara ye mo jama fana mutameni yalon ko be mutoko no wotembo wakata de ngotinte.
As I said, when I engaged the chairman in that meeting
Konga funu birinin chairman sita obengoto
about the release of the ministers, he refused except for the Attorney General.
Biringa minister labulo faye ka foy nyante bulalele abalantale na manke Attorney General te.
I did not raise at that meeting the release of any other persons.
Mammo dolu labulo mama ndijede wo meeting bulato je.
And when he released the Attorney General, and I went with the escort, Alkali James Gay was also in the same room as the Attorney General.
Biring nga Attorney General labula ko faye hanufo inatante dandam pour kansamba. Ndata tu moment Alkali James Gay fanambe o bunkil ngolo kono aning Attorney General.
Sorry to
I'm just trying to put things in context.
Yes, I was wondering if you were going to come
yes,
to my question.
I will.
All right, thank you very much.
I'm giving you the context.
Thank you.
It concerned me that Alkali James Gay could not be released.
Akitanya de unkoti wairi Alkali James Gay ni Attorney General be bunkono kilingolo kono imanso wo bulala wole ndeun.
The following week I was called to a council meeting.
Alo kungo membulata onoma yankumande purngata ma be council bengoto.
And I advised that based on I advised that they could not keep detaining people without charge, particularly in Mile 2, because the detention of all these military officers came to my attention, and it was raised at that meeting.
Andu biring tata wo bengoto ngani na faje ko yimmo mutoni mo sorongo dinkira kilino tata tenten no la satara imeitu mi be mankule kan luwa nyati lingula kato tembo ne ajibe ye mo jamal le muta men yalon ko ye samba mayel tube mutolu kono andu mo kuleti men yalon ko ati tano la nyato pour kabula wonya.
And that under our constitution there is a procedure for the review of the detention of persons under states of emergency.
Adungo tumonte la sartolu kono nyimbijele ko 5 jubero nyanta kala muta molu la kolu lale ning imutata foka pare ko anyanta kitama la nyami nim misali kama bankola sartolu belori.
They made it clear, especially the vice chairman.
Ya seneyandi bake sako chairman nolanko.
And Mr. Lieutenant Singate, who I met for the first time at that meeting.
Mr. Lieutenant Singate, me ya lonkole msinya floating nabe nyojela obendulato.
That the detention of officers, military and police officers, would not be compromised.
Ko nyatonkolu menu muta onya katabula police nyatonkolu la wala muto falinte keno la woto.
But they agreed that they could subject the detention to reviews.
Bari sontako wo mutolu kamolu sindi isi sonne jubero ke ila kuoto
by a tribunal.
Andu membe o jubero ke la wala ke la kitindir bundati.
They also agreed that going forward they would disclose the detention of people by actually issuing detention orders.
Andu ya nyimfana mfala kokolu bitaka nyamin ibe molla muto itandila nyamin wala mnyinti ibe kangol le itandila menketa sartol ti pour ka molu muta.
In other words, as far as I was concerned,
nyado nyama ntela karola ntela mira roto.
Detention decree number 3.
Decree number 3,
which is the state security detention of armed and police personnel decree.
Me ya lonkolem decree ti meye bankola kanto nin tankada bunda nyaton kolu muta ke sindidula killing.
Actually forced the military.
Amunta we sojaro lo aye iblo aye forcele.
And curb the excesses of what they were doing.
And I wole mukuti me ya lonko etelbella na tambi kolu menu kekan pour kalo dulake wala.
Force them to let people know
aye force fanam pour mol ya lo. Telbe juma nyolle muta e juma nyolle muta ke sindi.
It afforded the people detained an opportunity to make representation.
Tungole nata molu mako men be mutoko no pour fanali simo nyini men be lo leye.
And it put in place a procedure whereby their detention can be reviewed.
Ando anata kulondi me ya lonkola nyintiko ila muto isisain kan jubero keno ila muto dalilo lale.
But let me emphasize
that
the decree did not authorize them to arrest anyone.
Aman sembe wo sembe dila pour kamo muta.
These people were already detained. A decree does not add, so to speak, does not empower, does not give the military any power that they already did not have.
Decree buka sembedi sojaro la sembo me ya lonko wotebulu foka pare.
Mrs. Bensouda, let me just interject at this point.
Mrs. Bensouda mbarunga bantambili nyaro yintimben.
I understand that your position is that when you came as acting Attorney General, you came to basically stabilize the situation.
Attorney General detail inata dinkiram palaso ni yata menka mawala nyindiko ka dinkira nyinta ka tembendi.
You're also saying that the decrees were just a status quo.
Andu ibe info ko ni decree ni mu kulle de men yalon ko hakili bulandi kulle ndo yalon ko kulla nyabe nyamen.
And that in fact it did not give them any powers that they did not already have because they were detaining people.
Andung man sembo di la me alon ko mamben soto kadung ndaro yo kelon hanun kabi koman.
However, I wish to put it to you
hanin kabi nyaayo nyonya kilmo nyawbe yitandile la ko
that the decrees
ko nyin decree nying
legitimized everything that the military government was doing at that time.
So jar man sakunda be koku ke kanu aya be sabatindile
by giving it the force of law.
Be menke kanu anarna somebody la luala karola.
First of all, let me just clarify something. The military did not appoint me as Attorney General. There is a Law Officers Act. There is a law.
Mrs. Bensouda, I'm sorry to interject again, but kindly just perhaps answer my questions first and then explain.
Mrs. Bensouda bunya kono na nyininkaro nying ajabi nga nyininka nyamendro.
You really seem to be deviating a little bit from my questions. I would like you to address them directly and then perhaps give us an explanation or some context.
Amulundam vele ko na nyininkaro nyibe jenke kan na nyininkaro nyine pour ka ajabi de.
It's not my intention to deviate. This is about what, 25 years ago? And the answers require context, but I'll do my best to answer your question first.
Thank you very much. And also just within the context of, the limited time that we have available as well.
We have quite
a few topics to cover.
Thank you, but sometimes the context of your question requires clarification. What I was going to say was that by the Law Officers Act, in the absence of the Attorney General, Solicitor General takes over the office of Attorney General. Attorney General, Solicitor General, office of Tamani. So notwithstanding whatever announcement they made about permanent secretaries, in the absence of Attorney General, effectively I was Attorney General.
Where Attorney General TJ Solicitor General Ninkum Welekalo Palaso to Kaukulu Tamandi.
And not by virtue of any authority conferred on me by the military.
Mandu Abanka Dalila Wodalila Kafu Sojaro Luoleo Sembo Dintela.
And going back to your question, military governments do not need legitimization.
Sojarman Sakunda Lulubukanyan Kanin Kafu Mkomembentela Tilindila Kake Tonya Koti, Wala Kake Ku Saharingoti, Meni Sartolusita.
Their authority flows,
Itellasembo Ninkango Wakatamale.
From their guns.
Andu wo akabumune bala ila kidolu menu bebulu.
They have taken over the country.
Ye banko tale.
They are de facto in charge of the country.
Amunta otembo etelebe mararim bankola.
Against our will.
Akule memandi antolie.
The only way anything can be legitimized if it is legitimized in accordance with the Constitution.
Kokundi sitilindi no nang ayatara misali kama an constitutional la tata no nyola mosio le kumandi no tilindi rote.
So decrees do not legitimize
the action
of of the military government.
Mensike sojar mansakunda la kuke tality.
Decrees may give it a structure.
Decree silo dula dila.
They may put in place a system.
Isikuolu fanalu tamandinya londi.
They may put in place a framework.
Isikuolu fanalu lanya londi.
What they cannot legitimize.
Barita tilindino la kafunyi mulu lua sarti lori ngolete.
Mrs. Bensouda, the decrees give force of law.
Decree le sembo di luala.
And that is exactly what it did, because even as the Constitution stands, the decrees are recognized as one of the laws in this country.
Andunga wala ke handung hani ya jibe va nyin decree wala mkude me alonko sutenro dita wala la bake fanka ke luala nyi banko kan.
And at that point, in fact, they even took supremacy over the very Constitution.
Andung wati nara na sota fa nyin decree nyi nara na tambi ka maralo ila maralo nara na tambi ka tambi na luwa buku ba fangola.
If you look at decree number 1, which you drafted,
andung ni ajibe decree follow nyi me alonko ite wala safe.
Although it did not suspend the entire Constitution,
To nyala amang na luwa buku ba nyi ma be baide.
there was a provision that said whenever any provision of the Constitution was in conflict with the particular decree, the decree would take precedence. It would be supreme. So therefore, in my view, decree number 1 as well as the other decrees that were passed during your tenure really set the scene for dictatorship in this country. I understand.
Decree following an decree dol me along wala bulata decree following no kan wol bem keda decree le me along wala na tuturo ke kula me along sembela maralo nying banko kanjang.
I understand that you do not recognize or did not recognize the legitimacy of that dictatorship or the government at the time. However,
nganyim faham le ko iman suden roke ando iman suden roke nyintiko nyin decree nyin na ko kulle me alon ko itilintale andu bar hanu kabi wonyaawo nyarandi nyama.
That was the status quo.
Wala mko nyin la nyati wo watola.
And unfortunately, in your position,
andung man tiling nyaawo kil nyaama bari itela palaso.
And as also parliamentary, ex-parliamentary council with expertise in legislative drafting and all of that, you were very instrumental.
And we get a more melanco londo to safero to luala carola and we get a parliamentary council di imu molde melanco londo to baka ko nyintole.
In giving them that framework.
Ko nying alhalo nyinta ka dila.
Within which to maneuver and navigate.
And geto isi jenkenole fo isi kanono.
Thank you. I think, with respect, Council, we are confusing certain concepts, I think.
Inumbara Council, baringa mera mbe kodolu jeka nyaming abe kekan nyami nyololeti.
It wasn't the coup d'etat of 22nd July. 1994 was probably one of the last coup d'etats in the sub-region.
July karotil muanim flo coup d'etat ngamera asekeno wolem coup d'etat labango timenkata nyin tundola.
From the 60s up to 1994, there were various coups across the region.
Kabo 1960 sangolula for kana 1994 coup d'etat jamal lekata tundo nyina.
Military governments rule by decree.
So jarman sakunda lukatamani decree la.
All the Ministry of Justice could do was to draft the decree for them.
Minister Bunda me marta kito nintilingala ol kamen keno drong wolem kaw decree olu safe yeni yakani.
They do not need decrees to justify their existence.
Itelu buka sula nyin decree la purka ila law anila sembo purka law ndika tilindika sembentu ya.
They don't need decrees. In other words, they don't need a decree to rule.
Ni ajube nyalo nyama ema sula decree la purka mararoke.
They had removed the legitimate government. There was no decree for them to come in and remove the legitimate government.
Italia mansa kundale bondi me ya lonko ole molla mansa kunda loringoti. Imansula nun decree la janibe o mansa kunda bondila.
There was no decree when they arrested and put the ministers in jail.
Decree ta kerin nun bribe minister lumutala ke soron kasola.
They did not need a decree to subvert the constitution.
Iman dik sula decree la nun purka bankola constitution or yelemandi.
But the country which they were ruling required decrees in order to understand what the military government was about. So did the decree set a scene, as you put it?
Oto decree ol kwete ya kenyaming ye kolu ye londi nyaming.
No, the scene was already set.
Hani ibotumo kolu londi nya otumo etelio parendile.
Was I very instrumental?
Fodu ntefananga ku bambandi ntamandi jela bang.
If you mean, did we, by instrumental, did we...
You assisted the government. You assisted the military rule. Because you said they had a blueprint. Yes. So you assisted them to accomplish that blueprint simply by drafting those laws.
No, they did not need my assistance to follow their blueprint. If you mean, did I put that blueprint into a coherent framework in some of its respects?
Yes.
I was the Solicitor General in charge of the Ministry of Justice. Were we to close our doors and ask everybody to go home? No. The country needed a government. Now that the legitimate government was gone.
Mrs. Bensouda, you said the country needed a government.
Yes.
You have said the government was not legitimate. You have reiterated that because you said there can never be a legitimate coup.
No, I said the coup was not legitimate. The military regime were not legitimate. The military government was not legitimate.
Yes,
but there was an establishment. Let's make a distinction between those who were in charge and the establishment that they found. I was part of that establishment.
And I am
talking about the military government as it stood. Did you recognize its legitimacy or not?
And to
be specific, Yaya AJ Jammeh with his junta members, as sitting as the council, did you recognize their legitimacy at that point?
No. Nothing I did could legitimize.
If you did not recognize their legitimacy, why were you answering to them? Why were you working for them? Why were you obeying their instructions? Why did you go ahead and draft all of those decrees?
But
I was as I said, I was the acting Attorney General by virtue of the Law Officers Act. They did not need my recognition. They just needed my skills to reflect what they did and what they wanted to do in a framework, as I said. It cannot be called law. Because, but that's why they are called decrees. They were going to rule by decree. But the public needed to know the rules of the game. So my role, if I may just put it succinctly, my role was to prepare the instrument as requested, and that was the decree. They don't need my legitimization or my recognition. They did not.
With all due respect, Mrs. Bensouda, you're still not answering my questions directly.
Mrs. Bensouda han kabi bunya kono ron han kabi nanyini karo ni imandra jabi kan ko afurate manyamen.
And I will ask some further questions, and
Yes,
I hope
please.
that you will assist us with answers, direct answers.
Ando han kabi mbe nyini karo dol nyini kala la purisa je isinde ma purisi jabi.
Very well, Council.
At that point, you had the skills, like you said, you had the know-how, you had expertise in drafting decrees.
O wato la ko ya fa nyame ya londo nyin sura ya fero nyin fanan sura pour ka o decree nyin sa iye.
These soldiers with a difference had their blueprint, they had a concept in mind.
In sojarol men ya nata if inata ko itol nata nin kula nyalla me alon ko itol bi mu sojarol me alon ko kolbe fatala le nin hila fansung hamol le nata ko ya fa nyame.
Which they communicated to you as the acting Attorney General.
Andu ila hamen ko lu nyinga nila o ferol nyi membe to yo be fo ende ne tumala men ta mun Attorney General ya be karfari telamanu.
They had no idea how to carry out this blueprint.
Itol mum molle me alon ko ma londi soto ko pour que la hamol nyin ke tamande ko luaya yitandi nyame.
They had no idea how to draft decrees.
Ma londi soto pour ka nyin decree libe safira nyame ma londo soto.
In fact, if you look at your statement, you'll see that you had to do some sort of comparative analysis between the different military regimes at the time.
Andung hanin kabila kuma kan safiri ngon nyindo ni je fon jube iba jela je ko ya safi je ko itol kabri tol ni fero fon nata ite fero menta wala nyinde ko ye dinki banko dol me alon ko wala nyi ku sifal ya taman le no yewol ni ila hamol ni ila fero ni yewol ku taki folo ya jube folo janni ba safele.
And using that, you had to come up with a draft which you felt reflected our unique circumstances here in the Gambia.
Andung in kabri yol be ku taki ya jube janni bina be itala safele tol hamen ko menti wala nyinde ko ina na yewol jube janni be uta safela janni ba asafele.
And this draft was presented to the council.
Andu nyi safero nyi kabri ya safe ya di nyi council mol la le.
And I dare say that the contents of the decrees
Andung hanin kabimba fola je ko nyi decree nyi kuma kan membe fururi nyi
were very much influenced by you.
Andung kuma kan me alon ko ila kuma kan wala andung mosi itaman no ila walla
Because you selected those particular provisions which you felt were appropriate.
adu itele mu moti me alon ko yo kuma kan nyin tomba andu ya jele ko itela mira ro ko kuma kan nyi kuma kan me alon ko isabade isikeno la ni tamande.
And these were later passed.
Andung nyato do mande nyi kuma kan nyi nata ne munafaila.
Yes, Mrs. Bensouda.
I lost the question. That's a very long statement. And
It's very similar to one of your answers, Mrs. Bensouda, because your answers are also very wide, very long-winded.
What is the question, really?
You provided assistance to the junta at that time.
Itele de maro di junta molla wo watola.
Without your skill and ability,
Itela londo anila noto wo watola.
they never would have been able to come up with those decrees by which they ruled this country.
Itol ni o decree nyinte fintino la jama kon pour mi alon ko surtout mi alon ko inata de itol imunafa o decree la kamara lokala.
Personally, I don't agree. I happen to be the person there. But I couldn't say that without my skills, they would not have been able to rule this country.
By decree, Mrs. Bensouda, I'm talking about the decree specifically.
The decree, I don't agree, just to answer your question first. The military, as I said, don't need a decree. They were already in charge.
Mrs. Bensouda, I believe
let
you
me
have...
just say, it's the situation that needed a decree, not the military.
Let me
just say further, they could have continued as they were, giving orders without a decree.
Mrs. Bensouda, I believe your point is well taken,
Yes.
really, on that. But I wanted you to answer whether or not, you said without your assistance, they could have actually come up with these decrees. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sure they eventually would have.
Without the assistance of the legislative.
Let me just say, the impression that people have that These are a bunch of stupid, innocent people who did not know what was going on.
Kafu
It's not correct.
Nilu mu kafuleti meni alonko kumubukata ma imam fellon imam fellon hani atewo nyade.
They certainly did not have.
They had done their homework, as I said, and they knew about decrees, that military people rule by decree.
Italiela kuolu korosi ifango yenne andu itella londoto inyilo neko. Sojar man sakundal kamara roken decree.
Mrs. Bensouda, did they come up with a draft which they presented to you, for example?
If
They had so much knowledge on decrees.
No, they did not come up with a draft. They asked us to provide a draft.
And you did?
Itel nin draft manade. Itel ya kanin tolle bulupur ka okaito dada.
Yes, we did. But even if I wasn't there, whether they would eventually have gotten somebody else to draft something, I believe so. But we were the ones there. They asked us to draft it, and we did.
Nintel tijenu lata la ko itel be fere do tamandilale ibe silolu ninyin dikrolu soto na nyame intel bijen tije andum naketa nu wonya fana abe tamalale itel be la kolu kelale.
The fact of the matter is that this is not a hypothetical situation. You were the one on the ground. You were there. You were acting Attorney General at the time. And therefore, you would have been the only one to do the job at that time. And you did it.
Yes.
And that is what I want you to take responsibility for.
What is there to take responsibility for?
That you assisted them to draft the decrees.
It was my role as the acting Attorney General to receive their instructions.
To in
turn instruct the Parliamentary Council.
And
I did.
Very well, we'll take that answer and I'll leave it to the Commission to decide.
But whether I take responsibility for the decrees?
That was not my question. No, that was not my question. My question was that you were assisting them. That is all I said. I did not say that you came up with the concept or the idea. That has already been well established. But that you assisted them to draft it. You could have said no.
I could have said no. Probably. But as far as I was concerned, what waited on me was the public interest, what was in the interest of the public at that time. Could we contain the excesses of the military? Certainly decrees were needed. Not for the benefit of the military, but for the benefit of the people.
And are you saying, Mrs. Bensouda, that these military decrees actually benefited the public and that they were in the interest of the public? Especially considering all the evidence that we have received that this was a tool by Yaya Jammeh to entrench himself in power in this country.
The decrees that I drafted, the decree that I drafted was in the interests of the public. Now, the public chose in 1997. Chose in 1997. Instead of repealing these decrees, They were incorporated in the 1997 Constitution.
ina hata decree oluta ye dundi 1997 constitution okono sarta buku ba nyin kono.
The greatest part of the violation of rights which occurred in this country
Nyanta tinya sembe maba men keta nyimbanko kang
occurred after the 1997 Constitution came into effect.
abe keta brin 1997 constitutional in lota hani for atamando damutata.
Those decrees are still in our statute books.
O decree olu hani mbi ben na luwa buko lukonolde.
That is the choice of the Gambian people, not the Solicitor General or Mrs. Bensouda.
Amanka Gambia dingulu la 40 de wala Solicitor General wala Mrs. Bensouda.
Manke Mrs. Bensouda la 40. Gambia dingon la 40.
Amanka ha you abant.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bensouda. I appreciate your opinion on that. But let's just have a look, perhaps, at decree number 1. And perhaps you could comment on it briefly for us. And I will just guide you whilst you do that. You agree that the decree had retrospective effect?
So ndako decree nying karala kul sotole
in its operation.
Atamandoto.
The decree was given effect as, I think it was effective from 22nd July.
And when
was it passed?
Yeah, that was the day on which they took over power.
When was it passed, the decree?
The decree was promulgated on the 29th of July.
Between July
So it had retrospective effect.
It had retroactive effect.
Very well. What was the date you reported to the chairman after you came back?
The same date, the 29th.
And therefore this decree was passed on that same day.
It was announced that evening, but the publication was actually done the following week.
So therefore it was actually, was it gazetted?
Yes, it was gazetted, but as you know, you
that
cannot...
was done the following week?
It was done the following week, yes. I don't have the gazette publication, so I cannot tell you the gazette number and date, but it was gazetted the following week.
And of course, it's apparent that these decrees were churned out very quickly, because in the space of 15 days, whilst you were acting Attorney General, 6 decrees had been promulgated.
Decree
Yes, 6 decrees were promulgated whilst I was acting, was overseeing as Attorney General, yes.
Wato membe Attorney General ya makamo tamandikang wo decree worolo findita utumole.
These decrees, unlike normal laws, would go through different processes and would take months, sometimes to actually pass.
In decree ani lua kota ngodol ning janni bezala ke sabat ne ke lualti wati jamal beje kata ka dingira jamal le ma folo wan ka kari jamal le da folo janni be sabatin la ke lualti fo.
In the instance of decree number 1 was passed within 1 day after you consulting with the chairman.
Misal fe decree number folo nyim fa o keda decree me alon ko lum folo mena ening kiamanda dale o be o mensro lum kilo nyina ya tambindi ka ke luati.
Yes, that is the nature of military rule. You don't have to take it to anybody. They are the executive and they are the lawmakers at the same time.
Wala msojaro la mararo Kenyati. Katu kundonka ya betele bulu sembo betele bulu bitu nitel pareta kumen na ikatama ni wale nyama.
Isn't it true that even in this particular decree number 1, they were also the judiciary?
Fo nyim manke to nyaade hani nyin decree follow nyim fanam kiti bundal fanam bejele mem judiciary.
No,
if you look at
the chapter on the judiciary was not suspended.
Ani sarto membe dendi judiciary la wala mkitindir bundati mao dende.
Mrs. Bensouda, if you look at the provision of the decrees taking precedence over the Constitution,
ni degree folo nyi jube pour katambi constitution ni même sarre loi marale buku ba nyindi
which was within the sole jurisdiction of the Supreme Court at the time, or the courts.
o wato la kiti bunda be la sandongo rabe wala koton.
The fact that even the courts could not question the validity of the decrees.
Hanin kabi onya kiro nya fan hanin kiti bunda nyi fambo ko nyini karo ke nyi degree li nyina bamba wala.
In my view, gives them judicial power.
Because
the courts were no longer relevant. So they assumed that role.
I don't agree. Decree number 1 as drafted did not oust the jurisdiction of the courts.
Decree number 1 sabata nyameng wo mankiti bunda la kango burkade.
Did not suspend the courts.
Mankiti bunda lu deng.
Not expressly, but by implication it did.
I don't also agree with that.
Can you tell us why? If you're not able to resort to the court, if the court is not allowed to question the validity of the decree and cannot interfere in the operation of the decree, and the decree is supreme to the Constitution, then I don't see what the role of the court there is. I am guided by my learned senior.
Kitibunda ma sembo soto ka kuta mandije adun imang ko kundi noje woto silang woto kitibunda lunafa lodulale.
I think you're referring to section 5 of decree number 1.
Decree number 1 wala decree
yes,
la bunda lulu njango ibole mateng.
As well as the other provision that it goes to, if you read it in context, it talks about the supremacy of the decree over everything else, the Constitution and the courts.
Aduniaji be bita afutala dulato dame ya lonko wala decree nyina kebayati katambi kudo lula men ya lonko wala be laren kata hanfo Supreme Court from la sartol.
What that means is that the courts do not have the jurisdiction to question whatever is done by decree.
Wala mnyindi kiti bundalu itelu emang nyin lord laso ka nyin karo ke decree nyin ay kolu menu landi wala ay kolu menu tamandi.
But that does not affect the continued existence of the courts.
Bari wo man ko kundi soto kiti bundal la loning ila tamo Kenya la nibe kering.
Let me remind you that this provision,
Bari ngi hakilo bulandi ko nyin sarto
in a different formulation,
ning abelanya do nyama
exists in the 1997 Constitution.
Abekeri nun ko 1997 Constitution okono.
And it's still binding on the courts.
Ando hanimbe ataketa kuti membe lari na kiti bundalu kang.
So the courts continue to exist.
But kiti bundalu continue to katara kering.
And I did not say the courts did not exist. My point was that as far as this decree is concerned, the jurisdictions of the court was ousted.
Mafoko wato ya tere ko kiti bundal mantara tamaka. Bari ibe tamaka no wato bari komi ila lodlali nyenta kamintano umufenete miana ko umantara nje.
Insofar as they cannot question the validity of a decree, yes.
Ning ayatara decree nyin na barako ete nyinin karte kenola wala baydata kenola.
I will move on. I will move on, Mrs. Bensouda, unless you have something else to say. I'll move on to the next point.
Be continue for na tere fendo be bulumia left coming for.
And it also, this particular decree actually suspended a part of the Constitution, which was Schedule 1 of the 1970 Constitution.
Wala nyin decree nyinga kete fenne de mi alonko na banko luwa buko nyinga akatam banko katama luwa buko min far sarro dolbi je mi alonko nyin decree o landele mantara tama kan koteng.
Sorry, Schedule 1?
I believe so.
Schedule 1 wala bunda followed.
No, the provisions that are suspended are in Schedule 1 of Decree number 1.
Amunta bunda lumeni alonko yedeng wolube sarto nyin na bunda follow nyin nela.
Yes, so It's suspended.
Chapter 4 of the
Chapter
Constitution.
4, yes. Chapter 4
Yes.
relates to the president and his cabinet.
Sapanani njang betilindi president na la cabinet la wala ala maral kafunyolu.
And therefore, the council was now sitting in that place.
Sa kam dogo council nyimbe siring
The chairman and the council were sitting in the place of the president and the cabinet.
Chairman ana denyol wala council ti be siring no dinkra la do mi yalan ko president na la cabinet la nyanta taran.
Yes, they became the executive.
Ay telna take kundon koluti.
And I'm aware that although there was not a wholesale suspension of the Constitution, but this definitely paved the way for that happening later in Decree 30, I believe.
Na yele ko koma man ko na bangulu wa buko ni ya bele londi imana be londi bar kabru wato na yin decree londi ka fo mi decree 30 wole silo di fo ketano.
Sorry, I don't understand the question. Pave the way for
Suspension of the entire Constitution.
Me silo walang pour que constitution o bedeng.
In Decree number 1, a part of the Constitution had been suspended.
Decree number 1 na bangulu wa buko katama minna.
And later on in
dolbi jel mi yalan ko wollo tale buka tama ko den.
And later on in Decree 30, the entire Constitution was suspended, including the fundamental rights sections.
Andum fana ni nata jibe Decree 30 wala satro bunda nying tansabo nying ni ajibe wala nata ke ko komin sam banko nyanta tamala luwa bugo minna yobe londele fa da fongo bulata je fongo hanama dingol la nyanto fongo yo fongo bondi jele.
I understand that you were not in your position at that point when Decree 30 was passed.
Nga fahamle ko wato mi yalon ko nyin Decree 30 iba londi kanno wayata rete man taran nje.
But I'm saying that Decree number 1, which you were involved with, set the pace.
But mbafula ko yaje wo Decree number 1 mi yalon ka yetaraje wala funga silo walang fo nyin Decree 30 lotano.
No, I don't agree. Decree number 1 did not, as you put it, set the pace.
Ko ya funu nyame mansonde decree follow nyi woman silo walang.
Nor did it pave the way.
Man silo walang fereng.
What Decree number 1 did
Decree number 1 ye menke.
is to suspend all those provisions which were in the Constitution, which were no longer relevant to the situation.
Walem sarto lumeni alon ko ite lajero to mankumma ya kolu lanya fe ya wolle deng.
There was no president or cabinet.
President keri nutumo sako cabinet.
So the chapter on president and cabinet were suspended.
Bitu tumo wo bunda me marta wala president in cabinet utumo yolu deng.
Most of the provisions which follow
bul kolu menu fanal nata bula wol noma
are consequential on those two main factors.
amunta wol fanalu be dendingo kukum ma fulol lela.
There was no parliament.
Parliament keri ndibite bunte keri.
The chapter on parliament was suspended.
Gatu ko membe dendi ndibite bungala yo fanan denne wotumo.
So that is what Decree number 1 did.
Decree number 1 la ko mu woleti.
Now Decree 30, which came into force on the 29th March.
Decree sabanjango menata March karokono
1995.
Menketa 1995 sangokono.
Actually suspended the fundamental human rights provisions of the Constitution.
Wala nata sarto luden menketa hadamaya nyanto la kunyalti.
By then there was a team that was advising, a legal team advising the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council directly.
Wotumo loi kafu sotontale menube ni sojar kafo ya marikang menube loringo palaso to wotumo.
These were not Gambians.
Ulumanke Gambian koluti.
And I believe their advice was that there was no place for a human rights chapter in a military government.
Nga mere itilaya maro ketanyineti ko. Hadamaya nyanta lodula manyan sotola sojar bunda la mararoko.
I believe that even before Decree number 30 was promulgated, in Decree number 1, there was no place for human rights anyway.
Lata lako jamning Decree 30 fangobina Decree number 1 where itendiro kelako hanama dungol la nyanto woman dinkra soto wo wato nyimbangoka.
By the fact that not only was the jurisdiction of the courts, which were established to protect fundamental human rights, ousted.
And wobe kam fanga tera kiti bundabe loring miya lonko wala nyanta ka tankandiro ka hanama dungol la nyantola.
But also because the decree
bari ka ñing kanko bawo ñing decree ñing
was supreme as well to the Constitution.
Wole ke santo kundan kote ka tambe ñin luwa ko tangol bela.
And definitely we know the spirit in which the APRC junta came
And the
various human rights violations that were committed, as you alluded to. So the spirit of decree number 1 was against protection of fundamental human rights.
I
don't agree. Decree number 1 did not suspend fundamental human rights.
Decree following number 1 among hadamaya nyanta tonyalu among hadamaya nyanta bundalu amedende.
So it enabled us at the Ministry of Justice consistently push for the military junta respect human rights.
Thank you very much. Perhaps we can move on, and I will allow the Commission to decide on that point.
Baraka,
we've looked at decree number 1. Can you just guide us through the rest of the decrees that you assisted the junta to pass?
Decree number 1 ngola kuofole. Sa mbele filame na wala nyindiko yemma koi decree mi yalanko yete double to wala kono mi yalanko wo junta mansa kundanyi wala de dano.
And to buttress my answer in respect of the non-suspension of decree, the Fundamental Human Rights chapter of the 1970 Constitution.
Anin kanna kuma kango bambandi ka foko decree number 1 among hadamaya nyanto la kunya lu den ka ben 1970 Constitutional kono nyaming.
The Monday following my return, that is the 29th was on a Friday. On the Monday,
karotil muanin kononto benta jumole febril nata bitum tenengo membula tawnoma.
A state council rushed to my office.
Kitindirla soronta menyak moto futata na office. State council soronta menya moto futata na office.
Lawyer Mansalam lawyer mo mi alonko.
And said that managing directors had been arrested.
Akoye managing director mutale.
And were sort of being paraded on a truck
koye bulandi moto bale kono be yitandi kankata
in
Banjul sate kono.
So I rushed to State House.
Nyamoto tata State House.
Because when I met the chairman,
katu birini chairman enyoje,
even though he was talking about setting up commissions of inquiry, this is one of the things he said in his discussion with me.
Hana nyimfoko utumo be kwebe commission lulondila membe kala kisikisiri commission tibaridi ya moko no ana nyimfoko.
He had specifically said there would not be a witch hunt.
Bari nga nyimfole ko ite bula nomo kala ka bula molu noma wonya ke ide mako ekabwalu de manyami.
So I was ushered in to see him.
Bari biri yendundi purukata na enyoje.
And I protested the arrest of the managing directors.
Bitunga na balanda itandi ala jele managing director la mutokang.
I told him that this was contrary to his assurances that there would not be a witch hunt.
And
particularly their humiliation by being put on a truck just based on mere allegations of corruption. So he called in Lieutenant Sanasabali.
Lieutenant Sanasabali Kumandi.
And Sanasabali said that these people were corrupt and were criminals. That they had been taken to Mile 2. I stood my ground and reiterated and remonstrated with them. That they could not put people in Mile 2 without trial. Finally, they agreed that the managing directors would be released. And And he promised to call me and confirm when they were released.
Andu ay nyilla hido ta ka ben kumandira le ka bambandi makoy nyilu bulal.
And that evening he phoned to say that he had given instructions for them to be released.
Andu wolu wuraro ay kumandiro ke ka fanyen ko ay kangodi le pour ya fuko yo molu bula.
I could not have done that if there was no fundamental rights provision in the Constitution, or if fundamental rights had been suspended.
Adun te o keno la nun ning ayatara ko ye harma ya nyantolu be den walla ye da bondi kolu kono e mantara kerin kota ke tombi wol kolu te keno la.
As far as I was concerned,
ntele kundi ngola karola,
and more importantly, as far as decree number 1 was concerned,
adun ka kola kuma ya jube decree number 1 fang fanana karola,
fundamental human rights chapter in the Constitution was operative.
Hadama ya nyanto sabatindolu neng abaru malu banko kan utumode ibe lorinne.
And that was why consistently we emphasized that human rights had to be respected.
Wala nan kontinete kanyim bambandi ko hadama ya nyantolu e nyante bunyala le ke londi ke bambandi.
If I can just make a comment there, Mrs. Bensouda.
Mrs. Bensouda.
The operation of human rights and fundamental rights was not protected. It wasn't protected through the provisions in the decree or the Constitution. This was a special effort you made to free these individuals. And that is why they were freed. That is not how fundamental human rights operate. They should operate freely by law or by the Constitution. And as far as I'm concerned, the decree number 1 superseded all of those provisions of the Constitution. And just to preempt you before we get to decree number 3, if you remember the case of Chongan and others, they were acquitted and discharged by a magistrate. They were basically listed in the list that was attached to decree number 3.
And they were security
detainees. Despite the fact that they were acquitted and discharged, the overriding power of decree number 3 applied in that instance. So therefore, like we said, even though the courts were functioning, as well as the rights under the 1970 Constitution, however, the decree superseded them. Was that a very long question again?
It was a statement.
I'm going to ask that you agree or disagree with the statement then in that case. I'm putting it to you.
It's difficult.
Let me shorten my question so that I can get a direct answer from you. Do you remember the case of Chongan and others?
Not the details.
What
What is the date of the case?
I do not have the date of the case, but this was sometime, I believe, in 1995, if I'm not mistaken.
Ma lungo londe bring hakilo bakanko koma be benna watele fe mi alanka be kala 1995.
I'm sure you're aware of Chongan and others being arrested as security detainees immediately following the military coup.
Ndinjikita lako hakilo bakane wato mi alanko ye chongana monyol muta ye tonko ko tolmu molleti mi alanko tolmu tanko bunda molleti wala na ye blo lekam.
Were you aware of instances where security detainees were discharged or acquitted by court, but that could not happen because of decree number 3, which you drafted?
Foi hakilo bakane ko mol mi yalanko ko tanko bunda molle muti ye samba kiti ndiro la kiti ona tebula but wo bula ro ni amanna sembo soto no kadu decree le bije mi yalanko mansakun wo mansakunda be kering ye fan sujini wo decree la and wo decree etele moti mi yalanko ete fongle ya safe.
Which provision are we really talking about in decree number 3?
Mbe sarta jumala foka nyin decree number 3.
We're just looking at the generality of decree number 3.
Decree number 3.
If you look at it, it states that the supreme power resided in the council to detain members of the security forces. And that because the decree overrided the constitution as well as the courts, just like in decree number 1, the hands of the courts were tied. If you look at 2.1, I'm looking at decree number 3.
2.1 of which of the decrees?
Decree number 3.
Decree number 3.
Yeah, that is state security detention of armed and police personnel. Yes, it says that where the vice chairman of the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council is satisfied that the arrest and detention of a member of the force is in the interest of the security of the Gambia, he may make a detention order in the form prescribed. And that is the general order to make detentions, to order for detentions.
Akamumva wala nyindiko mimbe safari woto wala nyindiko tanko bunda mol chairman sa fono le ko wala la wojunta chairman wala nyatonko nyinga sa fono le ko nyimo tanko bunda mo nse mutano le na tara ko chairman ya jelo ko ila wo mutaro nyinga jarta la priye muta asina kango di ko ye muta.
It also states in subsection 2 that in fact the vice chairman may direct the place that the person is going to be detained.
And fana sarta do fana tato bala mi ala be chokini wo bala mi itandro ke ko mi alon ko wole sinno be chairman no wose ya maro dino le ko mi nyimol mi alon ko ye muta wolen tanko bunda molti isa fono le dinkral to mi alon ko nyanta ke mabo wallato.
It goes on further in subsection 3 to state that the conditions of detention are also determined by the vice chairman, including even as to confinement, maintenance, discipline, and punishment for breaches of discipline.
A continue to fan kafo fan komin dinkral to mi alon ko nyanta ke mabo daminto wo be sembo tata chairman no malan ko lebul fo min tate la kulu la karola la taranyala karola nyanta min lale kan.
And we all know that even in the case of Chongan
and be alon ne min keta Chongan la karola
and Mama Cham and others,
and Mama Cham na munyol
during the period of their detention,
watu mi alon ko be mutoko nonu
on the 6th day of September 1994,
September 1994,
members of the junta, except the chairman himself, went into mile 2, subjected them to brutal torture, as well as a mock execution. And who knows if that may not be a lawful interpretation of maintaining discipline and punishment and all of that.
Anjumala ba fola no ko munyale timi alonko isafo no la ko komi betilingo anin ka foko ka kuluo la mol ka nyinem silo timi alonko wala nyanta kata.
But I assume that would be under the exclusive purview of the vice chairperson the vice chairman to interpret.
Bare ngalo no ko wobe tuta chairman no nyine bulu wala vice chairman no nyin komi abo ko tala nyandu le ka foko ka firing.
But Mrs. Bensouda, this is the decree that you drafted, and you gave extensive powers
Mrs. Benzula.
to members of the council.
Nin decree luani fenne mi yalan ko ite fongole ya deda andu ite fongole nata murun ko de yesembo di nyimolla.
The decree, sorry, you expect me to respond, I suppose.
Of course I do.
The military officers, Chongan and others, were already in detention when this decree was promulgated on the 4th of August 1994.
Let me just interject there, Mrs. Bensouda.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't want to lose this point. We've already discussed that the decrees had retrospective effect.
Na kaja jana ko komi nyin decree mi yalan ko ye londi na tan na ko ya ku sotal mi yalan ko wolekata nun ko.
And I'm putting it to you that the reason why they had retrospective effect or retroactive effects is because the council wanted to give some sort of legitimacy or force of law to their actions in case somebody decided to challenge it.
Yo ke dalilol min kama wala nyindiko isaje tol council mol fon isaje ko ye kuo kuke ye tilimbali ko wala ye kuo kuke andon ya ko milla natara wo maril pareta pour que samba kiti dulat e be min kala dore be fan suje la ni la nyin decree lu walela.
Because even though the decree was not passed when that action took place, but then the law gave it validity.
But hani wo be kanko ayatara fon kabri bo ko wol nyin ke kan ayatara nyin decree nyin amanlo but hadi say nata na sembonti ya ni luala
because of its retroactive nature.
Katu ko mine wotina katu ya murundi ko mala ko min ko wol min be katano.
Learned Council, with respect, no law can give validity to torture.
Luata keri meye nyin tonya yandika momuta ka tajiriya.
These military officers, as you mentioned, were already in detention.
We had
instructions to draft decree number 4. At least for the future, just taking the sections that you quoted one after the other. But what decree number 2.1 made possible, at least for those who were not in detention, that they could not be detained without a detention order. Decree number 4, or section 2, subsection 2 and 3.
Decree na ninjango alabunda fulanjango wofanana bunda lolula fulanjango ni sabanjango.
Did not empower anyone to torture persons in detention.
Aman sembedi mo womondi na purka mulu tajire ya meni alon ko be mutokono.
To the extent that the fundamental human rights provisions were still in force. The decree assumes that all detention would comply with the fundamental human rights provisions.
Decree was called bening sartolu nyanta tala nyola lemenket hadamaya nyantoluti.
So to say that because the decree was given retroactive effect, that probably legitimized torture that was going on. Respect is not correct.
What I was saying, that it legitimized the actions of the government. Especially when it came to... It certainly legitimized unlawful detention as we know it in the Constitution. Because the procedure in which they detain people, and the evidence is quite clear here, the TRRC, was definitely not in consonance with the provisions of the Constitution. And that, in my view, paved the way for other human rights violations such as torture.
Andu ntela miraloto anata muna wulu wala nyintiko kasilo di nyantatinya dol miyalan ko wolle keta molla.
Decrees cannot legitimize the actions of the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council. It cannot legitimize torture. It cannot legitimize detention. What legitimize? Sorry, the translation.
Decreeolu teñin keno la ka foko ka tilindi wala ka kesartoti pour ka molu muta wala ka molu tajreya wala ka kujawolu ke molu la ke dimindi.
And the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council knew that the only legitimacy they can get for their action during the transition period
Andu sojarolu tumo etelia lonko kuomen si itelu lakolu sambano ay keko kutilindi ngolom itel lamararo kono
was to have an indemnity in the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia.
Wolem ka bunda londi Gambia la constitution o kono me ya lonko wolebe kantaro kala molu la men ya lonko ni yo kolu ke satara kute kelela.
That is why they went to the extent of ensuring that we had the second schedule to the Constitution, indemnifying their actions during this period.
O dalilo le ya sabu itata ka bunda fulanja nyi murundi na constitution o kono me ya lonko wolebe itali kantala ila kuketa lutobe menu kala wo sartol fanan la karola.
And let me also remind you that legitimization must have an objective yardstick.
Kumbenyi mfanan fula ko ka kutilindi ka ke kuti me ya lonko ka ke ko kutilindi ngolo wo fanan ayala sumandalu sotolede.
A decree which is made by the military cannot legitimize what the military does. It's the decree is made by them. They cannot legitimate their own actions. So legitimization connotes that some other process is used to give validity to something a person does.
Decree olu nyili ate keno lako itel fangolu yo decree olu dera pour que itel fangolu law kuketalu tilindi. Bari woye kule itandi ko kule be dendinga la meya lonko itel seo men keno wala mnie memmenke wo decree olu sike kuti si denno menula.
So with respect, Council, legitimization in relation to decrees is a misnomer.
Woto ni ajibe Council ka kuolu tilindi ka fo aya tembendile sartol la karola woto mu kuleti me ya lonka ninyan tolu man tembe.
It is the Gambian people in the Constitution 1997 Constitution which supposedly went to a referendum that legitimized the actions of the AFPRC.
Birin Gambian no li kon referendum o nyinke carte o fay hani fo wo sartolu menu dunta 1997 constitution o kono wala olu sembentu ya ke londi pour ke kuti men sitama.
And from 1997
between 1997 lungulu
those provisions in the constitution legitimizing and granting indemnity to the AFPRC remain in our laws.
Wala ya sabu lu sartolu meni itelikanta ke tankandi tilindiroma wala tutalla constitution okono wala ya kendi itella kuketalu kumanna boje mensi ke tolula kafo ye nyineke.
That is why Yankuba Ture was able to raise it.
Wala na Yankuba Ture ya kango bulindi ka okuma kango lufo.
And if you look at the judgments of our courts consistently from 1997, they have excluded themselves from having the jurisdiction to determine the legitimacy of decrees.
Gruni ajube kabo 1997 kiti teulu men beketan na banko kang. Woto ninkumu itelie fam bondi leke fanjam fandi wo sartolu lako ulmu kuleti men ya lonko askeno ko kusi soto men seke tolla wala bulusi le kang.
So I think it is wrong to try to infuse decrees with an authority that they don't have. As lawyers, we know this about law. Law is merely a command that can be enforced by sanction. Were the decrees law during the transition period?
To the
extent that they reflect commands which had sanctions, which had consequences if you don't abide by them, those that were directed at people.
ka foko ye sembo nin kango soto le men ya lonko isi tamandi sartolu la tamanya la karola molu la karola
Maybe you can call it law.
ase keno ye kumandi ko lualo.
But to the extent that the Gambian people did not have the military did not have the consent of the Gambian people to make the decrees.
But ka foko sojaro le manyin council Gambian ko bulu ka foko decree olu de da.
And they were not laws.
And otumo manke luati.
That's a philosophical debate.
I was about to say that, Mrs.
That's a philosophical debate.
Looking at the practical realities on the ground, as far as the Gambian public was concerned, the decree certainly had the force of law. As far as the military junta as well was concerned, they ruled by it and used it as law operated in the normal setting. And by these decrees, remember, Mrs. Bensouda, you drafted them, they were equipped with legislative, executive, as well as judicial powers.
Ando Ms. Bensouda, ni decree min ka foteng and iteketa moti mi alan ko itala deda. Ye symbol le ke je mi alan ko len kiti bunda sembo loi deda sembo aning mi alan ko man sakunda nyaton ko la sembo fana.
And these decrees actually validated their own unconstitutional actions.
Andum fana nyin decree ke ta fenati mi alan ko ye londir ke ko la mi alan ko akamtalo ko doro ning banko loi boko babe tamaka.
And in your position, you helped them to achieve it.
Andu ite fongo kundingo watu mene bo makamoto iketa multi mi alan ko ye demale pour ye ko tamandino wanyama.
The premise of your question, if the question is whether I helped them, that premise, of course, is wrong, and I don't agree with it.
Ila dinkira kafo nyinin karo kono kafo kufa fodu ntele imako yukulu tamandola natara wole mude woto manso woto la mbafala ko woto dal amanke kuti ntenya ko to mentilinta.
And I respect your answer, Mrs. Bensouda, and I will allow the commissioners to draw conclusions.
Ila jabiro mba bunya la bakala andu wakang mina abula commissioner bulu police jiberke ya woko nyintame ya jibe.
The decrees did not validate anything done by the council. They did not need validation.
Decree olumam fewo fendi bambandi ka londi ka foko nyimuku ketalti council nyin nakarola. The
decrees provided a framework for them to operate, in which they operated. It was created by them. It was enforced by them. It was amended by them when they saw fit. In fact, even where the decree said they could not do something, it did not prevent them from doing it because they had the power to do it.
Then
one might ask, Mrs. Bensouda, then what's the point? What's the point of the decrees if at the end of the day they would have done what they were going to do without it, and they were ruling anyway without the power of the decree? Then what was the point? What was the point for all of the framework and guidelines that you presented in the decree in that case? Because they were not bound to follow it anyway.
What is saying, Ms. Bensouda? Most of you karo kenol. But in saying you'll more let me alanko decreeing. Hanatara lota. What a balla. It will left a kuku kele bakela fa tata ninsular farm and tan insular. In my
view, I mean, you might as well not have dirtied your hands by touching them. Just let them do what they're going to do.
Antela miralote imanyane dakela nunje foye bulo nondi dendu nyanta sila ye fele tolbe minkeka ye wokedoro.
I do not consider my hands to be dirty.
I
do not certainly consider my hands to be tainted.
But
it's a fair question to ask then, what is the point? I suppose it's convenient 25 years down the line to be asking those questions.
La mera woto abe sono yala le sanyi muani lulu kola purka wakumulu nyininka.
Were we all to abandon the country and leave it to Yaya Jammeh and his cohorts?
Fodum benyan tambola bankoto le bangetu Yaya Jammeh na la umulu bulu.
Should I have resigned as Solicitor General?
Funyantana do ko saindi le kabo Solicitor General makamoto.
Should I even have stayed in America?
Fodu nyanta tulanun America.
These are all hypothetical questions 25 years down the line.
Nyilbe mu kunyininkar leti meni alonko fula fula nyininkaro le musanji muani lulu kola.
That time,
Kotembo.
with having worked in the ministry for 5 years.
Kafonga wayatara ngado ko ka minister bunda.
Sorry, for 14 years. 14 years at that time, having been Solicitor General for 5 years.
Ngado ko sanji tani na nimbe palaso nyinto ndu nata sanji lulu fananke Solicitor General makamoto.
And knowing that the situation we found ourselves in was not unique to Gambia.
Ntata tara ngombe tembo mento mukule time ya lonko amanke kutembere ngoti Gambia nkolu nyati limula.
And taking a point of reference from how other countries, Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, how all of them have dealt with the situation.
Aninka santi ngota ko banku dolu ya akuoke nu nyami mbiri aketela bankolu kang menu beko Ghana, Nigeria ananyo banku kotengolu niyo santi ngolu jube.
I took the decision
Ngawa kangota nyine kang
to come back
purka murunang
and Solicitor General
andu makamoto
continue to work in the public interest, as is my oath.
Solicitor General purka continue do ko la jama mulu toyala wairi ngakali oleke.
So, in your view, you were some sort of savior, Mrs. Bensouda. That's the picture I have in my mind when you describe the situation where if you had not actually intervened, this country would have gone down the line of chaos and anarchy. But for your intervention.
Coming ndala miralo to ngaje nyami wala nyintiko komi natara no ita manne dabula nyunko konono deno nyim banko be kala banko lete mialan ko kairo nin tenku ngote tarano nin banko kan wo wato kono.
Savior, I wish I was. No.
Ka fo kanandirla ngam asidia nyenu ngake oti hani manke oti.
I really wish that the military who had the responsibility to secure the safety of this country
Nyim la finoti sojaro lumeni alon ko nyinduno be telebulu purka nyim banko tankandi.
I was no savior.
Nda manke tankandir latino.
However,
Baro nyang
the country was in anarchy.
Banko be tembo mentunu utumo tembete caring.
And what is anarchy?
Mune mo tembe baliati.
Was in a state of lawlessness.
Butumo luanta yale be banko ka.
Where soldiers can knock on your door and throw you in prison.
Damen wato men sojaro lu sila da konkon ye simuta sembo kan yete mari soro.
Other countries put in a coherent framework so that the military could interface with the public.
La dolu to ye ferolu men ke wala nyinti ko sojarolu ininja ma molu si nyati linyola ka kulu masla.
And that's all decrees are supposed to do.
Adun dikriolu be dalilo moleti.
Create a framework so that people will know what to expect from the military.
Ka tamandir parendi me ya lonko wala baytandi la molula inyanta jikila munela wala inyanta sondomolo la mulle kan sojarol la karola.
And hopefully,
Andun jiko fana na karola.
the military will also understand the limits of their own actions.
Ka foko sojarolu fanalu isinyin londo soto wala isa hakilo soto iteli nyanta danna dame manyantambila damenna.
But let us not fool ourselves. The soldiers were in control and could do whatever they wanted.
Rinka nan fande ne de sojarol lebe maralin kolla adu kokundun diate ka tamandi wala nyama.
The decrees did not enable do anything.
But Mrs.
Bensouda, it's very clear that the situation you explain about regulating and stabilizing the situation, I mean, it definitely did not happen. Perhaps that was your aim and that was your objective, but it definitely did not happen. And you have also confirmed that because they did what they wanted. Do you have any regrets?
Miss Benzuda, mimbi je wala nyinte ko ite natala nung pour ka démarrer ke isaje kuol be laare nu nyamin tiñarol mimbe keringa besebo wala muy la xamen datu nu barka bri nat e nata jele ko wo kuol nying wo xamen dal nying imanna wo natol timandino sa mbe nyini kala mina foy ni mi sata nyung kuol la bang mil keta.
Regret about what?
Kanimisa munna
Specifically.
tombondiroto kanimisa munna.
Regrets about drafting the decrees.
Wala nyindi ko yewo nyindikri lual mi yalan ko yewo le deda nyin juntam moli.
No, whatsoever, none.
Ani akita nyawnyandi nyama fentiji.
Okay, thank
A framework was needed.
Amunta kolu lanya na sambanya solo be wala lanu.
even though it wasn't followed
Ana telefon kuol man
and it was disregarded, as you said yourself.
Andu imanna kuma andi komite fon ya fo nyame.
Not everything. I did not say all the decrees were disregarded.
Mafoko ye nya kasi decree olubele la.
You said the soldiers did what they wanted to do
Ko sojarol mil
from the beginning, even before the decrees were passed.
I telefon wo decree lual
Therefore,
mi
what was the point?
Sa woto munen wo daliloti.
Let me repeat. The point was to create a framework within which they could operate, whether they followed it or not. That was the framework.
Sarto momenti wala mnyintiko ka kuolu sambanya ning atamandinya parendi. Itatabula wonoma bang imanta abula wonoma bang bari nin kude data me yalonko anyanta kela wole nyama adadata wole kama.
So even if it served merely decorative purposes, it should just be there as a guideline, even though no one was guided by it.
Ana tara num fa ya dedala no re komi ya ke nyarandiri fengoti tendorong amanjari num fenna fodi.
I think it's a wrong opinion to say that they serve decorative purposes.
Namera nyimang tilin kafoko aketa nyarandi fengo damanete.
Just to give an example,
Ruka misalo di
Decree number 1 enabled them to, although they had made a declaration about the cabinet.
ye kuma kangolu fola cabinet la karola bar decree number 1 fananata nyi silo yitandi.
Decree number 1 gave them the structure within which the cabinet members could be appointed and could sit to address the myriad of issues that had nothing, that the country needed to be addressed, that had nothing to do with the military.
Decree following wole ye silo yitandila inyanta kolu tamandila nyami inyanta kolu londila nyamin me ya lonko itella mararo kono be kolu tamandila wole nyama. Decree following yo bundale yele itelie puri salon be kolu sambala nyamin.
The decree also enabled the government to know that it will continue to function under the laws that were in place.
Wo decree fanane nyi yitandila ko ibe tamano lale luwa lukoto menia lonko wolebe loring inyatili nyal.
In other words, decree number 1 enabled the public to know what the situation was and enable life to go on.
Decree following na fanan nata jama mako e puri ya long munebe caring anim fanan puru molu la sinya nim balunya sitenteng.
In other words, decree number 1 was the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, between the people and the military, if I may put it that way.
Ninsa fono wonyama decree following wole mu nyofa hamu county jama molu ni sojaro lutema otembo.
Just like a constitution is the memorandum of understanding between the people, the governed, and the governors.
Constitution mu nyofa hamu county nyamin jama molu iniman sakunda ning maral bunda lutema.
So we should not infuse it with some other, some other attributes that.
Yeah, Mrs. Bensouda, just to conclude, really, certainly it is clear, even from your own testimony, that the junta never had the consent of the public to do what they were doing. So I don't see how you could call that an MOU between the people and the junta. You said their government was illegitimate, and, we've gone through all of that. So I don't see how that could be an MOU.
Miss Bensouda, comme ils font à Fanyam, nous maje comme ils font namin for comme banco loi nying buku banying warning mol tema comme iko mu feneti miana ka fa memorandum of understanding wala nyomo yole be caring e da mol tem o man ke fenti miala ka keta wala nyam bunya be kamala.
But in order to
it's a good point
Bunda nyimalam
that you make.
Thank you for acknowledging that.
The memorandum of understanding did not require the consent of the people. That is true.
ñoo faamu kango amam molu la kango nyinin kada makani.
But
Not that it did not require it. It did not
nonetheless-
have the consent. The people never consented to this.
Comme mol
Never
mantra
did.
amanke ko mol le sonta pro woyeke wo man soto.
I think we are saying the same thing.
I'm
We do
not too sure,
require
Mrs.
that people
Bensouda. I doubt
consented.
if we are saying the same thing.
Amirambe kuma kango le kilingo le
I'm saying
foka.
something
Mamela
very
bebe
different.
kuma kilingona fokande.
It did not require the people's consent
Amam molu la songo kaninde.
because it was they were ruling by the barrel of a gun.
Selbe mararo tamandi kanun kido da kolomole.
And the
It
people never
communica- it
consented to that.
communicated.
No
It
more than a man so
communicated.
well.
There, sorry.
Sorry.
I mean, one can debate all these issues, mostly philosophical, but let me make it absolutely clear.
Mo sinyin
And it
kolu
counts.
be fono le ka kacha ni londo la silola. Bari mbarunga
Take-
kuma kilin sena yandi ba.
And I would like to underscore it.
Ndumbela fla ka bambandi.
I take no responsibility for the actions of the military
Sojaro la bara kolu nta ak fem duno ta la je.
and for those of us who try to stabilize the situation.
Ndel dolu men ya kata purka kolu tembendi ka tilindi.
I think we, in fact, are entitled to commendation.
Ngamira nyanta jairo soton nale.
I feel neither tainted by what happened or the role I played.
Akatung maje ko ngako men tamandi ani menketa. Amanke kuti me yente nondi.
And whatever I did was entirely consistent with my duty to the country
Na
and my
fem-
duty as Solicitor General
Nga fenke kule me ya
or
lonko.
acting Attorney General.
Anim banko la solo ni sartolu tata nyola le. Anim fanam palaso membembulo tumo Attorney General makamo. Ani fanan na sartolu ni tarambulo tata nyola le.
And I understand your point about not taking responsibility for the actions of the AFPRC.
No fananga fahamo kele munati ne man son coming ning APRC man sakundani wala njunta nyinti la manyal mi yalan ko ye wala kenu.
And let me just
But
also
let me
add,
just
sorry,
finish
so
my
that you
point,
can
Batunga
take
pare.
it
Mrs.
on
Bensouda,
board.
so that I don't lose my thread of thought, please.
But let me just
Let
add
me just
something.
finish, please.
Batunga
Very well.
mbani,
But
Please,
since
with all
I'm at
due
the
respect.
I'm at the listening end, so I'll give you priority, yes.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Despite the fact that you're saying that the AFPRC
Ebe nyimbe mfe kan fo kan ko APRC.
did not actually, you've succeeded in helping me to lose my trend of thought,
I'm
which
glad you-
I'm sure that was your
I'm glad
your
you
goal.
know. No,
Yeah,
not
film
really.
filter,
I'm glad
you
you
filter,
you
eh?
understand my difficulty when you make these long statements and expect me to answer.
Okay, go ahead and answer, and then by that time
I
would
just
have-
wanted to add, and I take no responsibility for the decrees.
Alwe la nyin dikrilu manduni oduni
I
taji.
take no responsibility.
Very
Mandu la
well.
olo
You
la
have now reminded me of my question.
Yes.
Ya ya haklo
I
bulani
thought
na
you
nyini
were going
karo.
to, in fact,
Yes, in
ask
that.
yes.
Yes. In terms of coming up with the concept and the idea,
Ni nata-
the blueprint for the decrees,
Komi
I understand that. But do you not take any personal responsibility for assisting in their drafting, coming up with an
Why
actual
should I?
decree and placing it on the table of the junta?
I don't understand why I should.
They had no
Mafahamu.
know-how, they had no skill to draft decrees. I doubt if they could have made an effective review of those decrees at that point. They just took whatever you said, as far as I'm concerned.
Itol man londi soto komi wo dikri ni nyanta ka de da nyame andu na tara num fa yel fellon nu jefa denu kabi wato minete ya de da be min kala ni ba sen kan jibe la ka jibe yemin de da bari mo fon keno.
The suspension of the Constitution, suspension of the courts,
It was already
and
suspended.
all of that.
Kas kiti dun kral den ka bu bankola bukulu ba fana den.
But it was reiterated in the decrees.
But hani obe ya be na ta
Why
na tara
was
wo
there need to
dikri
do so?
Mala na jarra pour ko obeke.
If their actions had force of law anyway.
Na tara ele ibe min ke kan ni ba
That's
ke
what
kan ni
I'm
wala
trying
symbol.
to understand and reconcile with.
Ba kataka nek
And
wo
I
ko
think
le
that
ka
the
fu
general
nyoma ka
public as
jibe.
well
Andu fana ni mol min be jibe ro fana.
really would like to understand
Be
that.
le fele ko fana ko fana faham.
You know, as you said, sometimes there can be a philosophical debate as to what is law and what is not. But in practical terms, what was operating in this country?
Comme aman jari fan kafo ka londo ka dun londo fana la munen luata anin luata mandinya bar comme ko mi yalan ko wolbe ke kan num banko kan wolen koti.
What was operating in this country before the decree was nothing. Nothing was operating.
Membe tama kanni nyimbanko kanu meya lonka manke oti. What a fenti.
When I came back, nothing was operating. For the 1 week, the military were doing exactly what they wanted. And people did not know. And people did not know the framework within which, what was going on, the framework within which this military were operating. I call that
Mrs.
anarchy.
Bensouda,
So maybe I don't understand
the
your
framework
question.
really had nothing to do with what they were doing, because they continued to do what they were doing anyway. The framework did nothing to limit them or restrict their actions. They continue to unlawfully detain people. They continue to torture people. Even after passing of the decree. So what was the framework all about?
You must remember also, I mean, I agree that they continue to do what they wanted. So decree or no decree, they would do what they wanted. Right? You must recollect that the vast majority of the decrees that were passed during this period had nothing to do with the arrest or detention. These were just regular decrees that would have been passed in the National Assembly for the good functioning of government.
But for
now and for the purposes of the TRRC,
no,
it's
very important to put TRRC cannot be the issues of the decree in the TRRC cannot be handled in isolation. There wasn't a set of decree that had a life of its own that violated the rights of the people, and another set of decrees that were applicable in terms of the functioning of government, and so on. The decrees were decrees. So yes, when it came to the decrees that affected, the liberty of the subject, the sanctity of the human being. This is what the TRRC is looking at. But it should not be looked at in isolation. So I'm quite concerned that the decrees are being infused with some sort of, attribute that don't exist. Decrees were just rules that were put in place. Now when it came to...
TRRC be jube romen ke kan wolem ka jube o dikrilu ye londi ay men sababu akola aning aketa menti ibewle jube kan pour ka kusanu soto je men mutonyati dikriolu ye men sababu ani mam men sababu bar ni aji be fanan wolu kolu mukulleti men ya lon ko nyilu bela kolu ke kan dikri bi soto taban dikri man soto ban itel bela kolu tamandi kan nyaado nyama hani wato me o dikriolu mallo.
Because of our mandate, Mrs. Bensouda, because of our mandate to investigate human rights violations.
I agree that there are a set of decrees. There were a set of decrees that, of course, are crucial to your mandate.
Yes. We must focus on those.
Yes, decree number 1 is not one of them.
I disagree.
Decree number 1, yes, of course. The decree number 1 merely set the basis for government by the military.
Decree foloni kolu lanya le yitandi sojarolu la inyanta ilamansa kundata man.
What about decree number 3? Do you agree that there was room for the junta to violate human rights through unlawful detention?
Decree number 3 nyundum foya mera we silo di junta la priya hadama dongo la nyanto tinyabang.
No, in terms of Silodi, as he put it, it did not...
I don't understand Mandinka.
It paved the way.
It paved the way.
You are agreeing that it paved the way, or you're not agreeing?
No. They were already violating human rights. What the decree did was to set down a procedure which should be followed if people are to be detained. There must be a detention order. Yes, it did not take away the right of the vice chairman, his discretion, which he refused for it to be taken away. It did not take away his powers to deal with the detainees in terms of where they should be remanded and so on. But it put in the minimum that I think we should be, I and Cherno worked on these things.
Decree follow dalilo menti wala mnyenti ko kasilolu nin tarambulolu londi nin itelu sonta nun pour ka tama menula men ya lonko wollebe kala kukendolti isi mararo keno nyami ntani Cherno denta ngawo silol le doku
ibe
ya lonko wollebe kala tarambulolu
ibe Chorno Jumale ka Chorno Jumale fotem.
Oh, Mr. Cherno Jallo QC.
wala Cherno Jallo te QC.
He's now a Supreme Court judge.
Supreme Court kitindir lalo mate.
We grew up in a democratic, as lawyers.
We grew
up in a democratic context, in a context where fundamental human rights were supreme.
Mbe kuluta nyokan demokrasi la sarto le kono ko loyalty adumu kuleti me yalonko.
So how could you put your name to these decrees, Mrs. Bensouda, taking that into consideration? I mean, with everything that you described about the democratic setting of Gambia and the respect for rule of law and human rights, and then you assist in drafting, or I would say that you drafted these decrees that suspended the constitution.
Komi nata silol mi itandi komi Gambia banko kan demokrasi ka tamanya hadama dongol la nyanto hani wobe etenate dabula nyin decree economy alan ko ye wolle de daten.
I ousted the jurisdiction of the courts and gave legislative powers to the
ka kiti bundal deng ka sembo di mo la mi alan ko wolle be maralo ni wo wato kono.
That is not in consonance with democratic principles as we know.
So in
my view, I would not have touched those decrees. But your opinion is that, although you don't want to say the word savior, but you did come to save us.
I'm glad you are not me. Indeed. We acted responsibly.
Mrs. Bensouda, I think we'll agree to disagree at this point, and we'll close for the lunch. I'll just refer you to the chairman before we do so. We will break for the lunch, not close. We'll come back after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Council, and thank you, Madam Bensouda. We will resume at 3 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Council, we're ready to continue. If you may proceed, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Osha, kindly get the witness, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Bensouda.
Good afternoon, Council.
Etinyang Council.
I hope you've been able to recuperate after the break.
Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
I was saying I hope you've been able to recuperate after your break.
Ah, yes, thank you.
Yeah, Tonyala Baraka.
The Ramadan makes it a little more challenging.
Ngaroka akole andile rumandi.
Yeah. During the last session, we went into depth
Abring nanying kacha labong janim bita fonyon dingolan dunta nung kuol kono nunne kendeke
dealing with the decrees
ta fanala mi alon ko wolem nyin decree nyinti
that were passed during your tenure as acting AG.
mi alon ko inata ke londi ke luwalte wato mi alon ko telebe nung AG yala wolem minister yala nung wo jamanoto.
We've dealt extensively with decree number 1 as well as decree number 3.
Andu diamuta decree fulala wolen decree fulo nying anin sabanjango nying wol kachale kendeke.
My understanding is that you were there during the passing of decree number 2, 5, 6, and 4.
Ngamin faham wala ngamin long wala nyindi go decree number 2, 5, 3, 6. Kabri bol be lon de da kan pour que
Sorry,
luati
2, 4, 5, and 6.
2, 4, degree
5
3,
and 6.
2, 4,
5,
5, and 6.
Can you briefly take us through those decrees?
Say, ngani degree min for them. For ese dunno akono le ya for mole bang.
And depending on how it goes, I may have some interjecting questions.
And fona tutale ni ba fola ba fo ka nyamin dorong aske no fona nge kuntu nga nyinin karo dolke.
Okay, thank you very much.
Inumbara kendeke.
Decrees, just for the benefit of maybe the public, decrees are merely rules. You can call them laws if you want, but they are just rules by which the military rule the country.
Pour jamala nafakan dikriol mu fennuleti sojarolu ka menu londi ka tamala pour itelbela ko kala nyamin ibe banko sambala nyamin sartolu menula.
And are common in every military dictatorship. This is what they use to rule.
Andu sojar mararo lube dawo da nyimukuleti ka menlondi ka tama wale lai ka wale fo.
Decree number 2
Decree flanjang
related to the gendarmerie.
o tilinta gendarmerie bundale lanu.
After the dissolution of the Senegambia Confederation, the gendarmerie were transferred to the police.
During Senegambia Confederation o banta sandarmorolu ye sawundi ka edundi police la kontoto.
And the chairman who came from the gendarmerie, that's AJJ Jame, wanted this reversed.
Andu chairman me ya lonko ate bota sandarmori la karola chairman ya AJJ Jame ate lafta okuli yela mandila nu.
He also wanted the National Security Service dissolved.
Andu lafta bankola kanto nintanka da bunda la duku bunda fanan janjanna National Security Service.
So that's what decree number 2 did.
Decree number fulanjang yewoleke.
Decree number 3 we have discussed.
Decree sabanjang ngawakachale.
And well, I have listened to council's opinions on the decree.
Andu nga council fo kamalu moyle decree nyina karola.
Decree number 3, and I don't agree with those opinions.
Decree number 3 de between council e menu for jam
Well noted, Mrs. Bensouda.
The decree actually enabled those who were detained to have recourse
Decree nying ay silo di molle la menu mutanu pour fanalusi ila kulu tamandino nyaming pour be fansoto la nyaming.
Have a tribunal review their detention.
Pour bunda silo membe jube rokela ila mutarola.
Every 6 months.
Kari woro.
Of course, it could not prevent the vice chairman from exercising his authority.
Aman chairman no lanko bali pour ayala kango tamandide.
But it gave the detainees a chance.
But ay silo yele moli yemenu be mutokono.
Decree number 4.
Decree number 4
related to the suspension of political activities.
Tilinta men wala mka politik kunya lube buruka politik party kanatama.
If I recollect, I think the council was very irritated by publications made by Foroya.
Ning hakilo baka an council nyi ye kamfa da ba sotong kibar kaito me ba fly Foroya wolnata kumolu menu fintindi ke safe.
And they wanted, since political parties, I think we are suspended by decree number 1, so they wanted political activities also to be suspended.
Where decree number 1, where political party olu lako tonne wotumo, wala na ilafita politiko la karola kukundi nin tamandiro len kuketalom politiko la karola ilafita obeyebo.
Decree number 5.
Decree lulu njao.
Related to local government authorities.
I
think it was at the second council meeting which I attended. They proposed to appoint military officers as mayor and chairman of area councils.
Aning sirantiol men marla area council lakata
and dissolve the councils, elected councils.
Between council cartel fighter council bunda lumeni pour kawlu janjang.
And I advised that this was contrary to the existing provisions of the law.
Ya marinyi na ko wonim lua bunda lumenu be loring it man tembede jenketa nyoyenne.
And they instructed that the law should be amended to enable them do that.
Between nata nyino foko woto nyanta falingo kelale wo loi bunda la puru wosi silo dino itulula ilafta menkela wonya kaoke.
Decree number 6 is the last decree before I handed over as Attorney General that I received instructions to draft.
Between decree woron jango welen decree labangoti jandinte be bolaje ye kamen din na puru nyanta men safela.
Now, this decree,
I
had since our first meeting been pushing for the release of the ministers.
Kabrina bemfolo numba katakanum puru minister lumen ye muta puru sebula.
They finally agreed to release them and put them under house arrest.
Inata song puru kebula bari hanimbi ikoy be sindile la bungulu konole amunta bunkono muto ibe wala kelela.
And this decree was drafted to reflect the agreement to release the ministers and put them under house arrest.
Decree lota nyene kanko to nyaay woto be minister bulala le bari ibe sindile la bungul le kono yake bunkono mutoti yesi ye mutela bungul kono.
Mrs. Bensouda, let me just comment on decree number 6.
Ms. Bensouda, mbatonga diamu decree number 6 la Carola.
As well as decree number 4.
In decree number 4.
We received some evidence from Omar Jallo, OJ Jallo.
Kuma kongol soto le mi alon ka boda nong Omar Jallo le burika fa OJ.
That whilst he was under house arrest.
Ako jawato mi alon ko ya muta bunkono.
With the rest of the ministers.
Nang minister to malnying.
He was constantly harassed and intimidated by members of the junta. I believe he mentioned Sana Sabali in particular, who would come to his house.
Aka fojane ko komi ka kontinele ka botandi ka kamfandi kontine ka silandi kontine tala ko ka domingo ke no baka wala Sana Sabali.
And beat him up in the presence of his family.
Di ka bute fana la dimbal nyala.
There was also another instance where after the passing of decree number 4, suspending political activities, he gave a press conference.
Wati fana sotota wato mina ye decree number 4 nyingi ya londi ya lota wati sotota numfanga nana diamuta kiba tala lena.
I cannot remember in what particular newspaper. It may have been Foroya.
Ma hakilo ma de kibar kaiti bunda jumale kilimu baraske no ayake Foroya kibar kaiti bundati.
And when that publication was actually out, based on this decree,
andum kabri wo janja wo kibarol nyen janja min tata nyen decree nyen na karola
he was subsequently arrested and abused.
inatana muta ka kutilimbalol laka
Because according to the council, they had banned on all political parties.
kato wato council nyin wala sojar masakunda ye min fa wala nyen ko ye political party wala ye be danne follow.
And the point I'm trying to make is that these particular decrees actually created a framework within which he in particular was able to be targeted and his rights violated because they managed to confine him in one place and he was subsequently tortured.
Counsel, I find that question rather strange coming from a lawyer.
Wo kumo aketanye kutaleti purka kawo moy loyala.
The best that can happen to anyone is to be released to go home.
Ben sekeno momondi na wala mnyinti yebula yesaiya.
And what this decree enabled to happen was for ministers to be released to go home.
Ando decree yemenkeno wala puri minister lubula yesaiya solu kono.
If Mr. Is it Lieutenant Sanasabali went to OJ's house and tortured him,
Nin Lieutenant Sanasabali tata OJ la bunkono atata tajire yaje.
It has nothing to do with decree number 4.
Mam femfen soto ka tamandi decree number 4 la Carola.
What decree number 4 says?
Decree na ninja wa memfo.
That anybody, no person shall engage in any political propaganda by means of a newspaper publication.
Wala mnyintiko mo womondi kana idabula politiko la kuto ka tamandi menseke safer tati bang.
In any other media form for spreading the ideas or ideology of any political party.
Wala asike kibar kaititi wala banketa meya lonko politic party killing kana soto meya lonko isila kumakangulu wala ila dalilul findindije.
And no person shall in any manner carry on or engage in any political activity.
Adu momondi kumokungo ekana wuli kafo ebe politiko tamandila.
So, and there is a penalty that any person who commits, and if you do so, it's an offense.
Andu ye kuluro laje pru momondi ye okeye luale tinya.
Any person who commits an offense shall be liable to conviction to a fine not exceeding $5,000.
Andu momondi nketa oto, momondi ye manyake isi muta andu mfanang isi kulunyi nako ebe alamano lale kang mem te mankila dalasi wuli lulola.
Which means you'll be taken to court and prosecuted.
Wala mnyinti ko ebe sambala kiti bunda alla ye kitindi.
My
So
point,
if Sanasabali went and tortured somebody in their house, what has it got to do with this decree? It has nothing to do with it.
Ni Sanasabali tata mola bunko no katata jireaje. Onin decree ni manyoso to femfena.
according to Omar Jallo's testimony here at the TRRC,
Omar Jallo ay kumakongol mindi TRRC jam.
he stated that the reason why he was dealt with in that particular way was because he was in breach of this decree.
Katugo ako niaje ye wo manya nyin kata decree nyin ay sarol min landa te mum moldi mi amantara tamaka wala.
And therefore it was used as an excuse
Sa natana wota ka
to legitimize what was done to him.
ka ko ye wo min kala komin anin luwa tata nyolal.
That's why I am quite at sea. It's like saying when a police officer, even at this time, brutalizes anyone, it's because the law allows him to do so.
Amunta la ko doron sai nim police o wulta tata mo muta tenten kensen ke doron ya tajireya. Andu ina tanyina foko ko luale yo sembodi wo police wala.
In this particular instance,
Nyin kara dola.
it is a situation of having the decrees there as a legal framework upon which the AFPRC junta could actually back their actions and give it legitimacy. That is my point.
Coming saying nyin decree nyin ni aja tata ja kata nun tamandiri bulo leti mi alon ko AFPRC man sakundanya ka tamani wo bulo lala isaje ko isa sujini wala ka foko ebe minke kan fenne mi alon ka ni luwa tata nyola.
With respect, that's a wrong view.
Ya bunya kan wode o mujjerol ti men mantiling.
This decree provides that it's an offense to be engaged in political activity at that time, and if you do so, you will be arrested, taken before a court, convicted, and fined. So if Sana Sabali goes and does whatever he wants, it has nothing to do with this decree.
Amunta nyimu decree let me nyimfoko.
Just a violation of the decree and a violation of the law.
Mo kana idabula politik kuto, mo kana politik kutamandi, mo kana kankularke politiko la karola. Yo adun nimeme yake ibe mutalale ye samba ye kitindi aduni ye kitindi ibe nying alamano le lale kan ayole fo barbitum nin Sana Sabali ka wuli akata mola bungo kono kata tajire yaje woto decree mo fo.
If he, as member of the council who passed this particular law,
na drasa ta multimia dabe wo council mol nyin kono le andi to lekata multimia ko to le wo luwa nyin londi
and had all executive and legislative as well as judicial powers to enforce it,
andum fana na tana sembo so to luwa kiti bundala fanala luwa dala la fanala animman sakunda nyaton ko la sembo fana babulu.
and this is the way in which he actually found it. This is the way in which he chose to enforce it.
Andum fana anata na nyim sido leta mi alon ka fongale wota fongale pour ka cool tamandi wo nyam.
Then that just goes to show exactly the point I was trying to relate in relation to the decrees.
Hani sa nyimu feneti mi alon ka be senyandir ke kan numbe kumol min fo kan num foloke abolle senyandi kan nana ta nyin decree la kola.
That it did not actually provide a framework for regulating the activities of the junta.
Manke bunda ti mi alon ko ay tamandir bulo le tandi mi alon ko tamandir bul senayar ngol mi alon ko junta nyen wala sojarol nyen nyanta ko tamandir kendo leta.
But rather giving their unlawful acts the force of law.
Bari anatake minti wala nyenti ko wala ke barol ke mi alon ka nen luwa manta nyola fereng.
I'm putting it to you.
Mbay nyin keke tole pour ye jabiro ke.
That is a wrong view of the law. Like any other law, if Sana Sabali violates it, he should be held responsible.
Mrs. Bensouda, who is going to hold you responsible if you are the judge, jury, and the executioner?
Mrs. Bensouda, saying, ite mi alon ko ite fongolen kiti telat, ite len kiti tamandil lat. Saying jumala be lola kafo ko ite nyiminke manya nakake. Jumala be ite fana kiti nino.
That was the power that the decrees gave to the council.
Ato nyin decree nyin wole nyin symbol be di nyin council mol la nyin sojar mol.
Fortunately, that is why now you have the TRRC.
Between kunyi nyando kama wala na yeti RRC sotobi.
And Sana Sabali's actions should be determined in relation to the law that was in place at the time.
Sana Sabali woto alao kebaro lu inyanta ani uluale suman na membe lori nu wotumo.
And appropriate recommendations made.
Between ya marikendo lu meni silo tata nyola isi olu londi.
But what I think would be wrong.
Bari ngamira me ya lonko aketa nin silo manta.
Your question seems to insinuate.
Ila nyinin karo amulunta ko alafta nyine itandila ko.
Is to malign or hold as villains those who drafted the law which Sana Sabali did not follow.
Amunta meni yo luwa dada wala meni o sarto londi amunta ilafta wulu jelale ko lem kurunguluti meni ya lonko Sana Sabali amanabula o sarto noma.
I'm sure all Gambians are now happy that there is a possibility of accountability and reparation for the wrongs that have occurred.
Lata la sayen Gambian kolu mo jamabe se wala ko silanding ala silobe sotonnale pour que buluma sayo ke molu la men ye mantoro taki anim fanan tilimunen to nyaabe tamalale men yalon ko e silobula.
Decree number 4 did not sanction
bari decree nani njango amanyi sembo di
torture
pour que mo tajireya
or violation of anybody's
wala
liberty
pour que mo la taram fambulo tinya
or personal integrity.
wala ka mari fon wala kartaranya wala ala amari fon ko ka mantora.
Mrs. Bensouda, by all means, by no means am I trying to paint the legislators or the draftspersons a villain or to paint you as one. You are by no means a villain.
You are
a highly respected member of our society
and
a senior lawyer
Andi mo molti mi yalan ko loya makama bale bebul.
my senior at the bar.
Andum fana ite keta molti mi yalan ko keta nyaton ko do ni nata loya
And you
yala
have
fana.
contributed immensely
Andi keta modi fana mi yalan ko ye da dum bake ko tole.
to the justice sector.
Ni nata luwa bundala karolla.
What I am trying to do
Mbe min ke kan jang santeng.
is just to get a bit of responsibility or accountability
Luka wala
from
doron
you.
ka son doron komin kuol mi yalan ko wala keta ite la fanala.
In terms of drafting those decrees,
Ni nata wato mi yalan ko nyin dikril nying ibe deda kan wato minna.
that to some degree enabled Jame
Fo labon fonga nata nake fon fo jamme fon nata nake
and members of his junta
anala mol mi yalan ko to lewo man sakunda nyim bondi ka fo e junta
to do some of the excesses which they did.
ibe ku tambirngol ke ka mil yalan ko yewleke.
And the reason why the decrees had retroactive
Andu niaje nying dikril
Effect.
nying anata ka fendi mi yalan ko komin kuol min be keta koma wol be dabulata kono.
was to legitimize their actions.
Wo be niaja keta wolen doron po komin ka itandi molla ko ye itole kuol min be ke fenne mi yalan ka ni luwa tata nyola.
Because they realized that they needed the legitimacy of the law to justify some of the things that they did. And that's why they backdated it.
Yaje wole atinna inatajo ko ntolbe nyim bara ku jawol min be kan be kuol min be ke kan nsulata luwa la pour luwa en sebenti ya kay tandi ko ntolbe ku ke ka ta ani luwa tata wala na jani wo luwa be lola yo manyal min be ke inata na kabriye luwa nyin londi ya sawndile fo koma pra wol be da setara wo luwa kon.
Otherwise, perhaps you could enlighten us and tell us why that was necessary.
Ni wonte wote ite fon kundingo ise diamuno molene ya funyako munatna o jartanu.
Thank you, Council. I'm very concerned, really, about your statement for various reasons.
Akadanya kuti mialonka akumata nyakoto bake kula mialonko ebole fokanjente.
This is a fact-finding process. It's a fact-finding tribunal. And we have to be careful not to promote our individual opinions.
To
the public that are watching. Every society, whether autocratic or military or democratic, needs rules to operate.
Jama wo jama kafu isolata luwa lela sojar bunda bang civilian bunda ba isolata sarto lela itelbe tamala menula.
The decrees did not enable Yaya Jammeh and his regime.
Wo decree luman sembe di Yaya Jammeh nala molula.
Yaya Jammeh and his group, the junta, took power without any decrees.
Yaya Jammeh nala molu yes banko tale wayatar hani decree te kering.
They held power without decrees.
Sembo mara decree mantara lori utumo.
They arrested people without decrees.
Ya molu muta amanke decree kanti.
They tortured people without decrees.
Ya molu tajire ya amanke decree.
So the decrees were intended to introduce order in our society.
Yo decree lunati nyina kama puruka kango dundi jama kono membe kala kallo ringoti.
Give an understanding to the people as to how the military intends to rule.
Purka nyim fahamundiro di molu la kaitandi la sojaro lafte la maralo kala nyami.
You will not find in any decree that a person can be tortured.
Itata la decree wo decree to dame ya foko aisimo kari mutanole ya tajire ya.
You will not find in any decree that they should go into anybody's home and beat them up.
Decree tije me ya itande ko sidunno mola suokono le kataje ka mari mutakalip.
That the military did these things was a violation even of their own decrees.
Sojaro li nyinke ba munta tilimbali ya ke wala kanyanta tinya hani fangolla decree olto.
So I take no responsibility for anything that Yaya Jammeh did.
Woton tete duni wo duni tala ko kundinto me ya lonko Yaya Jammeh barata wolela.
I take no responsibility for any action of the junta.
Sojaru mararo italie ko kundin tamandi woton te duni wo duni tala italaw barolu kan.
What I take responsibility for is for doing all my best to ensure that there was a structure in place within which Gambians can find coherence and stability.
Nsiduno ta mento wole mganna du ko ke ka kata ka kulondi me ya lonko e gambian ko lu fanalu la taranyasi kunga kono ay ke kuti mense molu nafa ay ke ku sahari ngoti banko kan ndenga wala kata.
Without decree number 4, for instance,
ning ayata decree number 4 man sort of misali kama
ministers would not have been released to go home.
ite minister lu bula la pour yesai
If O.J. Jallow was tortured at home,
ni O.J. Jallow tajire ya ala suokono.
there are about, is it 11? You had Omar C, Hassan B. Jallow,
Itel motan
Yaya
telino
Cisse,
Omar C,
Aliou E.W.F. Baji, Landing Jallow Sonko, Sadio Toure, Mbemba Jata, Matthew Yaya Balde, Boubacar Balde, and Alkali James Gay.
Ayo minister le tolu foten wonya menu be minister yala menu mutanung decree number 4 nata kendi foye bula.
So I think decree number 4 actually was beneficial.
Ngamera woto decree number 4 nafale fenne me nafa soto.
Does not justify Sana Sabali's actions.
Man Sana Sabali la o kebaro lu amake kuti membe teata wala ka
I
tilindi.
repeat, he should be accountable for them.
Be sayla nyin kanko inyanta fanan kulula le o dalilolu kan.
With the benefit of hindsight, do you believe that the framework within which you provided in the decrees, was it an effective system or not? Considering that they were constantly breached.
Comme ça, ite yin dikri min be dada yaje nyadile fo fenne mi alanka akata ku kendolti fo nyadilem lafta e fongo la mi kunna miro ye wota fo.
Let me just correct. The stage was set. The Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council, you can go back to the record, was already announced before these decrees.
Isa jube ni isi safero fonto isi taje ya jibe AFPRC wala Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council yo bunda londi le follow janning nyin decree ol fonto bina.
So the framework was based on the stage set by the military.
Ila kuolu sambanya ubebe larin kuolu landinya le kan itel sojaru lu fonto ya parendi nyami.
So the framework that was established for military rule, yes, was effective.
Woto ye bunda men landi pour sojal mararo sitama woto mukuleti me ya lonko atatale atamatale.
Yes, you had the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council.
Ye sojaro law maral council bunda
The cabinet ministers, these are the two organs that were supposed to rule the country.
Ning cabinet minister lu nyimbunda fulo le nyanta banko marala ka samba.
Decree number 4, yes, the ministers were released and went home.
Decree number 4 ha toja ye minister bula isetela sul kono.
And I'm sure many of them were relieved.
Andu ngalon ko kete jamale jusu tankungoti.
Mrs. Bensouda, if I can just take you back.
Yes.
Ms. Bensouda ni se murundi no ko madamande.
Under decree number 1, in your statement, you made
number 1.
You said something.
Ye fenna fo ile kuma kon economy alon ko ye wala safe.
You mentioned chapter 3 on the fundamental rights and freedoms was not suspended, unlike the models we reviewed.
Ko comme chapter 3 bunda sabanyawani ko mol la nyantol ni ngamanke fenti mi alon ko ye denne ibe tamo kaneno.
And you were talking about the fact that you had reviewed and compared certain decrees from other jurisdictions where there were military rule, and you said this was deliberate on our part.
Ndiko inata jibel kele wala ka kesen ke banku katangon la mili alon ko inane decree lual sotole no comme kabul wato mina ye sojan man sakunda so de ko e wolbe yani ntol tale kunna taki ya jibe bar ntol minketa janga manke dulato.
You stated that I believe that the ministry could not ensure that to the extent possible human rights were not unnecessarily trammeled.
Ko comme ministre na nyata jibero kala foka jego labango fon hadama dingol la nyanta tinya kana ka fendi mi alon ko ba malala.
You were trying to say that basically you were trying to protect human rights here
wala nyinti ko ibe kato beke kana pruka hadama dingol la nyanto tankandi
by not suspending the entire constitution.
Aya tara ko fang imang banko la loi buku ba mi banko ka tama minna manke ko ya bele londi ya bele deng.
You went on to say that in hindsight, we were naive.
Can you
tell us why you believe that in hindsight, you were naive?
Thank you for that question. The mere fact that human rights were not suspended terms of the constitutional protective provisions.
Ko constitutional la kantaro nin tankadalu belori nyamin.
Does it mean they were respected?
Ama ni itande ko ye bunyale fanande.
Just as the fact that even now that we have a fundamental human rights chapter in our constitution.
Hanim bimbe tembo mendo fanga bijele ko ye hadama ya nyantolu abunda sahari ngobenna constitutional kono.
Doesn't mean that fundamental human rights are not violated
But
under a democratic framework.
Womanyi itandi ko hadama ya nyanta sahari ngolu meno beloring ibukawlu tinya hani democracy fanga la maralo kono.
But at that point, you were actually trying to protect human rights by putting the proper content into the decrees, and that also shows how much influence you had over the drafting of those decrees.
Coming where me tandi wala nyindiko hani wo be kamfong iba katakana nunka kudol bula kono isaje ko wase hadama dungol la nyanto nyin tankandi no koma nyanta ka tankandi nyami.
I don't know what you mean by influence.
Malonde ila okumo koto mendika fo ka modo kamolu sondi kudola.
You selected the content of those decrees and you put it to the junta, the junta. And if we look at decree number 1, for example,
ite kundinga fong ite le kul tombong ya be bula nyokono ya ke kilomati itata ya landi ji junta mol nyati wala.
You came back from your overseas trip.
Ibota na ta mola inata.
Went to see the chairman.
Itata ka chairman je.
He instructed you on a decree.
Ayama road dealer pro ye decree deda.
On that same day, I don't even know what time you went to visit the chairman, but by the end of the day, Mrs. Bensouda, you had laid before him decree number 1.
Wolung kilongo nying malonde itata in watu jumale futa da banko kanjam bar wolung kilongo nying kabranga ya maro di la pre decree deda wolung kilongo nyim fongale data yenyin decree number 1 landa nyati ngola.
And this had been drafted by your office.
Andu nying decree nyim milia deda milia safe ila official.
What time the chairman would have had to review the decree?
Ndafo malam fa watu jumala nying chairman no nying wala sojoro la nying kuntonko nying watu jumala nying decree nying ka senkan jibe ka lo mune bije.
And his ability to do so properly.
Andun ka ke anyama kuma anyanta ka kenyame.
That is what I meant by influence.
Ko ngola wala ko to munyenti ko comme ye da dunje wala fe mole timi alan ko ye long nying ko kono bakala.
Again, Learned Council, let's put things in context. It's quite clear in my statement.
Council nga kolu jube nge landi itara inyanta lala dinkiralu menuto nyaming.
As I stated,
konga funu nyaming.
Significant research had already been done by Cherno about the various military establishment decrees from Nigeria and Ghana.
Cherno ye kisi saharin neke wo sartolu to menketa sojaro lawlondi bundaluti ayo ay menukenu Nigeria ni Ghana.
We agreed that these were too drastic.
Msontako woldolu keta fenuleti menu koleata.
Cherno provided a draft decree number 1 reflecting the de facto situation.
Cherno nata sonka decree 1 la kunyalu bondi me ya lonko wolle nata songo kolo la kunga banke nyaming.
It formally established the AFPRC and Council of Ministers.
Wale AFPRC bunda fango londi ani minister la council bunda.
Suspended the executive and parliament and modified provisions which were not consistent with the situation.
Ay kunton kol la palaso deng anin député bungo yowlu be tom folo anin kolu men ya lonko wolingo nyaton ka sartolu manta nyola yowlu be da bondi.
So we had precedents.
But doesn't that buttress my point?
Let me just say,
sorry, Mrs. Bensouda,
we had precedents from Nigeria and Ghana, so it wasn't difficult to produce a draft within a couple of hours.
Amunta anin kolu lanya tata nyame woton telu nga silo soto montoro watolu kono pour ka kolu deda,
which was then submitted. That's what drafts people do. That doesn't mean the draftsman makes law. So
I did not say that you made law, Mrs. Bensouda. What I said is that you had influence over the draft because without you, they never would have come up with the precedents, or your office, you and your office. If I say you, I meant the Attorney General's office. They never would have come up with that draft.
ngo ngam fo doro wala nyindi ko komi keta molti mi yalan ko yesu te baka nyon ko kono ye kango soto jele
And that's where
andu
the
ile
influence
amanke ko
comes
mbeta
in.
fo kundi wala de
think
bari
that
la
is a-
doku
that is-
bunda nying mbewol to fo kan komi atoni bawo wota mo tele benun je ministry of justice mbewol fo kante
That is a wrong assumption,
Omo kuleti me yalo niata wonya wo mantiling.
that they needed us, Mrs. Bensouda and Cherno Jallo in the ministry in order to produce a decrease. That is a wrong assumption.
Koy sulatante ni cherno la Mrs. Bensouda ni cherno purka wo sartolu la ani
If you read my statement,
nenna kuma safari ngo karang
you will see that they reached out to Ghana,
iba jalala ko nyili manda njang ye kam sambale fo Ghana
and within August, they agreed on technical assistance from Ghana.
anu August kono fang inin Ghana ko lu kambentele pour wol si makoy ro dila.
And by November, they had 2 senior legal officers, Bright Akwete and Samuel Letsu, sent from Ghana.
Bitun karo bandula ma fang la August ye mo fulanati men yalon ka yolle tol fote menu nata kabonan Ghana pour kana udo ko tamandi jang.
They were not helpless.
Wolu amunta junta nying imam makoy ro so imam ke bundati menu mam makoy ro so de ye makoy ro so la karado.
Mrs. Bensouda,
And let me
with-
finish. Even in August,
And in
Ghana
August,
sent in a mission by special flight.
Ghana ye modul fang lu kina ye kuluntila ulindi akama.
Lieutenant J.J. Rawlings came in August.
Lieutenant J.J. Rawlings fang nata August karo kono.
I would like to ask you some
So-
questions
so-
on what you've said before
Let
we
me-
go
let me-
there. That's why. Mrs.
left the
Bensouda,
Kenyan
please, if
kaya,
you
wala
can allow me.
tuma-
So these
left
were
the
not
embala
a helpless bunch of people who did not know what to do.
Manke nyilu manke moti men ya lonko kafulem menu me keku lo me malong ibe makoy ro soto na dami ye makoy ro soto le bundalula.
So
I'm sure you would agree
I
with
can
me.
assure you they did not need Ami Bensouda, Cherno Jallo, or even a Fafambai to do what they wanted to do.
Mba bambandile manyilu mansola ame bensuda la wala Cherno Jallo wala hani fafa mbay pour ka silo yitandila itelbe menkela.
I'm glad that you used those 3 names because they were the ones on the ground, Mrs. Bensouda. A delegation from Ghana could not have usurped the authority of the Attorney General's chambers and drafted decrees for the AFPRC. It could have only been you.
komi wo mol mi yalan koy bata nan Ghana wo ka fo nyi wotina no doro yana Ministry of Justice ya dati kanyin decree deda
And in
ni ba kala no Ministry of Justice to ya
And in particular, let me finish, Ms.
But
Bensouda. In particular, we were talking about the period
andumbe watile fo kanko
before that,
janne wo
when you were acting as Attorney General,
wato
and
mi
not
yalan ko
afterwards.
ye karafa Attorney General makamo nyina ma
So
fo
you-
jan wo ko la
That
You
was
must take responsibility for that part.
nyanta sonnale ko kuol min keta dal bi jele
I know that you are averse to that word responsibility, Mrs. Bensouda.
nala ne ko ka fo ko ha sontale ko
But even if it is to draft the decrees, that is a degree of responsibility you must take.
bari yalon ko min nina ta fam pour que luwal fo ngo dama de da fa wo degré ni wo fo ngo dama kayen téléphone pour ye son ko ko la mi yalon ko wolle fo ngo keta
Or you
Luwa
ought
koto.
to take perhaps maybe.
Learned counsel. Responsibility is normally a positive word.
Duno kaduno ta omu kulo ringolati.
But when you ask me to take responsibility, I do not think you are being positive or complimentary.
Niko woto nga uduno ta nga mira woto amanke ko ibe bunda sarin ne dikana wala ka kolu londi
I think
tilunka.
you are asking me to take responsibility for Yaya Jammeh's actions.
Amunta niko nga dunota pour Yaya Jammeh la kebaro lu kamma.
I take no such responsibility.
Ntewo dunota la.
Any lawyer can draft law.
Lawyer silua safenole.
Any lawyer can draft law.
Lawyer silua safenole.
But you were the one on the ground. No other lawyer was there. You were the one.
ita kundi ngole be nunje
And
ndo
you
ya do man
drafted the laws.
and ita la keta moti
And with
mi wo
your
luwa
special skill and ability and expertise on legislative drafting, I don't see how you can actually remove yourself from that
yellondo min soto ka ta fanal la mi yalan ko wolen luwa de dalta nin ku ko ton ka de la luwa la fanal ntama nyaaje mi yalan ko so wala tano pour que fam bondino nyin ku kon
The decree numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 were drafted under my watch.
Degrees 1 kabo follow fulanjango sabanjango naninjango lulu fo woronjango ha wolde data na mararole kono.
And they were intended to introduce stability
Andu ye kenyina kama pour ka tenkungo sabatindi.
as public servants, civil servants.
ko mansakunda doku bundalom mansakunda doku laliye.
All the ministry lawyers at the Ministry of Justice could do
Lawyer lumen be minister bundala men martatili unin kito la ise men keno
but to continue to discharge their functions.
puru barika continue ke ila dokulu fanalu ke anyanta nyami.
It was a military government.
So jarman sakundalem.
There was no parliament to make law.
Tibite bu man soto men ya lon ko si lualu de da.
So the decrees were needed.
That was also a function of the decrees.
For the decrees were needed for the people to understand what they were under and how they were being ruled.
Decreeolu munyineti pour molu safa hamu ya long ibe mune kono ani mune betama kang aning ibe marala nyaming.
Most of those decrees still survive in our laws.
Ado decreeolu dolu bije hanimbi benna lualu kono lede kanabula bila.
So decree is not a dirty word.
Decree manke kumanori muti.
We should examine each of the decrees.
Si decreeolu killing jube ifaye.
And in relation to the context, the situation on the ground. To determine whether the decrees in themselves violated the human rights of the people. The situation in which we found ourselves. Objectively. Without overlaying with personal opinion. The decrees that were drafted under my watch helped the situation. And for that I do take responsibility. That I helped the situation. Instead of allowing anarchy to prevail.
Can you tell us why you believed you were naive, as you said in your statement?
I
think on a superficial reading of the situation, having met the chairman, and his assurance that there would be no witch hunt,
I
think we thought, both Charno and I, that by not suspending the fundamental human rights chapter in the Constitution, and the junta would actually respect human rights. But unfortunately, they did not. But that is because they used their power. They used their power wrongly. There are military governments that have abounded in West Africa. Not all of them violated human rights to the extent of our own junta. It was not necessary for them to torture and kill people in order to remain in power. They tortured and killed people because they wanted to. They wanted people to fear them, and they used fear as a weapon. It was not enabled by any decree that was drafted under my watch.
And that goes to show the ineffectiveness of the framework which you provided. Which you believed would be appropriate under the circumstances.
Let me take your questions one at a time. Again, that is inappropriate. And why do I say so? Because most of those decrees are in our constitution now, which is supposed to be a democratic constitution.
Kato decree olo hanin bi benna constitution o kono adu nyin constitution o nyanta kala kon democracy constitution o leti.
So Yaya Jammeh should take responsibility. His junta should take responsibility for the tortures,
Oto Yaya Jammeh
killings.
Yaya Jammeh na la sojarolo itelle nyanta oduno tala ye tajire yalu menuke ani ye mo falu menuke.
Nobody in the Ministry of Justice enabled them to do so.
Mote minister bundala menu marta kilimuni kitola meyo sembo dila puru yo ko tamandi wonya.
We're talking about the
framework
drafting.
was needed. Decrees were needed.
Isulata o decree la no tumo.
Whether I was there or not.
Ntebije bang ntije bang.
We're talking about the drafting of the decrees in particular.
Be min
And
fo ka wala decree ni ye safe nyamino.
what I just read
Ngamin karang.
stated that it
follow
was
ko.
deliberate on your part
Komi itawtale
not
ila
to
karola.
suspend the entire constitution, but only part of it.
Komi imanna banko la loi buku ba min banko ka tama wala. Imanna
Not
be
to
deng bari yeddo mandin ne denga kono do.
Not to suspend fundamental human rights. Yes, it was deliberate.
Yes, so the
Purka
blueprint.
hada maya nyantolo purka ne den ha o ntawta wala nga ulia kama.
After the draft went, he could have said, no, suspend it. It
Let
was
me
just a
finish my
draft,
question,
but he
Mrs.
did not.
Bensouda.
I mean, maybe just in order to
Let me just finish.
Madangam bandi na nyinin karola.
Because you had given us the impression that the blueprint and the ideology behind the decrees came from Jammeh, but to some extent, this shows that you had an input in it. You were able to really choose certain parts if you wanted, remove certain parts, to make it more palatable. Like you said, in order to promote human rights, you decided to do it this way rather than another way.
Kuma akabum fo wala nyinti ko nyin digre nyin ita decree nyin ita le ya jibe ya keseng isa ika fogo ko mi mil nyanta tarako na ni mil nyanta mil manyana tarako na pro be dorom pro Jammeh lafta no minna aso soto no.
Yes, I had an input.
Ha nga kudundi jele.
In order to, as I said in my statement, to at least contain the excesses of the regime. Definitely, I had an input. My input was positive.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bensouda. We'll take that answer and we'll leave it to the Commission to draw conclusions from what you said.
Bo jabiro
I hope
tan
so.
sa ningo jabiro tan sa bula commission o bulu pro se kuntondiro ka kajibe ba ko nyen lan la nyame.
I believe you wanted to make some brief comments about some other decrees that were passed after your tenure in terms of their violations of human rights.
Njigita ko elefta ka diamu decree fana do la mi alon ko wala kata anda nyanta tinyal fana kata ekono.
But perhaps you could tell us briefly how you left the Attorney General's chambers.
Bari isa fo nyonya fana ite yo Attorney General nyenna do ku dinkrani yeje kabibe je bula kan yake no nyade.
Thank you, Council.
Council.
I was in charge for about 2 weeks. And then I handed over to Mr. Mbai.
Mr. Mbaila.
I would just like to comment briefly on his public service. The second week, I think second or third week, must have been mid-August actually. The sacking started. The first set of managing directors were sacked. Together with the permanent secretary of the Office of the President, who was my husband, Mr. Ahmed Bensouda.
Permanent secretary
And this sent a shockwave through the civil service. And people were quite afraid, coupled with the fact that managing directors had been just arrested and put in mile 2. And when they removed people, they just substituted them with whoever they wanted.
Ni mo bondi kana mo no na mo seje mo di men la ko diate kana wala se anoto.
Notwithstanding their competence, or their qualification.
Ila no aning do ko ni na karola ila no ani la londo ni buko fon korosi fam.
And they had this mantra that there were a million Gambians to choose from.
Ndu inatna nyi miro soro ko hamo soro ko Gambian jamale be me alon ko sitano le ke di.
That is when the attrition started. People just left. Qualified people, highly skilled people. It took 10 years to build up a capable civil service. My minister, Mr. Mbai, together with some other ministers, I think it was Mrs. Jau, they prevailed on the regime to bring back Mr. Wada, Mr. Mustafa Wada, just to stabilize the situation in the civil service. And I think they should be commended for it. I think it could have been worse, but for the intervention, I think, of Mr. Mustafa Wada. He brought maturity back. But it really did not arrest completely the situation of the sackings and the arrest of civil servants. How did I live? There are decrees, but it's in my statement, decrees that were made that, but I'll just say that I had encounters, personal encounters with the chairman after Mr. Mbai took over. And this would occur when he was out of the country. The first one related to Sonko Jileng Enterprise building on Independence Drive.
Independence Drive.
Because they had put on another another floor on their building, and which had windows facing State House. Fortunately, I was summoned to State House, and the chairman said he wanted to demolish the building. I advised that that wasn't necessary. They should get Sonko Jileng to block the windows overlooking State House. I think he was in a good mood that day, and I was fortunate for him to agree. The second time was sometime in December. Mr. Mbai had traveled.
1995.
I was summoned to his office, and he had some, he said, some allegations against Mr. Mbai. And he wanted me to confirm those allegations. And he really was trying to manipulate me. And he implied that I would be appointed to replace Mr. Mbai if I could confirm those allegations. I told him I did not know anything about what he was saying, because Mr. Mbai was doing a difficult job under difficult circumstances as Attorney General. And as I was leaving, he called me back. And he said in Mandinka, did I realize that Balafabe Longole Noma? I said I could not help him. And I left. But then I realized my days in the service were numbered, and I packed all my personal belongings from the office. The third time we met, I was the one who sought an appointment through Mr. Wada.
na sinya sabanja on benda men wala nyin telephone e dani roke pour nay nyoje andu ngaw tambindane men wala Mr. Wadati.
Because he had arrested Mr. Beck, this was the managing director of MSG, and put him straight to in mile 2.
Mr. Beck le mudame alongo wala managing director ti
MSG concerning NAWEC.
Me alongo be sujiri ni NAWEC le la kula.
So there was an outcry in the media and by the international community.
Mol sulo siata kibar janjam bundal do ani modol be kuma kamol fola ala kuoro.
I went to see him with Mr. Wada to see whether we could get Mr. Beck released.
Data nim Mr. Wada nyoje pour ngaje fom nabe nyoje no la pour isaje Mr. Beck ya bula.
When we went to see him, as soon as I entered his office, he put on his dark glasses and would not let me see his eyes.
Pirin data pour na nyoje ron dundal office ko no nyamen ro ala nya class fingo nyinsika aya dunga nyaado amala fin pour na nya ke nani tifa.
He listened to me and then he asked me whether I knew what Mr. Beck did.
La mo na kuma ko bela bara nyinin ka ko fo ngalo na fo Mr. Beck alo na ngalo na menke bang.
I said to him, whatever he did, it was counterproductive at that time, having regard to the situation in the country.
Nkai ko ku ke ko ke nyaaw nyara na ko ku ke bare ko al halo bela ni nyame bango kan jam ni o jufana jube.
Because the international community had more or less suspended all help to Gambia.
Katung banku tema demar bundal nying ye demaro ika demaro me beke yo be londi da folo pour ka Gambia banko makoy.
When I tried to speak further, I think Mr. Wada realized that the chairman was kind of getting angry. He kicked me under the table and I got that as a signal to stop.
Birim dia monyim me da be dia mo kan ate kiamane bare Mr. Wada njikita ko alon ko silande kiamane abela fen abe kamfa ko woldo at Mr. Wada nata nan damfu kan chongoji duma la tabulo ko nga kalamuta.
So I let it go.
Nga ko nyimbula woro.
But a month later in March, we went on a mission to World Bank.
Kare killing nyato do manding dara mi bengo dola World Bank la mit bengo dola.
The purpose of the mission was to promote the transition program to the international community.
Bengo dalilo mende wala mnyende transition nyin na sio nyin ila bengo nyin ila fuko nyin pour kataka kirimandi dunia e bantala.
This was drafted by a group of permanent secretaries, including myself, permanent secretary finance, education, and so on.
Me nyin safe wala permanent secretary dan interfango permanent secretary me anan kolbe na marali na fulo kunyala abol kono interfango beje.
And we reported to the committee of ministers comprising Mr. Bibi Dabo, the Attorney General.
And Tarandangu minister men wala mabe kono bi Mr. Bibi Dabo and Attorney General.
Minister of Education Satang Jau.
Minister me marling Londo Kunyala Satang Jau.
And Minister Bojang, who was said to be the uncle of Yaya Jammeh.
And Minister Bojang Dolko wala Yaya Jammeh abarinam.
And when the transition program was done,
transitional program on Imparera
and launched,
it
was advised that it should be promoted in terms of engaging the international community in the hope that they will restore their programs in Gambia.
Kidimandi ka wafi la kuoni wafi bankuni banka tema kafol ma jiko bije ko asikeno e bela programol nying wala ye kodio men di Gambia la asikeno be o fali na le pour ye nyati li Gambia la kotange.
The mission was led by Captain Ibu Jallo.
Captain Ibu Jallo ti.
It also included Bala Jahumpa, Minister of Finance.
And we be kono fana member mentata wala Mr. Bala Gaba Jahumpa di me alon ko atele marlin fanko kunyala banko kan.
The Governor Central Bank, Clark Bajo.
Governor membe bankol be la banki nyaton ko memu Clark Bajo ti.
Mr. Usman Koro Sise.
Mr. Usman Koro Sise of Anambeje.
Who was then the Principal Assistant Secretary, Office of the President.
Until Principal Assistant Secretary, President of our office. And
I think we also had Aliungom. But when we were on the mission, we realized when we got to New York and Washington, that there was really an ulterior objective to the whole mission that we who were civil servants, which was only known to Captain Ibu Jallo and Usman Koro Sise. We were not happy about it.
But
when we came back, I was alleged to be keeping the mission report without handing it over.
Kuma kan latan kango
I was accused of it.
report yen tumi nyinna ko report o nyintele ya muta ngama ma di.
Captain Singate called my minister and demanded the report.
Captain Singate na minister nyin kumandi ka report o nyin kaning.
I told them I did not have it.
Ko ko report o nyin tambulu.
I was then sacked
Ina tambay.
together with my minister on the 20th of March.
Ninna minister menketa March karo tilimonte.
Accused of sabotaging the efforts of the regime.
Yen tumi men wala nyindi ko be regime o nyi memu APRC regime o nyi ala ko nyi
I was happy to go.
Nse wota pour ka findi kata ka do ko nyi bula kabriyam bay.
Subsequently, on several occasions, at least 3 occasions, I was offered the position of Attorney General to go back.
Biro botala wati jamal si ka silo dinna pour kana kanta do ko la ko te ka Attorney General de minister me marre luwal ni kiti ri kunyalla.
But I had no intentions of serving Yaya Jammeh, because he will not allow you to serve your country. You have to serve him too.
Mang silos di la puruka doko ke Yaya Jammeh la maralo ko ka tu nie doko ka ko abuka silo di la puri doko ke la banko ka kala fle doko ka ate lafta men.
I was also offered the position of Chief Justice before Savage was appointed.
Ani janni be Chief Justice be Savage tala yin fanan yengani yin na puruka ke Chief Justice banko kan jam fanan.
I refused to accept it.
Bare mbalanta puruka palaso nyinta.
I do not say these things in order to boast or anything like that.
Man nyimfo puru nyin kamaron kam fanyi tande waranto menni wo kamulunde.
But I just want to emphasize, I was Solicitor General before Yaya Jammeh took over office.
Bari lafta I bambande rong teketa Solicitor General de bari janni Yaya Jammeh banko tala.
He found me in office.
I entered da do ko kono le office.
He did not appoint me.
Atamande ta do ko la de.
I did not. I have never served Yaya Jammeh.
Interne na man do ko ke Yaya Jammeh.
I serve my country.
Na do ko ke na banko le.
There were horrendous human rights violations.
Madi nyanta tinya jamal del keta.
But these were not enabled by the Ministry of Justice.
Ni manke kulde me alon ko ministry me man luwal nen kirindir kunya la wolle o de maro ke pour ka hana madi nyanta.
Certainly not under my watch.
And manke ka sabatinde da manke.
Those responsible should be held responsible for.
Men ni alon ko wolle maratala wol ni nyanna wolle nyanna to chodila.
I have submitted a statement about the role of what went wrong in the commissions of inquiry. Commissions of inquiry were not new. Yaya Jammeh did not create them. There were 2 statutes on commissions of inquiry before Yaya Jammeh. What was wrong is that people started to abuse their powers on the commissions of inquiry. Each and every commission of inquiry was presided over by a judge. This is not by accident. It is because judges, by their training and by their experience, were expected to uphold the law and to carry out their investigations fairly. But unfortunately, I think some commissions exceeded their authority, and the commissions became a cruel show. Many of their findings lacked substance. And notwithstanding that they knew that people's assets would be forfeited, as far as I am concerned, they failed some of them, not all. Like the Algali Commission. And even after 1997, the Paul Commission. And the 2012 Singate Commission on Tax.
And in 2012, Singate Commission
in my opinion, these commissions violated the people's rights. There were commissioners like Justice Robin Coker
commissional beje menka munta ko Justin Robin Coker
on land, the Land Commission,
me yalon ko be sujirindin kenol la kuola
who would call people and give them the opportunity to return the land without making a fanfare out of it if there was a finding that they got the land wrongly.
ateka mol kumandila ya mari ka ko keno nyi murundi warra mala kul tama de kulwaya itandi nyama nyana kila nyame.
Was he operating under a different set of rules than the other commissioners?
Ateka tama ni nyala me yalon ko atela tama ndribulo ni commission dol la
He wasn't.
ate bukake
But he applied the rules as he was expected to apply them.
kat sar rol nyin tamandi ko jiko be jabe tamandi la nyame.
There was the Justice Vida Akoto Bamfo Commission.
Justice Vida
Akoto
Bamfo Commission of Fanbeje.
She was responsible for government departments, the president, vice president, and cabinet ministers.
Atabe marlim masakunda do gulal ko la president oni vice president.
Up to date, nobody has seen her report.
Fo bi mbentilo mendo mo mala report oje.
We knew she left because she refused to do what the regime wanted.
Alonna balantala atata la banko bula katunga balantala pour ka regime membe siri nu jama sakuna membe siri jama lafta menna pour ay menke ya lafta ye menke amawoleke.
Which was to make findings that fitted their narrative.
Wala minde ka kisiro ke ko la mi alonko e lafta menna.
About rampant corruption and and so on. Instead, what did they do? They passed decree number 79, I think, forfeiting the assets of first the President Jawara.
Decree 17, number 79, dundi me alon ko narna sababu president Benjamin Jawara de kala sotofengol ta.
Then they passed another decree forfeiting the assets of all the other cabinet ministers that are listed in the decree. These are in the orders.
In another decree, do fanan ta yo fanan sabati fintindi ya londi ka ke luati na menar na sembo di ka nunto minister cabinet minister bela sort of ngolta ka be ke bulola kan.
But they did not publish the report which justified their doing so.
Bari o report o nyin kabringi pareta ma report o nyin ma bundun ka kibari ka lankene ma jama rahmano ye.
I represented Mr. Abdoulaye Bojang under the 1997 Commission to challenge the forfeiture of his assets.
Mr. Abdoulaye Bojang ye pour kana ka kuonyin kusonson ka jubi ala ya la sotofengo nyinta ya nyame.
And finally, when the matter reached the Supreme Court in 2012,
bari nyala ba onyin birin ko nyinta na futa kiti bumbara memo Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court held that having his assets having been forfeited under that decree,
Supreme Court narna sabatindroke ko ala sota fengo nyi menarna ta mentata bulu decree nyi nomba nyi koto.
And since the jurisdiction of the courts were ousted,
stumala menna kidio nyi ala bulu nyi nyanta fural damele yo jankendile.
They could not do anything for Abdoulaye, Mr. Abdoulaye.
Mr. Abdoulaye Boja ite kukeno lae.
I think it was a tragic decision. That continued to uphold the sanctity of those decrees even after the democratic regime came into place. But I agree their hands were tied because the constitution of the Gambia still gave validity to these decrees. I think in this commission, is this TRRC, I think we have the opportunity of recommending that the structures that Jame has put in place which continue to exist in the form of the many provisions, the many undemocratic anti-human rights provisions in the Constitution itself. That continue in the decrees that you can still find in the 2010 editions of the laws of the Gambia. If you look at volume 5, you will find the forfeiture of the assets of President Jawara in the law.
Volume 5 President Jawara
you will find the forfeiture of the assets of the ministers
iba jela je ko minister
There's a whole list. Just look at volume 5. And all those decrees that are published in volume 5. You still have the economic crimes decree, which is in our law. Economic crimes did not exist until November 1995.
Economic crime mem fanko tinya ko decree nyindi amandra na loi buko nyingo for 1995 wato kono lam ya dundi je.
It was a foreign concept imported from Ghana.
Atamu miraled me alon ko boram manele me abundi na Ghana ka nati na banko kanjang.
But why is it in our law in 2021?
Why have
we maintained these decrees? I think that is what we should focus on. We have to find another blueprint. We have to examine all our laws and remove those provisions which enable Yaya Jammeh to continue. Even after the transition, to trammel on our rights. I have had so many accolades from well-meaning witnesses in this commission. I am no hero. I try to do my best, and I believe I have done so. I lived up to my oath as a Solicitor General. I did not create the regime, the military regime. And I think it is only by grace of God that people escaped Yaya Jammeh's victimization. Even though I refused to accept appointments in his government, I also suffered some detriment. I don't consider myself a victim, but I did suffer some detriment. I learned not to send any petition to State House. He turned down any recommendation that had my name in it. And when I met him at a legal year, when I was president of the bar, in the office of the Chief Justice, he said to me in front of several ministers, what sort of person, what sort of citizen are you? You refuse every appointment you are offered. I told him I could not afford public service. Yaya Jammeh was a monster. I have no time to go through the findings of the Commission regarding the violations of people's property rights. But this is a Human Rights Commission. And I think the gross violation of property and economic rights, contrary to Section 22 of the Constitution and international law, should be looked into. The Jammeh Commission, and I'll just read briefly from my statement, the Jammeh Commission, which I was proud to serve, from as early as August 1995, when they were recognized by Taiwan, which was the first country to do so. The regime set out to exploit the country for their personal benefit. On a massive scale, they deprive Gambians of resources needed for their development. They degraded the environment, set the country back 22 years, and deepened our poverty. The Commission showed, the Jammeh Commission showed, that there was direct theft of resources from central bank,
ko suñaro ka kenung na banki bumbato memu central bank tile
direct theft from parastatals,
andun ñing company ndingol mi alon ko be ramansa kunda ko suñaro mem fananga keje
unforgivable and massive deforestation of the country so that it could be converted to wood and exported for Yaya Jammeh's benefit. The sand resources were depleted and exported for his benefit. He allocated himself public land. He appropriated land from individuals. He appropriated to himself. I really do recommend that you read volume 3 on property of the commission report.
Volume 3
He discretionary terminated government contracts. And this country paid millions of dollars on arbitration awards against it. Just because Yaya Jammeh decided to terminate contracts without following any due process. He abused procurement rules in order to benefit himself. Louis XIV of France was known to say that l'état c'est moi, meaning he was the state. Yaya Jammeh believed that he was the state. There was no distinction between the state's assets and his assets. His greed knew no bounds. His greed, he was greedy. It knew no bounds. I'll just say this, that if you follow the seerah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there was a Sahaba called Abdurrahman ibn Auf. He was known to be very rich. And he would spend over half his property just to support the Ummah and the Ansar in Medina. And he had a prayer. Allahumma akini sufi nafsika, nafsi. And the prayer meant, God, oh Allah, protect me from the greed of my soul. If your soul is greedy, you can never feel it. I think he was one such person. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bensouda. I believe we've come to the end of your testimony. Mr. Chairman, before we end, I would like to admit some documents into evidence.
Mr. Chairman,
This is Bensouda's statement dated the 21st day of April 2021. That's Exhibit 218. She has also provided letters of appointment to the positions of Parliamentary Counsel as well as Acting Solicitor General and Legal Secretary.
The
confirmation of that particular appointment. And lastly, but not the least, her retirement letter from the Public Service Commission. I would like to include that as part of the record. As Exhibit 219A, B, C, D, and E.
219.
A, B, C, D, and E.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I hand over the witness to you.
Thank you, Council. And merci beaucoup, Madame Bensouda. Thank you very much indeed for your testimony. And what I was going to say for the very good concluding remarks, but we come to your concluding remarks later on. But the points that you mentioned a few minutes ago were really very helpful indeed in setting the context in which we are carrying out our mandate. Very, very helpful indeed. Thank you very much. And my commissioners, if you have any questions, please indicate. Yes, Imam C, you have the floor.
Imam C, wala lafte nyini kala sedo.
Ajami, salamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Thank you so much for the testimony that you have delivered here. What I want to ask is that what is the difference between decree and a law?
Wow.
That's what I want to ask.
In our system, the laws are the laws that are made by the National Assembly or Parliament. It means the laws that are made by democratically elected National Assembly. And in our system, there is a distinction between those who make the law and those who implement the law or whom the law applies. Decrees are always used when what we know as laws are being made by an individual without who we did not put in who we did not elect, to put it simply. Since we cannot call the rules that he puts forward law, in our legal system, we call them decrees. So the difference, to put it shortly, is a rule made at the discretion of a person or a group, as opposed to rules made by a body that is elected with the consent of the people. Elected by the people, which means it's put there with the consent of the people. That's the difference.
Then it seems like it is a law that is based on force. Whatever he wants, that's what he will do, and what he doesn't want, he will do it. I heard that by then he used to say that I am completely depending on this particular degree to do a very bad thing.
That is true. He did not, unfortunately, he did not even comply with his own decrees. That's why military governments or authoritarian governments are bad. And that is why we should make sure that it never happens again.
Thank you. Commissioner Kinte, you have the floor.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Ajami. Oh, me kondona. Nimbara.
Okay, I'm greeting you. Thank you. I want to ask you a few things, one of which is, sometimes if you want to build a house,
masongo kumandi aning fenke de dala menka plano de da ka fay lefta bungol.
Then you have to call upon the masonry and also the planner to show you how the plan should be done.
Ala fano nying jorangol mene betara kela je komen wanyol nin ku kotangol wol belala ten.
The wideness of the house and the tools that are needed included the kitchen and other things that need to be in the house.
Saying teta de da nye lefta wol bu kono nangam Kenya nangam.
Then the person will give instruction, go and build the house for me. This is the number of rooms I need, and this and that's what I also need in the house.
Niade da fa pareta nina ta safwe hani bar nyindo oni nyati limbata nyola nyindo la bunda nyanta falendal.
After building the house already, then he will criticize it. He will tell you that this house, they are facing one another. It is opposite to one another. So this other door, you have to change it. You put it this way.
Yalo kamundo mari fongola bungo ate fongole hakilo ya mira hamo bala ay la fo soto a Kenya la ay bula la bare alondu tamando pour ka tonkongol tembendi anen ka la ko itele wono.
Then that shows that the person just instruct you to build the house for the person. But the way and manner the house should be structured, that are the corners, that will be done by the person who gave you the instruction to build the house. That is one out of all. Sometimes it used to be like this. You will see somebody's house over there.
Atata je fong tumoda ma jibe ala jibero mantimma bake anata ko lefte umar la bungo nyongole de dañ.
And the person will go to that said house to examine or to see the house, but he will not examine it properly to see everything what is included in the house. And the person will come back to you to say that this is the type of house I want exactly.
Lefte nyinin kala la ni ya nyolla bulnlo menketa nyin degree.
What I want to ask you is, this building that you have instructed, you and Yaya Jammeh, which is the decree, that is what I made as the example. They told you that this is what we want in this area, that is the low side, which you have knowledge about.
Warang foko enne ekali enne ndol nga banko tade bari atamandinya lual na ku koton la mankulo nje ala alimiranye.
Or is it that they said to you people, we have took this country now, but the way and manner the country should run, we don't know how, and we want to seek advice from you people.
Nyum fulolu lefta wole lonna al ni tata nyadi la surti temenni folota.
These two things that I have put now in front of you, I want you to tell me, how do you able to go with it?
Okay. Thank you for that analogy. It's a very clever one, actually. I think it was more like the first. The impression I had before they overthrew the country, they had checked how other countries have proceeded, how other military councils had operated. I presume that's why in his first proclamation he announced the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council. This was 1 week before I came, the suspension of the Constitution. They had removed the ministers. They have arrested anybody who was a threat to them.
Minister Bondi, Dol Baile, and more Mialanko Ejikita ko itebe kela cylinder daleti to learning kuokono ye mutala ye bay.
They had a cabinet because they asked all permanent secretaries to act as minister.
Cabinet soto welem banko alfa mialanko lebe mansakunda ka fo cabinet ye wol bondi le bari nata muneke permanent secretary miliyalon ko wolle be minister bundale ko wolie fanka commissaire tollem banko alpha nyinti ka fo minister.
So they had an architectural drawing, going back to your analogy.
But say ni wala nanko ko ne ko nyimbe jibe to kata fanna de miyalon ko ye ko nyimbe jibe le ya deda ye ferol soto be milandi la ko kono.
Maybe what they did not have was the know-how as to how to build the drawing. That's why they needed amazing.
Wala na ngaje ko molle miliyalon ko imalon ko min nyanta ka kenya de le pro bungo nyelo wala na tata masongo nyini.
So we at the Ministry of Justice, in that analogy, are amazons.
Nte sang ntol miyalon ko ntolebe minister bundala miya mata tilingoni ntonyala yentoleke la masongolti.
Of course, as amazing, you can advise that that pillar, if you want to do that, that pillar, the house will fall.
Sikeno isa fonole komi nyimpila ni alo tende nyimbungo be boylalde.
Yes, so to that extent, you would advise.
But wokan dore ibe yama road dilala.
But they had a plan.
Komi ye fero sotole.
Thank you.
Abaraka.
And you have told us that at one point they recommended some amendments to some of the degrees in order to fine-tune it to suit their purpose.
Ya fonyala ko komi nata sutero dol kale komi mila ko wo degree lual mi alon ko wolle de data ka to mondrol ke jele ko la mi alon ko isaje ko ise ko dol bonda ko no mili alon ko yalon ko woni ito lafta mina nati ta no nyola.
Decree number 1, the only new one was suspend political parties, political activity. I think it's worded actually, it's there. That is what they added. They called to say, can we add that?
Remember decree.
That was decree number 1. And decree number 4, of course, Sana Sabali was responsible, and he did not want anything that affected his own authority over the detainees, but he agreed to the process.
Meaning, on the other hand, were they receptive to some of your fine-tuning inputs?
Yes.
Oh, Commissaire, wokoto muneti natana sonne ito leo jiberol minke coming prefer nata sanso wala bang.
Yes, they accepted some, like all drafts. They accepted some. Usually, most of the provisions were accepted. But anything that affected their authority, they don't accept.
Bari isonta fenjaman la jede bari kuoku min natan mi alon ko anito lefte min na manta nyola iboko wota.
There are two provisions in the degrees that
degree kono.
First, I'm not sure whether they were during your time.
Malon follow malon fo kete wato mi yala ibe do kola.
Which decree?
Decree juma.
That is to say, before the takeover, the maximum time you can keep a Gambian in custody without charge or so, 48 hours. But they have extended it almost indefinitely, 1 month or even indefinitely.
It's not that you have said it, but it has been said here before.
If I recollect rightly, you're talking about decree number 16.
Okay.
This is economic crimes decree. That was made 25th November 1994. That one which suspended trial by information, I think yes, it's decree number 16, section 175A to 175D in relation to bail was removed. This was made on the 25th November 1994. And was greatly influenced by the technical experts that came, Bright Equity, I believe. Because when they came, really, even when decrees were drafted by Cherno's department, they vetted the decrees. They advised the presidency directly. But I mean, I think you can call Mr. Cherno Jallo, because when I left, instructions always come through the Attorney General, so to the department. Not that I would not have an input. I would see the
Certainly.
drafts as Solicitor General. But I recollect that the economic crimes decree from November, more or less, when the team came, the Ghanaian team came,
November kabrin
they
Ghanaian no
really influenced the decrees from November onwards.
yin decree nyinta ye kumakangol DJ.
Another concern about, because these were strong areas that enhance the junta. The other one is no court will have any power to challenge the decrees.
That's the outside
Comme
clause.
kudo fana bije wala nyindi ko kiti bundali man sembu soto pour que lo nyin decree nyato comme ka foko decree e min fo amanya naka.
That was also during the Ghanaians' tenure.
Fo nyin fona keta wato la mi yalan ko Ghana dingol benu jam.
Actually, even decree number 4, as my learned friend pointed out, did have a provision not so drastic, but saying to the effect that the decree cannot be questioned. But these are common to all decrees in all countries. They're common to military decrees. It's nothing that is new. In other words, the military do not subject their decisions to the courts. So they are common. So I wouldn't say that the Ghanaian expert team sort of designed something unusual and new. No, this abound in all. And there are a great number of authorities around it. I mean, legal authority around it, the discussion around ouster clauses.
So it means the decrees themselves that the junta or normal military governments institute are not able to control excesses of they themselves, the junta.
Comme ça comme doko watol be kono natara sojar masakunda ye lual min londi faye ka fo decree ni tol mo kilngol mi anko tele wo lual ni londi sa ni landa tambe kol ka kam doko wo lual ni ngate fenkele to labang.
In a normal, if I understand your question, in a normal situation, like on a democratic setting, if a decision is taken by any member of the executive, you can go to court.
You can refer to the constitution.
You know, these ouster clauses are still in our constitution.
Yeah.
It means even as of now, the courts are limited as to insofar as the decree is concerned. Still in our constitution. So that's why you have the second schedule to the constitution. It says you cannot question what happened during the transition period. It's still there. It's not something that's limited to that period. It still exists in our constitution.
Okay, thank you. Amen.
Thank you very much. There are no further questions. Madam Bensouda, if you have any concluding remarks to make, you may proceed to do so now.
Thank you very much. Just briefly, I think I did mention that, Mr. Chairman, in my humble opinion, really, and I do crave your indulgence for probably repeating it and raising it again. I have some concerns.
Come Mr. Chairman, kuma kanga dol bije nga fole no nyato anda friend timba kuma kanga nyimba murunka kan kotenko. Kul bek jele mi yalon ko ko mata nyakoto bakele mil joko.
Decrees are how military governments rule.
Ye nyin decree je wala nyin luwalti milay ka fo decree ya je sojar man sakundali ka wala tani ba maralo kala.
Did we who help them draft these decrees control their content?
Fontol mi yalon kontrole mako e pour ye nyin luwal nyin dada fontol kata molleti mi yalon kontrole nyin kotina.
No.
Kanyum kela ko londe mi yalay bo le kekan.
The Gambian people are listening.
Gambia dingol ibe la moy kanne.
And I think it would be unfair, if I may put it that way, to lead them to believe that those who drafted this decrees were the authors and therefore have some responsibility.
Andum fe ata kala tilingote comme nimma nyi seneyandi ko comme mol mi yalon ko wolle nyin decree ke mako pour ya deda.
It would be wrong to lead them to believe that without this decrees, Yaya Jammeh's horrendous human rights violation would not have occurred.
Comme ya motako comme natala no nyin decree nyin luwal nyi me deda ka fo decree comme ya jemela nyin tilimbal yal nyin tajiri ya ko wol min be katanu denda ta kala.
These decrees did not enable Yaya Jammeh. The military was a totalitarian regime. What the decrees helped do was to introduce some coherence in the madness that we existed under.
Decree nyinga be minke kan wolen komi ika wo kuol minke wo nyamati ya kuol mi ana kake pour komi decree nyin natal pour ke bondi wo konono wolen decree nyin na sababoti.
This process is extremely important.
Andu nyin ko nyinga kete fenneti mi ala ka kumaya tabakele.
But if at the end of the day, the brutal machinery which Yaya Jammeh put in place is not dismantled,
but yaje labango ko labandula beto natara ya jema anyin tarambulol mi alon ka wolle londe nyin tajri ya tarambulol natara manna ke wolbe bruka,
then it would be pointless.
Ibajala ko ko to nyun ko beta na faso dola.
Because the system in place
kadu o wato ku tanyal benu lare no nyami
can be abused even under a civilian
hanatara fam mole be siring masakun president be siring mi alan ka amanka sitifani moti han wotel wo ko mi alan ko keta wotajiri ya ko la sekeno wala mansakunda kon.
After all, public officers are being dismissed, as we read from the papers.
Kabring watu mi ajibe fan kabri watu mi alan ko fam mol mi ala be do ko la mansakunda kono ike bay ni kibar kaytol bala jibe ba jala
using the same provisions.
And there
is still a provision that judges' services can be terminated.
And I
hope that provision will never be invoked by a civilian president. So I do hope that blame will be allocated where it should be. Those who perpetrated the acts complained of. I thank you for having afforded me the opportunity to come. And I would like to commend the Commission for the work they are doing and the manner they have proceeded to do it. The country needs this. I hope in the not too distant future, we will be able to have another blueprint. And I hope part of your recommendations will be that we have another constitution. And that we should systematically remove all decrees from our legislation. Decrees should not be part of the laws of the Gambia as the Constitution provides. They have no place in a democratic society. They were meant for the transition. I know the transition lasted 22 years.
ngalo ne ko wo sawndiro nying atatale fo sanyi muwannim fula
Because by changing his uniform didn't make Yaya Jammeh a civilian president,
katu Yaya Jammeh
a democratic president.
alala uniform o falen ka uniform o landi kay dung civilian parela o matina ko ala jiko ana manya femmam falinge.
It is time to change, and I hope Gambians will find the will
njikita ko falengo nyanta ka kel anu njikita ko Gambia dingol ibo hamo sotolal
to ensure that your recommendations are implemented.
kaje ko atol nyin commissiono ye sutendir wo sutendir ka kaje ko wo sutendiro ilota kan anda ketale ko commissiono ya fanyami
That we can put the past to rest
isaje ko kul mil tambitanon kunun se landi
and move forward in the interest of our country and our children and grandchildren.
isaje ko se continue kata bankoni yuruwandi kata nyaton dingol la ko kamba ni mamarngol la ko kamba.
And I hope when we look back,
when
our grandchildren come to judge what we have done, and history is written. They will be able to say that the TRRC, Reconciliation and Reparation Commission, was the beginning of a new age for Gambia. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Bensouda, for your testimony and the concluding remarks you just made, as well as for the suggestions and the advice you addressed them specifically to the TRRC.
Ando fana ye mirol min di TRRC la comité fe mirol mi alango TRRC nyanta tamala wala ani ye sutendirol min fanake.
Thank you again for coming to testify.
Mba fule ko kotenka baraka elena jankana sedi andirol di.
This brings us to the end of our proceedings today.
Wakang mberna diamo mba kuntula janebi.
And next public hearings would be on Thursday. The Commission would continue meeting. But we will resume the public hearings in the room here at 10 o'clock on Thursday morning. Council, I don't know if I had indicated to you that your request for the exhibits are granted. If I didn't confirm that now that they are granted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
This is
much obliged.
219 A through E.
That's right. And 218 as well. 218 and
well.
219,
Okay.
yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. The meeting is adjourned.
Allah baraka.
Thank you all.
Albeya baraka.